Anyway, so could somebody explain to me why if I go shopping in John Lewis, nobody, they just sort of wave you in. I've got my mask on, I'm going in, I'm going shopping, I went to buy a couple of little bits and pieces, came out with a few more bits and pieces than I wanted, but at some point I thought to myself, I know, I'll go to the place to eat in John Lewis in Kingston, and I'll have a toasted ham and cheese or something. I've just quite fancy, unless they did a cooked breakfast, but I wasn't sure. Anyway, you get to the door of the restaurant. Bearing in mind, I've been walking around John Lewis. Nobody's asked my name, nothing at all, where's your postcode? Want to go in there, the place to eat, and they want to know everything. They want to know your name, your address, your phone number, and there's people happily handing it over, and I'm thinking, I quite understand this, but why didn't you ask me when I walked in the shop? I've been walking around quite happily for ages. What's the difference? It's all in the same building. And there's a bloke standing there, and there's an old lady handing out her phone. If I'd stood there, I could have, written down loads of people's phone numbers. But to be honest with you, I looked at it, I thought, I really can't be bothered. I really can't. Just to go and have a nice cup of tea and look out over the Thames, you've got to give all these details. Who's to say they're not going to use that? As part of a marketing strategy. Oh, we noticed that you had, a piece of apple crumble and pie in our restaurant. We were wondering, would you like to purchase any more of this? The usual sort of marketing ploy that you get. So I can't understand. Why do they not ask you all these details when you go shopping in any of the shops? But they don't. It's only if you want to sit down somewhere. Sitting down makes a difference. So I go to KFC the other day. I just saw that. Look at that, honestly. It's all right, I'm just watching what the boys are doing. Dreadful, honestly. That is, well... I'm not going to say what I think it is. I know what that is. That is really bad. We used to do that when we were at school. You'll never know, will you, at home? So anyway, then I thought, I'll go to the Bentall Centre. Same thing. People queuing up, download the... So I go to KFC to get some popcorn chicken, because you get a lot for $4.49. And I thought, that's fine. So eating in or taking away? You've got to do it all on the board. So I said, eating in. That was my first mistake. Okay, you're eating in. You didn't put your name and address down. I'm sorry, I have no idea who you are. I'm not putting my name... I tell you what, I said, I'll take away. So he said, yeah, that's fine. So you could take away. So if you want a takeaway after 10 p.m, they're all delivering. Round our way, everything was open. So it didn't make the slightest difference. Unless, I didn't actually physically see somebody pushing the door open to go into the pizza place or whatever, but the lights, they were ablazing. And I'm assuming you can stand outside, order it, and they'll sort of open the door and shove it through. Is that how it works? Or do you have... Can only order it online and have it delivered. It's going to be people cheating, isn't there? But I did get to see a set of Christmas lights. I'm very... and I saw them from afar in John Lewis. And I'm like an Exocet. I stand there, and if they've got the Christmas tree things up, I'm it's like homing in on these. And there it was. The Christmas tree that stood out amongst all the other Christmas trees. And you know why? Because the lights. The lights were fantastic. Not only were there about 400 of them on this tree, they're LEDs, but they're unique in the fact that they're colour-changing LEDs, which of course is even better, and it's all controlled by your telephone. They've got thousands of different designs. So you put it into your phone, you can aim the phone at the lights on the tree, indoor or outdoor, and it does a pattern. So it might all go green or all go blue, or I saw one which has got stars and stripes on it and everything. All these different patterns for your Christmas tree lights. And you can also buy an accessory, which means that if you're playing music indoors, the tree will respond to the music. I ask you. I thought Neil will be after one of these sets of lights. Admittedly, there's only 400 in this set. Now, whether they do a bigger set, I don't know. And I think they're actually called Twinkles. I know, but I promise you they were the most exciting lights that I'd seen in a long while. And I've deleted it. Oh, such a nuisance. But I think they're either Twinkles or Twinklies or something. They're not cheap, as Christmas tree lights go. But because these are so sophisticated and because it's so unusual, and I do like to get in there for Christmas, I'm determined this year that, we will be enjoying decking the halls with boughs of holly and all that kind of stuff. And if you saw these lights, and I'm sure they're either Twinkles or Twinklies, there is a photo which I put up online, but I can't find it at the moment. And I thought I might go back and buy another box. And then I go to buy some aftershave. Now, for years, I was loyal to the Estee Lauder. Estee Lauder for men, Intuition, thank you very much indeed. I wore it for years, and everybody used to say to me, that's very nice, that's lovely, what's that? No, not Old Spice, no. How old do you think I am? I'm just a slightly older 39-year-old at the moment, or 35. And so I used it for years, and everybody kept saying to me, that's a lovely aftershave. And I used to say, it's Estee Lauder's Intuition. See you, Nick. And then my friend Danny was wearing this aftershave, and I went, what is that? And he went, it's Creed Aventus. And I went, getting some. And he said, it's very expensive. I said, still getting some. Because it was so unique. It was, and it's not the most expensive aftershave you can get, but at 300 quid a bottle, it's quite pricey. There you go, Twinkly. 400, I mean, seriously, these lights, Twinkly. They're so exciting. I had to open the box the other day just to look at them. So we need to find out, Twinkly, do they have a website? And can they show us different things with these lights? I'm sure there must be something. But whatever it is, it was, I mean, just light up your life with Twinkly. Look, so experience Twinkly. Look, you've got a thing here, you can make your lights dance. I've always wanted dancing lights. I mean, seriously, look how excited. I mean, seriously. For those of you who hate Christmas, I couldn't care less, okay? This is not for you. And they do all different patterns on your lights, all set up on your telephone. Simple as that. I cannot wait to get them up and going. Look, I mean, all these different... Amazing, isn't it? Really, really clever. Shall I tell you how much they are a box? Of 140 lights? No, 400 lights, sorry. 140 quid. Okay, that comes with one controller inside. But because they're so unusual, Neil will have to go and buy a box of these now. He generally speaking, gets loads and loads. And I know it's only 400. I'm going to find out if they do bigger boxes, but I have a sneaking feeling they don't. But you watch, the blooming things will sell out today, I bet you anything. I'll need to get down to John Lewis to be first in the queue. They do a 600 box, do they? Are they available on Amazon as a matter of interest? Can you have a look on Amazon and see if they're... Yes, thank you. I have to check these. So anyway... So I then go out, after my friend Danny had told me what this aftershave was, and I thought, I'm going to have to go and buy a bottle of it. So I bought a bottle of it, and it changes your life, because everybody notices it. Everybody notices. So when I went into, and around my way, the only place you can buy this Creed Aventus is John Lewis. There's nobody else seems to sell, mainly because it probably prices out of the market for most people, but John Lewis customers are quite discerning, I suppose. And I thought, well, I'm going to splash out on it because it is lovely. And I buy a little bottle for work as well, so I always carry a little bottle with me. Well, the little bottle's 190 quid. I mean, it's seriously, it's a lot of money. But because it lasts, and thank God we've just been paid, and they do easy terms. And when I went in there the first time round, they always offer you the same thing. It's I don't know why women working in department stores do not treat men the same as they treat women. Women will find a perfume that they like and stick to it. It is no good, fellas, coming up to Christmas, going out there, because there's some bird with her boobies hanging out over the counter going, would you like a test? Tss. And you go, oh, I'll buy that for her. She'll love that. And, of course, women go, oh, lovely. Not my sort of perfume, but there you go. Because most women stick to the same perfume. They've been using the same perfume for years. My mother used to use Dior's Diorissimo. And she'd always use that. Some people use Chanel, but most people buy it. So when you go out to the shops and there's somebody standing there with their boobies hanging out over the counter, do not be tempted to buy the perfume that they're selling, because your wife or girlfriend will not like it. They've got the one that they like. So you know, make an effort to find out what it is that they use. And so I go in, and the woman who's actually serving me, and she goes, oh, I'll get you some samples. And I go, no, thank you. I don't need any samples. She said, because she obviously looked after another aftershave for men. And so she said, would you like some of the aftershaves that I sell are very... I said, no. I said, I only use Creed Aventus. I said, I don't... You know, years ago when I was younger, much younger, you'd have a dressing table full of all the aftershaves, you know, Eau Sauvage and all that kind of stuff. High Karate, Old Spice. And I think Mark of a Man, Old Spice. Usually waves crashing on the sand. Nothing like my bathroom at all. And so I said no. And she said, would you like some samples anyway? I said, no, what am I going to do with them? I'm not going to wear the things, and it just clogs up the bathroom. I've had loads over the years, and at one time I used to think it was very decent of these people to give you a sample of their stuff that they were trying to flog. And so I didn't bother. Anyway, I go in there yesterday. She remembered me. And she went, can I tempt you to have some of the samples of my men's aftershaves? I said, no. She said, why? She said, it's really nice. I said, listen, she said, but what did you do with the last bottles that you bought? I said, I gave them away. I fibbed. I said I gave them away as presents. She went, "Oh, you've got some very lucky friends." I said, "They certainly are." And so I bought this little bottle yesterday so I can bring it into work, because my other one, I used it all up a bit. And I still wouldn't take it. I said, I just don't take free samples. Some people enjoy the free samples, but it's not for me at all. And there's no point in taking what other people desperately crave. So, you know, it was, but anyway, so that was that. But the lights are great. Are they on Amazon? Yeah. Oh, can't believe it. Can't believe it. They're actually on Amazon. Look at it. So wait a minute. How much are they charging here? So that's 20 metres to Alexa and Google Home. And they're also waterproof. So that's what? That's 100 generate. That's 6 metres. Yeah, £149. But how many? That's 400. See, I paid 140 the other day. 149.99 here. So that's 150 quid. 150 for the. They obviously do them in plain. Who wants plain? I might have to go and buy. No, it's cheaper to go back to John Lewis, isn't it? If they're selling the 400 box for an extra 10 quid, I'm not buying from Amazon. Definitely not. But look, they do all the... 600... Oh, how much is 600? Do we know how much 600... That's typical, isn't it? Just the thing you want. Because otherwise Neil will end up going out, finding a box of 600, and I'll be sort of scuppered, which is such a pain. I'm determined that I'm going to have something... Because normally he beats me. Because we have actually found boxes of 10,000 lights before now, which I think is fantastic. But these ones look really unusual. I had fantasy lights years and years ago. Who didn't? And this was lights which actually had bulbs, which seems so dated now because it's all LEDs. And these you plugged into a controller. It would take up to 6 sets. And they did chase, for, before we knew about all these different things. And they were lovely. I liked those. In fact, I've still got them. They don't all work because you had to find the shop that was selling the bulbs again. And bulbs are very fiddly, aren't they? At Christmas time, you stretch all your lights out on the floor to see which ones are working and which ones are broken. And then you've got to see, have I got any spare bulbs? I mean, it really isn't. No, not this year. This year, LEDs. So we're having 3 trees this year. 3 sort of, I have sort of a couple of 6-footers and probably an 8-foot. And I try and get as many lights on as possible, normally between 6 and 10,000 on a tree. I know. It's only because it's not like Trafalgar Square. It looks a bit like Heathrow Airport. One of these days we're going to have a plane landing in Twickenham High Street. They're going to go, well, we thought we were looking at the landing lights, but unfortunately it turned out to be Steve Allen's lights. We are having trees up in Twickenham this year. Paul Cooper will be doing the trees, and there's a big tree as well. I've seen the tree. It's coming all the way from Scandinavia. It's beautiful. Big and bushy. Last year, very scrubby. But it's very big and bushy this year. But I just like the idea that lights do something. They're so clever. So clever. But anyway, if I can find the other thing. Gordon says, did you know... with a code, you can control the National Theatre building. Says, I love your show. It's like not the 9 o'clock news meets the shopping channel. Yeah, but it's coming up to Christmas. And I'm determined this year, I don't care what's gone on, disastrous though it is for those students in Manchester who, bless their little hearts, they've got no idea why they're being under lock and key, and they've got security people stopping them going out because they're spreading coronavirus. It's like we're still seeing people out there who are not socially distancing. I mean, there's a bloke gets on the bus the other day and he's got his mask under his chin. And I wanted to say to him, but he was bigger than I was, are you a complete and utter bozo? What's the point of having it under your chin? You might as well stick a fire guard under there. It was just ridiculous. Really stupid. All the people who have it over their mouth and not their nose. And then we had all the stupids in Trafalgar Square again. This time, you know damn well, most of these people are a bit vacant between the ears. They're there for a ruck with the police. That's what they're there for. They're nothing at all to do with COVID, nothing at all to do with masks. They're looking for an excuse to start kicking a few police officers. That's what it comes down to. There was one woman pictured, and I thought, well, more fool you, idiot, for going down there and joining in with these thugs. Really stupid. We don't want to wear a mask. Well, I tell you what, we don't want to treat you in hospital either. Goodness sake. Somebody says, where are the lights made? I've got no idea. Where they make Christmas lights? At the North Pole, I should imagine. I don't know. What a stupid question to ask. Where are your lights made? I don't know. Some little man... It probably came from that repair shop programme on the television. And voltage might be different, says Shane in Sydney. Oh, well, I don't know what your voltage is over there in Australia. Ours is 220, isn't it? 220, 240? I wouldn't even know. The Americans, I think, are 110. And they're only 2-pronged, whereas ours have got an earth. In America, you stand a very good chance of being electrocuted when you plug in something. But they do have P lights. they're little tiny, like what we call LEDs. They call them P lights, and they drape them over their bush, and that's quite effective, especially in Gart, because the Americans do the outside of their houses. Over here, we they say, oh, well, so what do you call somebody who decorates the outside of their house? And I say council, because that's what people. You don't find it. You don't go round, sort of Millionaires Row in Hampstead and find the outside of the house is decorated, or a couple of reindeer nodding their heads on the front lawn. It doesn't happen. Because the people who live there have gone away, or you don't find big inflatable plastic snowmen. I used to have one on my show. When we did a show at, in fact, I think Fairfield Halls in Croydon, we used inflatable snowmen, because I bought it from Maplin's. Remember Maplin's? There was a shop. And it came with a little fan, and it blew him up, and he lit up as well inside. And it was great. Until we got to, where did we go to? I think we were at the Beck Theatre in Hayes, and I had two, one either side of the stage, one snowman, one Father Christmas. And for some, don't ask me how it happened, it was an act of God, but I'm just sort of saying goodbye at the end, and all of a sudden it went, and the snowman just slowly collapsed into the stage, and the lights went out, and then Blow Me Down, the Father Christmas did exactly the same. Well, it worked. It brought the house down. Not literally, otherwise we'd have been looking at a court case. But, it was a case of... So we used it again. The next show we did, we made sure that somebody pulled the plug out so we could watch them go like that. It was great fun, but no Christmas. Here they go. Is this freedom? Look at the state of these people, honestly. What a bunch of saddos. End the crazy rules. Yeah, well, I tell you what, hospitals not open to you lot. Yeah, here we go. The reason why the UK is getting a second wave is because it fits the political agenda. They really are that thick. They really are that. I mean, you cannot believe it. Did anybody see a pandemic? Yep, I'm looking at about 150 people who are going to be clogging up hospital beds very shortly. I think what they should do is say, I'm terribly sorry, I recognise you from Trafalgar Square. We're not treating you. OK, go back home. Nobody wearing a mask. But of course, if they turned up in hospital without a mask on, they wouldn't get treated at all. Mind you, there's, 69 million people in this country? 15,000 descended on Trafalgar Square. Saddos. What sad, pathetic people. They really are. It's tragic, isn't it, really? But never mind, there's only been 51,000 people dead, so we'd like to go round to the cemeteries and apologise to them. Probably not. Steve, are they the same Christmas lights that adorn the evergreen conifer growing outside the stable in Bethlehem, says Bill? Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Bet you they're made in China. You have a problem with something being made in China? I mean, I don't have a problem with anything like that at all. It's Christmas lights. They don't call them Christmas lights, do they? What do they call them now? They're sort of, because you can use them all year round. And if it's a Christmas light that actually performs, a pattern or something like that, I mean, that's just brilliant. Just brilliant. You watch. I guarantee today I'll go into John Lewis and they'll all have gone. Every time you mention something on the programme, I go out there and wonder. A friend of mine was going to go to Costco the other day, and she happened to be in Croydon, and she went to the one on the Purley Way. She said the queue was so long around the block, she had stupid people queuing up for the toilet rolls and everything else, that she said, I thought it would be an hour queuing. She said, I've got better things to do with my life. So she drove around the car park and out again. I've done that with the one at Sunbury. I'm not queuing, if somebody is so desperate to get toilet rolls when we're not actually in lockdown, more fool them. More fool them. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Matthew reckons that the Little Mix's singing show, the standard was outstanding. Are you sure they were singing? Do you think? Or were they sort of Memorex? Because they do sing. All right. Were they singing yesterday, though? That's the big question. I can always tell if because you listen to the tuning. Mind you, can always tell if it's auto-tuned because you can hear the electronic twang, which is very good. Because the Spice Girls use auto-tune. But have you seen? Yeah, I've got time to tell you. Have you seen Celebrity Karaoke? Oh my God, it is so bad. It's obviously done with a budget of threepence. They can't have spent any more money. They have all these, they call them stars. One is the big fat, very camp bloke from Ibiza Weekend, who's popped up on about 3 shows so far. No talent, no personality, not even funny. And he certainly can't sing. The big glamorous one here, because I was looking at it thinking, who are these people? And go back down. And so I'm looking at these people here. Now, Scarlett Moffat, you reckon, because she's the one who takes up 2 spaces. And then the girl with the bright dress standing next to her. Do you know who that is? Do you know? in the middle, standing next to the very Camp David, who, Camp David, the Americans will all know about. We now know him from Ibiza Weekend. No talent at all. You'll know her name, though. She's Talia Storm. Well, if anybody ever sang flat, she be it. I sat there thinking, that's why you haven't appeared in the West End, love. OK, next to her, putting on pounds and pounds, is Scarlett Moffat, who's very fake. Who do you think is the next one? Who's the next one? The blonde woman with the big bosom. Who do you think that is? Somebody from Love Island? No. Looks good, though, doesn't she? She does look good. Bit Marilyn Monroe, absolutely. That's Courtney Love. That's a bloke. Yeah, that's Courtney Love. The drag. She's drag. Do you know? Yeah, she's called Courtney Love, yeah. I mean, she has a bloke's name as well, because it's a bloke. But when she because I didn't realise who it was. I kept seeing this woman, and I kept thinking, God, you look stunning. She looks better than Talia Storm, who looks almost blokish. Courtney Act. Well, I'll say, Courtney Love was, a real person. Well, this is a real person. Courtney, and not only that, she sings. She sings really well. And then they've got I don't know who the bloke is at the end, not a clue. Do you know who the girl is standing next to him? Play this at home. Who do you think that is? Bloke at the end's a DJ. How embarrassing, honestly. DJs appearing on Celebrity Karaoke. I wouldn't mind if they were celebrities. Who do you think the girl is? It's Jess Wright. She can't sing for toffee either. She said, every time I go in a place they've got karaoke, I want to own it. I thought, she looks so ancient now. I feel a bit sorry for her. And this was the first wave of people, and then they who do you think they actually eliminated? Out of all the people there, the only person who is actually a so-called professional singer is Talia Storm. Who did they get rid of? Talia Storm. She's out the window straight away. I mean, seriously, she was singing flat. And I'm you do worry. So at the end, and I don't know who the voiceover is on the programme. I mean, I can't work out if it's a gay guy or a fairly butch woman. I really couldn't work out the voiceover at all. I was very disappointed. So you have to sort of nail it. David, the camp bloke from Ibiza Weekend, spent most of his time rolling around on the floor, which when you're that size, that's all you can do, I suppose. He certainly couldn't do anything else. He was just ghastly. I've seen him on so many programmes now, and he's also turned up on another programme. He must have filmed about 3 or 4 of them. But of course, the big mistake that he'll make, as anybody else will, if you start going into television, you go, ooh, well, yes, they just say yes to everything. And eventually we all get sick to death of seeing them, and they don't bother. Mind you, we're not really bothering with Steph McGovern, are we, at the moment? I mean, I don't want to say, ill about the programme, but it is the biggest pile of pants I've ever seen in my entire life. A dreadful waste of everybody's time, money and effort. And they go, Steph, who was sort of the most popular person on the BBC Breakfast Time. Sadly, she wasn't. Sadly, she wasn't the most popular person. She was just somebody who, because she had a northern accent, they made a big deal, or she did, about, I don't get much work because I've got a northern accent. No, it's because you're not a very good presenter. That's the only way you can, you look at this programme, and she said, I wake up some nights worried that, guests might not turn up or people might swear. I thought, I'd worry about your presenting skills, dear. They're very limited. Very limited. Another one here. Who's turning the lights on in Twickenham, says Dom and Dom. I don't think they can have a turn on of lights in Twickenham. They're not going to have it in the West End this year. They're going to have lights, but they're not going to have a turning on, which is probably safer, isn't it? Which is probably safer. Another one here. Somebody says, you should try not to buy anything made in China if you're offended. Not. Well, they haven't had any cases of coronavirus for a little while now in China. So, racist? You? Surely not. Surely not. Goodness sake, honestly. What you're saying, you should boycott it because that's where we think it came from in the first place. I mean, I'm pretty certain that's where it came from. Pretty certain. But they seem to have managed to stop it. You know why? Because when they say you stay indoors, they stay indoors. Otherwise, they'll shoot you. OK? So you don't go out in China. It's like Spain. If they say you wear a mask... Well, I've not been to China where they actually had it in the markets. But, I mean, if you go to Spain and they say, if you don't wear a mask, you'll be fined, they enforce it immediately. There's over here, nobody gives a toss, do they? You get on buses, some people are not wearing a mask, some people are half wearing a mask, and you think, that's why it's still being spread. That's why it's still being spread. Did you get a text message telling you to download the Track and Trace, says Melissa? Might have done. Don't discuss on LBC. Nice to have your company. So the pubs are closing at 10 and they're checking. You know why? Because it's huge fines for the establishments, and they're literally peering through windows to make sure there's nobody sitting at the bar in total darkness drinking, making sure of that one. Prince Charles says 1 million young people need urgent help. Well, I mean, judging by the amount of students we've got who are allegedly going back to college and uni and stuff like that, and are not going anywhere. Not going anywhere. I mean, they've actually brought security in Manchester to make sure they don't go out. I mean, that's how desperately sad it is. And we've said, come October, you're going to see huge increases. What do we have the other day? 6,000 new cases, just over 6,000 of people testing positive for coronavirus. And then you get these buffoons who stand in Trafalgar Square infecting each other. Great, fantastic. Let them infect each other. Let them. Just don't come anywhere near us. Thank you very much indeed. Standing there going, oh, you don't need to wear masks. The amount of stupids who believe, I mean, on Friday, 6,800 cases of people. Now, I'm telling you now, and I don't know what else the blooming media can do. They can tell you in the newspapers, you can tell people on television, you can tell people on the radio till you're blue in the face. This thing is real. And yet people who say, no, it's a government conspiracy. And you go, you really are as thick as we think you are, aren't you? Yeah. Yes, I'm being paid, because they'll now write in and say, you're being paid to say that by the government. Yeah, I've trousered as much money as I possibly can. But, as I say, 51,000 people can't be wrong. They're currently pushing up daisies in a cemetery. And now, on Friday, 6,800 people. 6,800 people testing positive. If you have a cold or flu-like symptoms as well, you're 6 times more likely to die. I just mention it in passing. That's what they've said. If you have, a cold or something like that, and then you get coronavirus on top of it, you're 6 times more likely to die. I mean, if people really want to die, and I can only assume the stupid standing in Trafalgar Square holding up their little placards, people who you think to yourself, I hope to God you don't end up with it in hospital. There's one bloke who's in the papers this week, and he was one of those who stood in the square a little while ago. He stood there, we don't have to wear masks, and he got coronavirus. He's now linked up to a life support machine in hospital, and he said, I just want to tell people it's real. I thought, no, more than 65 million of us know it's real. It's only buffoons like you, but why we're treating you, I've got no idea. People have been telling you for ages, this thing kills people. There's no cure for it, and chances are there probably won't ever be a cure for it. At the moment, they're actually struggling to find enough stuff for the people who've got colds and flu, to have your flu injection. And they start getting those, I think, on the 10th of October. I'm booked in, just to make sure, but nothing as yet for coronavirus. So, you want to go and stand in Trafalgar Square? Good. You want to go and sit on a tube train without your mask on? Good. Ridiculous, isn't it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, and we'll take more of these here. Can I please ask you if we can listen to a Christmas carol? No, absolutely not. That'd be ridiculous. It's not even Christmas yet. Why would you want to do a Christmas carol? Lights you can buy, decorations, they're in all the shops already. We're not even in October, and already all the shops, all the big department stores, they're literally, bowing to public opinion. And the public opinion is we want to have something a bit cheerful to sort of remind us it's supposed to be a happy time of year. It won't be a happy time of year for a lot of people. People who've lost somebody to coronavirus, although the idiot standing in Trafalgar Square would just say it was a government conspiracy. I still think people are going round sort of helping people into the next world. But no, we want to have a nice time. We want to try and make sure that Christmas is no matter how bad it might be, you can still celebrate something. You can still celebrate Christmas and try and get the most out of it. I remember you saying back in the early summer that this is exactly what's going to happen. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think we've been wrong on any of it. I was right about the snow. I said it was going to snow. No, not going to snow, Steve. Blah, blah, blah. The usual snowflakes, aren't they? You'd think, actually, they would have realised being called a snowflake means there's going to be some snow around. Zoe says, to anyone who believes corona doesn't exist, come and work at my hospital. As they don't believe it, then they don't need PPE. I know. I mean, they really are the thickest of the thick. But, of course, people are thick because you see them all the time. We used to see them on the television. I mean, you only had to watch the Jeremy Kyle show or a few other shows to realise there's some absolutely unbelievably stupid people out there. And luckily in hospitals, you don't have a mask on covering your nose. They're not letting you in. It's as simple as that. Ridiculous. Sad, Steve. Hypocritical people can't say they're hypocrites. And blinkered. They continue on and on. I mean, did you see them? I mean, some of them look sort of quite normal in Trafalgar Square, but you know, looking at the picture, they're quite clearly not. Dave said I'd had my flu jab already. I think the earlier you can get in, the better it is. Definitely. I mean, normally we wouldn't sort of be recommending these sort of things, you know, and trying to make sure. But, you know, as people are dying of this thing, I think it's kind of important. If you don't think it's important and you really believe that wearing a mask does nothing, then catch coronavirus, OK? I wouldn't wish it on anybody, because anybody who's ever caught it will tell you, you don't want coronavirus. Karen says, I've had my flu injection, had it on Friday. The pharmacist said they were hard to get. They are. There's more people want it this year than ever before. That'll be the sensible people, because they're worried that if they get flu and then they get the coronavirus, there's a very good chance they might not pull through. And if you think it's being a little bit dramatic, that's why the whole country has gone, I need a flu jab. That's why people want flu jabs, and that's why I would recommend you get a flu jab. Peter Andre's exciting wife is joining Loose Women. Oh, God, honestly. Another one who thinks that they're a celebrity. How she's going to do that in between being a doctor, I've got no idea. Poor old Peter must be sitting at home now. What's he doing? He'll have to get a part-time job, won't he? He'll have to go and work in a chemist, Pete, or something like that, because the singing career's fizzled out. Perhaps you get a job in a shop. Oh, who was it looking the other day? Was it one of the delivering companies was sort of looking for... Pete could get a job there. Was it Deliveroo were looking for people? Because apparently we're all sort of sending out for food. I mean, I'm not. But, you know, yeah, after 10, yeah. Because you can actually... Duncan says, don't you put your mask down when you're on a bus? Of course not. That would be stupid, wouldn't it? I can't believe you live in Barnes. You can't be that mad. Steve, we've all seen the pictures of students on Fresher Week in their multitudes drinking maskless in our city centres. Yeah. I mean, that's what I don't understand. I would have thought students would have had a bit of a conscience about making sure that they lived so that their parents could see them graduate and you're liking blueberries. They're very good for you. You know what you should have them with? You should have them with a yoghurt, but it's a plain yoghurt. It's a Yo yoghurt. Y-E-O. Yeah, they come in either big things as well, and it's very good for you. There's no fruit in it, so you add the fruit. Have you not seen it before? Yo, yeah, but this is Yo yogurt. This is very good for you. It's a little bit sharp, but if you add a whole tub of blueberries or blackberries or raspberries, but raspberries go off really quickly, it's so good for you. Have it before you go to bed. Have it in the morning when you wake up. You know, as opposed to those 6 bacon sandwiches you're having at the moment. Try and wean yourself off them. Yeah. I mean, I have to be honest, I would have had a cooked breakfast yesterday, but I didn't. Yeah. Somebody says, picking parts of the text to read out, mate. Capital letters, not the entire text. Nice. Yeah, well, it was stupid, wasn't it? That's why. If somebody's really thick, I don't have to read anything out at all. In fact, actually, I've decided I don't want to read any more of yours out ever. Now the producer pushes a button and you disappear into the ether. Psh, gone. There you go. Who are you going to write to now? It'll have to be Father Christmas. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, I bought some of those multicolour LEDs a few months ago off eBay. They come with the remote control. One of the colours is ultraviolet. Oh, right. And which makes all bright colours illuminate like the old disco lights. Are you sure that they're the same as my lights? I don't think you'll find my lights on eBay. Mine are a little bit too good, actually. A little bit too good. And I haven't even seen that. They're still in the box, but I get excited about lights in the box. I've still got lights sitting on top of the wardrobe, which I haven't even used, and I bought them years ago. Because if I go out somewhere, Neil will tell you, because we're both exactly as crackers as each other, for liking lights. And I see them in the box or take, and I go, all of a sudden it's like, got to buy them. And anything I'm not bothered about. Christmas tree decorations, couldn't care less. Or anything like that. You know, you could hang balls on a tree till the cows come home, and I couldn't care less. Show me a decent set of lights. You don't need to put anything else on the tree. You just need to put on 6,000 lights. And only 6,000. But just remember, start from the bottom and go round the tree, till you get to the top. And then if you've still got loads left over, go round the top and then come back round again. Because you're going to need at some point to take them off the tree, and it's a blooming nuisance, I tell you. They did a set of lights a short while ago, and you literally take them out of the box, and it's got a little round thing which you put over the top of the tree, and they all just hang down. I saw that they look quite nice. They look quite not as good as my lights this year, which I think are going to be quite exemplary. But I do buy a lot of lights. In fact, I've got a complete set of green lights. I bought 6,000 green lights in a box, which I'm sitting there looking at them. I'm salivating as I only have to touch the box. When I walked around with this box of lights yesterday in John Lewis, and the bloke, because I'd heard the bloke demonstrating to one of the other salesmen there, saying, "Oh, they do this and that." So I stood there waiting for them to bugger off, so I could go and sort of stand and have a look at it. It's only a small display, but I'm going to nip back. I've got to buy another set. I'd say because my brother would love them on his tree. It is an addiction. It is one of many. One of many. It's like socks. New pair of socks every day. New pair of pants every day. You know, clothes every day, taken off, into the laundrette, service wash, iron, everything. I don't do anything like that. That's why, you know, people rely on me, which is quite good. 84850. Talking of treats, says Matthew, I love the Calippo ice lollies. No, it's ridiculous. Definitely not. I had those, but it sent my blood sugars through the roof. And the other day I was all over the place. In fact, I woke up in the morning and I thought I was doing quite well. I looked at it, and then within a short space of time, and I'd eaten nothing, up we start climbing. And I was getting quite panicky. See, at the moment, I'm 12.5. And on average, it is a little bit higher than before. Yeah, my average glucose is 9.9 over the last 7 days. Which is it's doable. At least it's not, sometimes it starts going up. If it's down, you can take it up. If it's up, you can't get it back down again. You just have to wait. We have a little competition on the programme. We sort of go, do you think it'll be 10 by the time you've finished? And I go, shouldn't think so. I don't know why, because I've not really eaten anything. I had a mince pie. But it's a little tiddly mince pie, seriously. Wouldn't have fed a sparrow. And then I had some Ryvita as well. No butter or anything like that. And then yesterday I had smoked salmon fillets with vegetables over. So boring. But it was actually quite tasty. I was quite surprised. And I convinced myself that if I eat smoked salmon, it's healthy. So I'm going to live forever. Martin says, I always buy net lights. They're easy to put on the tree. Yeah, I bought net lights one year. And I was a bit disappointed with them, a little bit disappointed, because the only lights I'm always looking forward to is something that's unusual, something that not everybody will have, so that when people sort of look in, they go, oh, they look, where'd you get that from? You go, actually, you can't get them anymore. So I'm going to have to nip out this morning and go and buy more lights. Oh, dear. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Shane says, I put my Christmas lights around my windows. The curtain twitcher next door complains. I call him Scrooge. He didn't like it. Oh, I love it when you upset people about Christmas. It's fantastic, isn't it? I think that really is. That's the best thing. Also, somebody says, tell Shane he should be okay with the voltage, says Pete. We brought my wife's straighteners back from Brisbane. Popped off the Aussie plug and put a UK plug on, and it all worked fine. Yeah, I bought, I've got a machine at home, and it does voltage for the American system. So you plug in this thing into the mains, and it's got different sockets on it, and it's for the American system, so it brings it up to us, which is I bought it years and years ago, because I bought something that needed charging from America, and as you do. But I bought it years and years ago. I'm amazed the stuff you can get. Seriously, absolutely. Amazon. Nick Abbott was talking about Amazon the other day. He said there are other places, he said, but nobody's got their sort of system off to a T. I'm not bothered about whether Jeff Bezos makes a lot of money. I couldn't care less. Because if you're offering a good service, people will go for it. If it's a terrible service, everybody will hear about it and nobody will use it. And that's why Amazon, so he made 20 million in one day. I hate him. Was it more? It was probably more than 20 million. It wasn't even a day, was it? Was it like a couple of hours? Whatever it was more than me. Although I did laugh. You have to laugh the other day. There was somebody pointed something out and they said, have you seen, Steve, that there was a thing on the internet and it was trying to work out what radio presenters earn nowadays, which I always find terribly fascinating on what planet people are coming from. And they were sort of saying, there were people on our local radio station and they were on £20,000 a year. And I remember thinking, gosh, as you do. Yeah, quite a lot of money, really, for sort of being a local radio presenter on local money. But the funniest thing was somebody had said, but Steve Allen, I think, based on how many days he does a week, which is 6 days a week. But there again, 6 days a week, I promise you, is no hardship at all. And so they'd worked out, guess how much money they thought I was earning a year? I mean, it was £849,000 a year. And I thought, I don't get out of bed for that kind of money. It was so funny. So funny. And Ian says, I need the reverse of your appliance to convert British charge to American so the electric Christmas tree you bought me isn't a fire risk every time I plug it in. You must better get something over there in one of their electrical shops. All you do is you say, listen, I've got an English item and I need to sort of scale it down. So it'll be 240 volts, but I need to scale it down to the American system. I bet you'll find any of your big electrical shops, Ian, will do that. Or failing that, Amazon in America, they must do it. It's a standard thing. I mean, loads of people who go from this country to there and take their things with them. How much does Jeff Bezos earn per minute? Per minute. Okay, come on, guess. What do you reckon? Per minute. $100? $200? $1,000. What, a minute? No. $150,000 a minute. That's what Jeff Bezos earns. But listen, he's running a successful company. All right, the argument about, how much tax do they pay and all this kind of stuff doesn't apply because it's accounting and that's what they do. I mean, he is worth, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't even come close to this one, 182 billion pounds, 180 billion dollars, I should imagine. 182 billion. There was a hilarious bit in the paper the other day where they're still trying to flog the dreary old Beckhams to you, and they were saying combined wealth of the Beckhams is 700 million pounds, and I thought, no, it's not. Absolutely not a cat in Hades chance. Otherwise, why would she have to borrow money from him to prop her ailing company up? If she was worth 300 million, she'd just obviously take it from herself. What's she taking Dave's money for? Dave's going, I don't want you to take my money. And she's going, Dave, give me some money. Oh, I'll give it to you. You can just imagine, can't you? The rows in the house. So my friend Ian, needs to get, I think, Amazon. You will find it. And it's an object. What do they call them? I don't know what they call them. But anyway, doesn't matter. You will definitely find it. Definitely find it. Very easy. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here. Just finished night shift early. Says Debbie, here in Warrington. Thrilled to catch you on a Sunday morning on the mask business. Asda were handing out masks on Saturday to customers who failed to wear one. Yeah, what they were doing, though, I didn't realise, that they're saying it was like masks as you go in there, and then they add it to your bill when you get to the till. Which, to be honest, if you're stupid enough to walk round a supermarket without a mask on, more fool you. More fool you. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Matt says, pass my best wishes on to Karen, Sue and Angie. I missed the chats, but I've got no online facilities. Oh, isn't that the worst? That is absolutely the worst. Chris from Staines, he said, I bought a motion sensor colour-changing light for my caravan toilet. And, I've had that for about the past 10 years. It does red and green. It's not necessarily a colour-changing light for the toilet. It's so that little children can be toilet trained. So if the seat's up, it shines one colour when they walk into the bathroom, as opposed to them going blind and walking straight into the wall or falling into the shower. And if the seat's down, it shines green. So it does red and green, depending on whether the seat is up or down. They're just called toilet lights. Very cheap. Very cheap. I've had them for a long time. I bought them as gifts for people, actually, which is very good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, somebody else who just finished night shift, which is very good. We like people finishing night shift and turning on the radio. We found a couple of snowflakes this morning, but we don't bother about those because we just go and they disappear into the ether. There's like a little rubbish bin with stupid written on it. And there they all are, which is lovely. He says, I'll look on Amazon because it'd be nice if the tree could rotate and light up. Currently it only does one or the other. Very occasionally it does both. I bought him this tree, which came from, where did it come from? Might have been Costco, and it's a lovely tree. It stands about yo big, about 18 inches tall, about yo big. And not only does it light up and twinkle, but it turns round at the same time. But he's in America. I bought it for him when he was here. He was so excited. He loves Christmas even more than I do, and I love it. Somebody says I got a new pair of gloves today, but they're both lefts, which on the one hand is great. Thank you. Actually, I bought some gloves the other day because I was doing something in the garden and it involved sticking your hand in earth to plant some winter flowering pansies and stuff like that. And so I thought, I don't want to get my hands dirty because you spend all your time scrubbing your nails to get the dirt out, which is very annoying. So I thought, I know, I'll get some marigold gloves. And so why not? I'm in touch with my sexuality. And so I went to Poundland, and they do 2 pairs for £1. Even if you use them once and throw them away. Which I did, absolutely. I did wear them, and then I took them off and I threw them in the rug. Because I thought, 50 pence, to save having to get out there and scrubbing for days on end. No, thank you very much indeed. I love it. We read every single one of your texts and tweets out, which is good, actually. Go on Google and search diabetes obesity. Well, it obviously applies to you, William, in Newcastle, but I don't have obesity. In fact, actually, I'm shedding weight like it's going out of fashion. In fact, I'm sort of, if I'm not careful, I might just fade away completely. He says, I can give you the title of author. I don't need titles of authors, thank you very much indeed. I've got all of that. Got a fitness DVD coming out for Christmas. I was trying to save it as a surprise. The Steve Allen in Lycra, you get the whole business, okay? And we shall be selling that about Christmas. I love this here. And shift workers are more at risk, says William. Nah, it's a load of old rubbish, that. Load of old rubbish. Why should shift workers be more at risk? What, because they don't eat properly? Of course they do. I'm not working with people who are that obese. It doesn't always work like that. Mind you, you are in Newcastle, aren't you, William? It is the home of fast food and the home of students. So, to be honest with you, I think the problem is on your doorstep as opposed to down here. Steve, I wanted to download the Track and Trace. My iPhone 6 is too old to download. Have you brought it up to date, though? You can bring up to date with all the new things, and it'll do just about anything you want. Because if it doesn't do my Christmas lights, I should just have to go and buy, a new phone. But I don't need to. Just update the operating system. Very easy to do. Very easy to... Even I can manage things like that. They've just sold Michael Jackson's dad's dentures. Because he died, and so they thought somebody had won them. They also sold the other day... Do you remember that thing that was by Michael Jackson's bed that he was linked up to? The drip. He had a drip going into his arm, and apparently the girl who went in there with Michael Jackson's dad, after they'd removed Michael, decided to take this thing. So she wheeled it out. Thief. And now she's put it up for sale in an auction of Stars memorabilia. What in God's name would you want that for? A drip? Why would you want the teeth? Unless yours have given up. I can't think of anything worse. Steve, your twinkly lights are on eBay for $144.99. That's too much. I can get for 140. Much cheaper. And 600 or 189. Yeah, look at these teeth. Why would you want those? Who in God's name? It really is absolutely shameful, the things that people will sell. So I suppose, yeah. But it's their dentures, aren't they? I love all the adverts for dentures on the television where they've got this sort of thing, like, and I can now eat an apple without my teeth coming out. There was some poor woman who went skydiving. Did you see that one? It's on YouTube. She goes skydiving. She's quite elderly. You get a lot of elderly people who want a bit of thrill-seeking. And she went up there. She dived out the plane. She went, and her teeth fell out. You can imagine some poor farmer, trying to shepherd his cows around the field, and all of a sudden, a set of dentures lands, on the back of one of the cows. The cow's going, what the heck is that? And this woman's going, oh. Because people look completely different without their dentures in, as you know. Steve, do you like those projectors that you stick in? Welcome to Sunday morning on LBC. Did you see the Chinese teapot? Yeah, I thought it was a bit more than that. I thought it was about 400,000, more than 400,000. Because I've said before that anything Chinese is much sought after. The Chinese are very keen to buy back their history. And so if you find something that's quite rare, and this particular, and it wasn't a teapot, it was a wine pot, I believe. It was only small, but it had been brought back from China some years ago. People used to buy stuff without realising. And this was obviously made for an emperor, and they thought it might have been worth about 100,000. Which they'd have been very happy with. And, of course, it went for a huge amount of money. Steve, the US to UK adapter is called a step-down. You plug the US 2 prong into it. With the new stuff, it's more country generic, using switchable PSUs. So your pal in America should just be able to change. Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't thought about this up till now. I mean, he's normally quite good with stuff like this. But should have got Will Guyatt to write to him. But these projectors you stick in the house, you'll see all the adverts coming up at Christmas, and it looks absolutely amazing. You think, oh, that's fantastic. All these lovely things. When you actually see the amount of projection on it and the colour, I mean, these are very, very weak things. You can probably get a very professional one, but when you see this other one, you go, oh, it looks like it's snowing, or it's got pictures of... And you think, no, I bought them. Take my word for it. I wouldn't tell you a fib. Definitely. I was very disappointed. Steve, I've looked online. As far as I can find, twinkly Christmas lights are manufactured in Milan, Italy, says Jeremy. Oh, right. Well, that's good. And another one here says, my girlfriend bought 2 EuroMillions tickets last Friday for the first time whilst we were away in Deddington celebrating her birthday. We made a pact that if either of us won over 100 quid, we'd share the winnings. She got 4 numbers plus 2 lucky numbers, winning £727.50. If she'd chosen number 37 instead of 35, she would have won over 118 million, says Terry. Yeah, it was 119 million plus, wasn't it? My goodness. That'd change your life, wouldn't it? That would change your life. My goodness me, I'll be out buying Kentucky Fried Chicken by the box load. Yeah, imagine how many Christmas lights you could get. Imagine you could just constantly go out and buy Christmas lights. You could go and live in a freezing cold country with it. Although the funny thing is, in Lapland and in Norway, you don't see that many Christmas lights. What you see is something which we should all think about, which is they cut a block of ice out from a river or from wherever else it happens to be, because, I mean, they're frozen for about 6 months of the year, cut a bit out in the middle and stick a nightlight in there. And so the ice reflects the nightlight. It's much cheaper way of doing it. Yeah, but it's so freezing. It's like minus 30. I don't think a little nightlight is going to melt a big block of ice, I promise you. We had a fantastic day at Wimbledon, says Warren. Lovely. Cliff was there. And who's James Ward? Is he the British Davis Cup winner? Put me up a picture of James Ward. Oh, right. Oh, look, I got a picture as well. Look at this, honestly. Cliff, remarkable. Look, what do you look like, Warren? What are you wearing? Don't tell me you were playing. Don't tell me you were playing. It's a lovely picture, actually. Lovely picture. And very nice one. I've never known Cliff take a bad picture. Is he a member of Wimbledon? He must be, I suppose. I don't know. But very good. There's James Ward. So he's currently ranked 273. That's March 2020. He's only 33, actually. That's sickening. People so young, so fit. But then Cliff's fit. Look, goodness sake, amazing. So Terry and Leighton Buzzard. Well, listen, £727.50 would have been nice. Would have been nice. Oh, sorry, it wasn't. Did you win that? Yeah. So that's 7... See, I'd be happy with 727 quid. I wouldn't be that particularly bothered about it. Sounds quite nice. There's also a man in the paper today. You might agree or disagree with what he has to say. He's a sperm donor. And sperm donors get paid for donating, and then what they do is the people have access in a sperm bank to it, and so this particular clinic has handed out, to people who wanted to get pregnant. I can't remember how much you got for it. I can't remember. We used to have somebody on the programme. One of my assistant producers used to make regular donations, whether they wanted it or not. Anyway, and this particular bloke. Some of the people who he's fathered children with are gay, and he's not at all happy. He said, I'm not prejudiced. Yeah. But he said, it's the clinic has made a mistake. So I've got 9 children out there who I didn't authorise. And I thought, ooh, not so good. The other not so good story is poor old Kim Marsh. You know that the BBC are desperately trying to emulate everything that ITV does. Now, ITV, very similar to LBC, has it sewn up. Okay, LBC has it sewn up in the morning. If you're sitting in your car, you get overnight, me, Nick, James O'Brien, Sheila. It runs all the way through. It's a nice sort of sewing up. And ITV have got exactly the same with Piers and Susanna. And then they get Pip and Holly, or you get Eamon and Ruth. And then you get Lorraine Kelly. So the BBC have decided that they want a bit of this action, but unfortunately everything the BBC does is a complete disaster. We've only got to look at their BBC Breakfast Time programme. I mean, seriously, people struggling to read the auto cue. The One Show, another dismal disaster of a programme. And so they're going to put on a version of This Morning with, who did we say it was going to be with? Kim Marsh and Gethin Jones, which is lovely. And I've got no idea why they think that Kim Marsh and Gethin Jones can actually beat Lorraine Kelly in the ratings. I mean, it's a no-brainer completely, because the BBC, we have to be seen to be doing something. We've got some money to waste up. So this is the daytime lineup. So you've got wait a minute. So this is the lineup, is it? Wait a minute. I'm seeing Gethin Jones and Kim Marsh, but I'm not seeing Rylan. Oh, thank God for that. And I'm seeing the bloke at the end, Rav. Don't like him. He comes with history, apparently. So who are the others? So Kim Marsh, go down a bit. Also, they're joined by Dr. Exan van Tuliken, who's from Health Check UK Live, whatever that is. Rav Wilding, doesn't come with pleasant history. Anna Hoare from Ready Steady Cook. Who? Who's she? Never heard of her. Will Kirk from The Repair Shop, again, and Sabrina Grant, BBC Two's forthcoming new afternoon format, Saved and Remade. In other words, it's the same as The Repair Shop. Once they've latched onto something, you get it in spades, I'm afraid. So all these different people. I mean, it's got the word dire written all over it. Gethin says a presenting job on a morning show is a bit of a dream for me. I know. Trouble is getting the audience to be the next dream for you as well. But I mean, can you imagine? So somebody who's on Health Check UK Live, Your Money and Your Life and For the Love of Money. All the programmes we've never ever heard of. It's embarrassing, isn't it, really? Kim Marsh says, I've always enjoyed morning television. It's a great way to start the day with the cuppa in hand, of course. Yeah, that'll be interesting to watch. I love nothing more than a good catch-up, although this will be on a slightly different scale, more of a daily conversation with our lovely viewers. Who do you know? You don't know who the viewers are. They won't be lovely, darling. There'll be people in homes and things like that. They won't be able to contact you. All they'll be going, is she that one off, she's on Coronation Street, is she? It'll be like Gogglebox. She says, I think variety is key, so I'm really excited to work with Gethin and our fantastic guest presenters to bring the latest in lifestyle, health and consumer concerns. Don't they patronise you? Lucky old you, audience, for watching that kind of stuff. Carla Maria Lawson, head of BBC's Daytime and Early Peak. What? Early Peak? Have you heard of such a thing? She says, in what's been a challenging year for us all, BBC One's Morning Live is a response to what viewers have told us about the importance of our live offerings over lockdown. It's funny, they don't take any notice of anything else that we tell them about. Like, get rid of that programme, ditch the breakfast show, and can we not have any more wasted money on weather people? No, they take no notice of that. But she's head of Daytime and Early Peak. BBC commissioning editor is Rachel Platt. So she's obviously been convinced. I mean, Morning Live, produced by Emma Morris, executive producer. Rob Unsworth, head of The One Show for BBC Studios. In other words, the BBC wasting yet even more of your money. Fantastic. It's got the pile of pants written. Thank God, though. Who were they saying it was going to be with Rylan? They said Rylan, Stacey Dooley. We all went, you are joking, aren't you? You are joking. God, blimey. That would have been kiss of death. That really would have. I mean, it's bad enough as it is, with people you've never heard of, and poor old Rav Wilding. But he comes with history, I'm pretty certain. I'm sure there was something I read about Rav Wilding. He used to be a policeman, do you remember? He used to be a copper, and then he decided, I want to be a celebrity. But it doesn't work really on them, because once the BBC start using people, they sort of overuse them, and it's a bit embarrassing, really, until finally they sort of exhaust themselves and implode, and they have to ditch the programme, which is a shame. Steve, currently parked up in the fast lane of the M25. Brentwood traffic, very bad. Very bad. Glad you're on the radio. You should be an ambassador for Costco. So much better than the BBC. Essex, says Aaron. I don't think there's any competition, is there really? Hello, welcome to Local Radio. 84850. And Steve, with BBC Morning Television, I wonder how many times they're going to rerun Homes Under the Hammer. I think I've seen the same house 30 times, says Anthony. I don't think they're going to bother with Homes Under the Hammer. run its course, hasn't it, really? I mean, how many more times? It's like there's another antiques programme. So you find some really dull, boring people running around saying, oh, quick, we've got to buy something. And then they, the antique expert, of which most of them are slightly dubious, they sort and have you noticed? The markup on this antique stuff is phenomenal. They go, OK, we're on the stall. You like that, do you really? Yes, what is it? It's a coal scuttle. OK, and it's marked up as £160. And they've got a Scottish woman on there, who I quite like, actually, and she'll go, I'm going to be cheeky. And the bloke goes, she says, I'm going to make you an offer. She says, up for £160. Would you accept 20? And he goes, yeah. And so the judge goes to prove, yeah, you and I go there. Just tell them you're in the business. Because they always go, trade? What sort of price for trade? Apparently the number of episode of Homes Under the Hammer, 1,498. That's 1,498 programmes that you're never going to get back in your life ever again. Your life is now going to be total misery. Isn't that awful, really? But they always do that. The profit markup on this stuff is phenomenal. And then they take it to the experts because they take it to... they look... Noah was a conspiracy theorist and it started to rain. Do they all look particularly stupid? Yep, they really do. But that's what we're good at in this country. We're very good at, letting people stand there infecting each other. Fantastic. Good. Have you noticed they're all of a certain age? All of a certain age. Is that James O'Brien taking a picture with his selfie? Looks like James O'Brien standing behind this peculiar balloon, doesn't it? Just slightly bigger beard than O'Brien. He's over going, look, Mum, I'm on the television. Yep, under the word stupid. Love it. It's not James O'Brien, I know. Unless he's found a stick-on beer. But you can tell some of these people here, they're nothing to do with COVID. They're nothing to do with anything like that. They've just got the word not very nice. Yeah. I have the proof you need, David Icke. David Icke, the mad as a broomstick one. David Icke, who is so mad, he thinks the royal family are lizards. That's how stupid he is, and we have to put up with idiots like that. Oh, blimey. Crop circles and flying saucers. Tick-tock, here we go. Morning, nice to have you. We just lost another one, unfortunately. That's 2 this morning, honestly. 2 in 2 weeks. It's getting ridiculous. So poor old Charlie, no friends at all now, dear, have you? Well, you'll have to sort of write back to somebody. Perhaps your care worker could help or something like that, Perhaps guide you on the right little path, but never again. Caprice has taken a break from filming a Christmas movie. Caprice? Don't tell me she's an actress now. I couldn't bear something like that. Also, how much do the Apprentice contestants get paid? How much they get paid, the Apprentice? Because the idea is that they sort of go on there and then they can, if they're very good and they endear themselves to the public, you can probably go on and sort of do reasonably well. But most of them return to that lovely place where they all come from, which is called obscurity. Yeah, they get paid a fee. That's why they'll all be absolutely wetting themselves this year. They were relying on the money for Christmas. £2,000. £2,000, which is an awful lot more than the Essex crowd, who can probably spend that on makeup in a day, and that's just the boys. Have you seen them? I mean, seriously. They're all called strange names like Gatsby's, Diags, Is it Diags? Oh, Diags. They're really bizarre, aren't they? They are so funny, they really are. Diags can't really find a girlfriend. When you've seen him on the programme, you suddenly realise why. Alfie Boe only just split from the wife a short while ago. There's nobody else involved. Liar, pants on fire, because here she is, she's a fashion blogger. Luckily for Alfie Boe, who's 46, she's 21 years his junior. I mean, a little bit young, Alfie, do you not think so? I wouldn't like to say fashion blogger trying to sort of leapfrog into the world of entertainment. Plus, a top designer's brought out a jumper with rips in it. It's called fashion, apparently. We wouldn't understand it. It's like the jeans with rips in. So dated. They were wearing those on the Reeperbahn about 15 years ago. But anyway, that was probably clients. But this top designer, they have to tell you that to justify it. It's a jumper. It's just got rips in it. OK, and then they sew up the rips. 820 quid. I mean, seriously, you could buy 3 pashminas in Marks and Spencer's for that. It's lovely. Gareth Bale and his wife Emma are planning to avoid their native Cardiff amid feuds among her family. There's a bit of a history. Yeah, look at this. I mean, have you ever seen anything like it? A silly sweater. It's with a British designer who nobody's ever heard of, which is, I won't even bother naming them. But this, it just looks ridiculous. Are these all holes in the middle of it? I mean, it's just, what sort of idiot would wear that? It's just strips. Oh, right, this is a grey T-shirt. Right. Customers are told the garment's dry clean only. I wouldn't waste your money. Seriously, I mean, you'd have to be stupid. Look, even the trousers don't fit. I mean, have you ever seen anything like it? It's so stupid. Mind you, I've seen some of these Fashion Week things. And to be honest with you, it's a pile of rubbish. It really is, honestly. None of us ever wear anything. Who wears this sort of stuff? Not even poor old badly dressed Victoria Beckham and her equally badly dressed child are wearing anything like that. What was the other one that I quite liked? Daria has taken charge of a care home in America. She's been a yoga teacher. Now she's the boss. How did she get that? Her daughter Meghan Markle got it for her, which is good. And Mark in Bishop Stortford says, your thing is called a step-up or step-down transformer, depending on which way you go with the voltage. Oh, right. Matthew says, almost spat my tea out about your David Icke lizard comment. I know, that's how mad he is. That's how mad he is. He really thinks the royal family, he's so stupid. Poor soul. It's not his fault. He can't help it. As long as he just stays, by himself, it will be absolutely fine. But, really, it is a bit... apparently, Steve, Caprice has been an actress for years. She's playing the part of someone who thinks she's talented. Yeah, poor old Caprice. I saw her on Jeremy Vine's programme a short while ago. She was... Really, honestly, why bother asking her? She was never the brightest penny in the box. Lawrence Fox is starting a new political party, which is quite good. He used to be married, and then, of course, there was a thing where he appeared on Question Time, and then everybody jumped on his back and all the rest of it. I also thought he was quite nice. You don't have to sort of follow somebody's thinkings, do you? I'm still trying to get over Peter Andre's wife joining Loose Women. If ever there was something desperate about her, that would be the desperate thing about her. Perhaps, who have Loose Women got rid of then? Or is she just going to be one of sort of a pool of people that they can pick up on? Because, I really think by now, there's a few on there that should be pensioned off. Colleen Nolan, come on. I'm in the mood for dancing, romancing. No, dear, you can't sing. Yeah, and you never featured on any of the hits. Okay, just thought I'd tell you that now. But she's just selling the house. She's downsizing. And judging by how little money they made on the house, they're going to be downsizing quite a lot, because she split up with her husband. And so they were sort of saying, it's got a recording studio in there. And you go, of course it has. It's nothing to do with her. It's to do with him, because he's a musician. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Stacey says it's getting ready to go to a boot sale, but it's freezing outside. It's called autumn. Hello. It's always freezing outside. I know people who put their heating on. I haven't put my heating on at all yet, because I'm sort of quite cosy. So I don't need to. It's is it lighter later? So darker earlier? I don't mind. Oh, both. Lighter later. I don't mind that, because I've always gone to sleep anyway. It doesn't make any difference to me. I've been stood up, actually, by my friend Lynn. First of all, we were going out yesterday for coffee to do catch-up and, bits and pieces. And then she said, I can't do today because I've got this to do. I said, OK, right. So I said, all right, we'll do today, Sunday. And then she wrote to me yesterday saying, no, we need to sort out carpeting next week. So I said, OK. She said, so should we do it Monday? So I said, I've never been stood up twice. She's off the Christmas card list straight away. Blocked. She'll never remail again. Another one here which says, love your programme. Of course, that's why the audience figures are the audience figures that they are. So somebody's pointing out the twinkly lights. Yeah, but are they exactly the same ones that I've got? Those are very, 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 very special. So I'm going to try and find them again today. But we'll have to wait and see. If the worst comes to the worst, I could order, but I don't want to pay 10 quid over the odds, especially where I know where I can get the blooming things for 140, which is £10 cheaper than you can get them on Amazon. And normally Amazon's prices are actually quite good. Very good. In fact, very good they are, actually. The TikTok... TikTok, I believe, is you can post little videos up and stuff like that. Well, apparently they've got loads of pictures of UFOs. There's a surge of reports of flying saucers, generally done by people who drink. Okay, a lot of people who drink, and then they see a flying saucer. You go, no, dear, you didn't see a flying saucer. Flying saucer? No, there is no flying saucer. And they'll be totally in belief of the fact that they saw it. I've seen people on the television, mainly in the Interceptor programmes, where they go, you're drunk. I don't have a drink. And then there was one man attempted to cross the road in front of the Interceptors, who of course are stone cold sober. And the bloke gets halfway across, and all of a sudden his trousers fall down, followed by his pants. And he thinks, I know how your pants fall down, I don't know. But the trouble is, if the elastic's a bit weak, I suppose there would be sort of an opportunity. So of course the police have to go and pick him up and sort of basically hitches gear back up again. It's all very embarrassing, really. And then of course, a lot of people, after they've had a lot of drinks, become quite argumentative with the police, And so they had the bloke the other day, and the policeman said to him, "Just go away. Don't you talk to me like that," goes this little person who quite clearly had delusions of grandeur, height not being one of them. And after about 3 or 4 times, the police said, "I've told you, this is the last time. Go away." And still he insisted. So they nicked him, and he got an £80 fine, but he has to stay in sort of the jug, as they say. I think it's called the jug or something. What do they call it when they put you in there? I know we call it a cell. The clink. That's right. Clink jug. I'm sure it's jug. Oh, that probably isn't. Doesn't matter. I don't know what I was talking about. The jug. I mean, could have been anything, couldn't it? Really, but they send them off to prison because they're trying basically to get people off the streets, and especially now it's 10 o'clock lockdown. I mean, I'm pleased about it, but sad in the same way that before Christmas you're going to see pubs closing left, right, and centre because they cannot make the money that they want to make. In the jug is in jail. I was. Da, 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 da. It's sickening, isn't it, really? How infuriating to listen to a programme where the producer goes, "in the jug." And it's Scottish slang, as I was going to tell you. And, OK, you're in the jug. I knew, in the back of my mind, I knew it was there somewhere. I've started guessing the prices of antiques on the television, and I'm very good. So they'll go, "So how much do you think this is worth?" And I'll go, £60. And she'll go, "Between 50 and 60. And I think, why can't I pick the numbers on the lottery? I wasn't asking for a lot. 119 million. I'd have been happy with. Seriously. But actually, I might have won it. I might have won it because I've got 8 notifications from the lottery this week. Nearly every one of my tickets came in with something. I'm hoping one of them's 119 million, but unlikely. Yeah, slang for in prison. The term derived from the Scottish joog, which is a kind of iron yoke or pillory for the head, designed for the punishment of rogues and vagabonds. When at a later period, round houses of stone were set up in the marketplace for such offenders, the early prison were popularly called the Stone Jug. They're good. I like the iron yoke, or the pillories. Remember the pillories, where it was a thing and there'd be a top and a bottom to it, and you lifted up the top, and there was 2 things. You put your head through and your hands through like that, and then they brought the top bit down and locked it at the side, and then they threw rotten fruit at you. Isn't that cool? I like that idea. I think they should do that in Leicester Square every Sunday morning. So I could leave the building, have some rotten fruit with me, and just throw it at them. That's the best thing, isn't it? Just to get frustration out. Or failing that, who was doing something the other day, and I remember thinking, it was some woman it was a Karen in America, shouting an obscenity at some bloke. "You nearly cut me up." Oh, he said, "Go away, Karen." And she didn't get the gag, and she kept saying, "My name's not Karen." And he said, "No, Karen, I know it's you. I know it's you." Gosh, getting her angrier and angrier. And I wanted to pick up a bucket of water and just throw it through her car window. That's just the kind of thing I am. Steve, here in Richmond, says Lindsay, "We just leave our jumpers for the clothes moth to make holes in them. They love cashmere. Much cheaper. I then embroider them in flowers rather than throw them out. Makes them very designer." Does it? I mean, do you have any shops in Twickenham left? I went through Twickenham a short while ago. There's loads closing. Seriously, I mean, and this is only coming into October, which is not very good, is it? Steve, have you ever sneaked round at night and pinched the outside Christmas lights from a neighbour's house? Says Sue. What, be a crim? I don't think so. No, why on earth would I want to do that? If I want anything, I'll buy it. And also, I've never seen any lights at any neighbours' houses which rank with mine. I mean, I don't want to make a big deal about it, but as you're going straight to the jug. Yeah, they've given... There's no point in competing with me. You cannot compete. When somebody says, "Oh, how many lights you put on the tree?" and I say 6,000, their jaw drops. And you go, "That's on an average year." I love it. Steve, say hi to Matthew. Love from Angie and Sue, the ultimate spikers. Heating on yesterday, says Bev. Freezing in Kent, very high winds and icy rain. Last week, this time, sweltering heat. Hello, UK autumn. Hello. Bring on the freshly baked scones, jam and Cornish cream. Hurrah, says Teddy. Lovely. Keep cosy. I'm definitely cosy today because of the shirt. It's a bit of a sort of I'm a lumberjack. Have you seen that programme about people living in Alaska? All the men have got these campy beards and things. They look like rejects from the Village People. It's a ghastly look, and they're all out there. It's something called living life in Alaska. or something, and it gets so cold there, and they've got bears that attack them and stuff like that. They have to go out shooting moose, and it's got the word Alaska in the title, but I can't remember the rest of it. But it's very I mean, all the families look very odd. I don't want to be. No, not Ice Road Truckers. No, it's definitely got the word Alaska in. Definitely got the word Alaska. Wait a minute. Ice Road Truckers. Flying Wild Alaska, no. Alaska State, no. Fearless Planet, Ultimate Survival, no. No. Television shows set in the Alaska Triangle, Alaska Kid, Alaska State. It could be Alaskan Bush People. It could be that one. Whatever it is, they're very odd looking. All the blokes have got very long hair, which they're tied back in a ponytail. As I say, rejects from the village people. Let's have a check on the news headline, shall we? This morning at just a fraction after 5:30. And here's Thomas Watts.
Labour says university students must be allowed to return home to their families at Christmas. Thousands of students are confined to their rooms following a surge in coronavirus infections on campuses. Lockdown measures will be imposed in Wales' two biggest cities this evening. The addition of Cardiff and Swansea means around 1.5 million people in Wales will be subject to local restrictions. Donald Trump has nominated Conservative Judge Amy Coney Barrett to fill the vacant seat on the US Supreme Court. Democrats say any confirmation must wait until after November's presidential election. And the weather dry for most, with some good sunny spells today. A few showers in eastern parts of the UK, a high of 14 Celsius.
This is LBC.
When it comes to looking for your first electric or hybrid car, there's nothing like getting behind the wheel to find the one that fits the life you love. That's why we've got our new range of electric and hybrid vehicles charged up, unplugged, and ready to drive at a dealership near you to make finding the right car even easier. Visit experience.renault.co.uk/cars to book your test drive at the Renault Unplugged event, October 9th to 19th. 18 plus, subject to availability.
You could save money on your energy bills with Bounce. Sign up and bounce onto a better deal with one of our carefully selected energy providers. For more, visit switchwithbounce.com.
The title of this little confusion is Leather Conference Room Chair. It's a big moment for this entrepreneur. Time to take a seat and make that deal. Confusion fills the air, and there's an accusing set of eyes. That leather chair might be the deal breaker. Get the deal you want with the Beat Your Renewal Guarantee. If you can't find a cheaper renewal quote on your car insurance, you get the difference plus £20. I'm not confused. I'm confused.com. T's and C's online. Single annual policies only.
The past few months have been hard on everyone, including our kids. But there are lots of things we can do to support them. Every Mind Matters will help you find what's right for your kids, whether it's listening to them talk about the challenges they're facing or helping them develop skills to cope with their emotions. Supporting your children's mental well-being can help them boost their mood, feel good about themselves, and be more ready for life's challenges. For NHS-approved tips and advice, visit Every Mind Matters.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
You know, the more you look at the Alaskan bush people, the more you realise why the Jeremy Kyle show closed down. It's a reality documentary which is introducing you to the Brown family. To be honest with you, you wouldn't want to meet the Brown family if it was a dark night anywhere around where they live, which is Copper River Valley. Temperatures in the winter dropped to 60 degrees below zero. They recently built a cabin there. The former one was seized and burnt down because it was in the wrong location on public land, so that disappeared. And they just look odd. I mean, they seriously do look very, very odd. But they go out and they have to kill caribou and everything else. Can you just move me down on the right-hand side, the cast, Joe? And so here they are. Rain Brown, Amora Brown, Matthew Brown, Snowbird Brown and Billy Brown. And there's another 5. Can you move the where it says 5 more? And the other names are Gabriel Brown, Joshua Brown, Bear Brown, Noah Brown, Asa Siegel. I like the idea that Rain... The only normal one, really, who looks normal is Matthew Brown. The rest of them look like complete and utter so-and-sos. I mean, Billy Brown himself, very odd. Gabriel Brown, Bear Brown. They're all peculiar. And as for Noah Brown, I mean, honestly, you wouldn't want to bump into him on a dark night. But, yeah, you have to watch. It's the most peculiar programme you've ever seen. It'll make you realise that your life is almost perfect. Because I mean, if it's down to minus 60, I think the wife... the other day had to go out and they had to kill a caribou, and then she had to basically hack it to pieces so they could take all the bits home with them. And they've got skidoos and everything like that. You know what a skidoo is? It's like a motorised thing, and it's on skis. But I've been on a skidoo, yeah. Inside the Arctic Circle. I don't want to make a big deal about it because it was just a very nice holiday. Good Lord above. Look, there's a picture of... We know who that is, don't we? Don't we? Sorry, I'm just looking at somebody on the... Lisa Aziz just popped up on my television. What if she knows I'm watching? How funny is that? Steve, how will we be seeing the new year in? You won't. You won't. There won't be any pubs open, so you can stand in your living room and go, should old... Nobody ever knows any words, do they? Should old acquaintance be forgotten? Should old acquaintance be forgotten for the sake of old lang syne? And that's it. There's another load of verses after that, but you won't know them. And the fireworks, you'll have to do your own. Because there won't be any fireworks by the banks of the Thames. They're not doing them in Australia. They're not doing them anywhere, unfortunately. I mean, why they can't just do them, I've got no idea. You know, you could sort of go out there. You could just watch them on the television if they did it sort of properly. Mind you, big television. I was talking to Nick Abbott, and he wants to buy a big television. He's got a big television at the moment. He wants a bigger television. But he said they're very expensive. I said, well, they just are. And I think he's looking for a 65-inch television. And I said, oh, you can probably get one for about £600-700. He said, oh, no. He said, the one I want is about £3,000. And I thought, blimey, it's a lot of money for television. That's why I like going into Costco. Because you have a good look round Costco and they've got all these huge televisions and you think, that'd be nice. But I think, fit it up on the wall, it could take the wall down, which would be very funny. So, The Sun, Kirsty Gallagher, My Tears Over Arrest. And so that's in the paper today. Queen Vic could be going hipster, they say. Walford set to get its own micro brewery. Also, Strictly star Neil Jones's new girlfriend has been reported as an illegal immigrant by her ex. She arrived in the UK to marry DJ Hannah Smith when they split, and she dated Neil. Hannah went to the Home Office. Oh, right. So, a horse said Neil's romance looks great on the surface, but underneath it, it's all a mess. All a bit confusing, isn't it? So here is Neil, and here is the lover. It's all very odd, isn't it, really? I'm saying, why would somebody say that? I suppose, trying to get back at somebody. And also, Footy Union boss Gordon Taylor spotted at a bookies, despite previously running up £100,000 gambling losses. Well, I mean, you can walk past a bookie. He visited the Betfred shop twice last week, parking his Range Rover on double yellow lines both times. His second offence got him a ticket. The trouble, we don't know what he's doing. We don't know whether he's gambling. Or whether he's just going in there to say hello to them. I don't know. Got no idea. But it is an addiction for a lot of people, which is not so good. Here's former Love Island's Maura Higgins going out on the middle of winter wearing what can only be described as a really ridiculously silly little dress. She was in Mayfair in West London, which has obviously gone right down the thing. And she gave fans a sneak peek of her new Christmas makeup range. What do you mean, what fans? What fans? I mean, there aren't any fans for these people because nobody knows. But Maura denied rumours that she was dating Chris Taylor. Who cares? Who cares? Seriously, why would you ever care about things like that? About who was dating whom? Don't need to worry about that, do you? Prue Leith has opened up about the horror of LSD and how it gave her nightmares for 40 years. Karen Brady's column today talks about decency, which can't be taught. No, you either know decency or you don't know decency. Princess Eugenie and Jack Brooksbank have announced they're expecting a baby. And she said, I couldn't be happier for them. A hard year for the royal family. Brought on, of course, by themselves. Nothing to do with us. We don't have any choice in this, although I'm sure if we did. Sooty and Sweep are offering personalised messages. £35. Sooty is owned by Richard Cadell, who bought him out from Harry, who retired in 1976. And he bought the whole Sooty thing, which is an industry. Sooty does pantomime, Sooty does all sorts of things, and they call him here the veteran sock puppet, and that was the outrageous thing to say. Sooty is alive and well and living in a cabinet at the moment. The original Sooty, not any of these imposters, the original Sooty is at the Magic Circle. But unfortunately, Sooty doesn't speak, which doesn't really, he just whispers in Matthew's like that. So, I mean, he doesn't, how he's going to do messages, I've got no idea. Even Sweep just squeaks, but it's 35 quid. I mean, to be honest with you, I think it's absolutely brilliant. But it could be anybody they're doing it for, so they might just have the one that they've recorded. Brilliant, isn't it? Don't you think so? Sooty and Sweep can do a message for you for Christmas, and Sweep could do his sort of kind of thing, which sounds like Ed the Duck, I realise, so that's not really as good as you want it to be. Here, you're not seeing double. 2 pints of Creamy Delight are cakes. This is 2 glasses of Guinness. There's also, this is one of these artists. He's the Bake King. His name is Ben Cullen. He's 29, and what he does is he makes cakes, but it's made to look like food. Spaghetti, to sound like gatto. Bacon and eggs, which has got fried bread and bacon and eggs and sausages. A batten burger, which is a beef burger, and a fun day roast, plus 2 glasses of Guinness. It's all cakes. They're all cakes. That's what he does. I mean, what a clever man. He used to be a tattoo artist. But 29, dubbed the Bake King, he's whipped up sweet treats that look like a roast dinner, the burger and chips, the spag bowl, and even a full English breakfast. How clever. I've seen loads of people who make these sort of things, and I think they're very, very clever. Very, very clever. What have we got here? Quickly. Let's find something that'll sort of take us for the next 5 minutes. Another one here. Penny for your thoughts. Kimberly Garner wearing a bikini, possibly to avoid spilling food on her clothes. The ex-Made in Chelsea star. Bet her parents are thrilled. We paid for a really good education, and she ends up walking around in bra and pants. Shame in it, really. Shame. Kate Winslet says, how I set up my same-sex love scenes. They all do it, don't they? It becomes terribly fashionable now to be gay, especially for film, especially when you go, actually, I'm not gay. I'm actually heterosexual. I'm just pretending because I'm such a good actress. And so she's talking about it like it was some revelation. But I remember years and years ago, if you had to play a gay part in a film, most people turned it down because they didn't want the stigma of people go, oh, you're playing a gay, but that means you must be gay. You know, nobody was out in America, if you think about it. Nowadays, I mean, there's so many coming out, they're hard pushed to close the door to stop any more coming out. They have to sort of tell you, oh, by the way, so-and-so. I mean, we had 2 people the other day from Emmerdale who played brothers in Emmerdale, and they've actually started a relationship in real life. I mean, who'd have thought? Honestly, the last thing you'd be thinking of was homosexuals in the Dales. There's not a gay bar within miles. What is the point of that? You ask yourself. And it shuts at 10, so by the time you've actually driven to wherever your nearest town is, you know, and you bought yourself a small gin and tonic with an umbrella and a cherry on a stick, you know, and then it's a case of, I'm telling you, you have to go home now, and you go, well, I thought we close at 10. I mean, to be honest with you, Woolpack, why don't they just turn that gay? You know, it's not busy most of the time. You could have the Woolpack gay Friday and Saturdays. You know, you could have barn dances, and why not? Loads of barns, you could have a barn dances. I see no reason. I mean, the Woolpack's not doing the business. It really isn't. And I think if Amos Brearley and Mr. Wilkes was still there, they'd have it as a gay bar. You know, I think it's like even in EastEnders. No gay bar. Why not? There's a gay bar? In EastEnders? Never. Good Lord, it must be years since I've seen it then. What, a gay bar for people to go in, or is it just a pretend gay bar? We've called it a gay bar, we want to see who's actually gay. It'll be Ian Beale, won't it? It'll be Ian Beale. Kathy owns a gay bar? In EastEnders? Well, I tell you, I've learnt something new today. I had no idea. No idea. And Kathy owns it. They're going to make history, and the club's got an official name, so Gillian Tailforth would cash out a valuable necklace given to her by her son to open up the LGBTQ plus venue in Walford. And so it's going to be called the Prince Albert. Well, I mean, if you don't get the gag, there's no point in explaining it to you. So it was the Albert was originally owned by Kim Fox, who's Tamika Empson, who was very good, and her possibly late husband, Vincent Hubbard, Richard Blackwood. So Vincent was recently forced to sell the Albert to Aidan Maguire, Patrick Bergin, where he ran afoul of the gangster's criminal operation. So it's going to be a gay bar it'll be the first soap that's actually got a gay bar in it. Well, I ask you, I mean, honestly, who's going to buy into that? And Kathy, do you know what they're going to have? They're going to have a drag act, aren't they? That will signify the fact that it's a gay bar. It's got a drag act in it. Yeah, Ian Beale will be dressing up as Dot. And we'll all go, very good, you know, very good. He's so marvellous, he really is. Nobody ever guessed, even with the fish and chip shop, we never guessed. Who'd have guessed that he wanted a cross-dress? Steve, I always preferred Bad Boy Sweep over Sooty. Sooty was, I mean, just a class act, Sooty. It's just that he never spoke. So how he's going to make these videos, we've got no idea. Steve, I bought a 65-inch Toshiba Smart TV from Costco. It was 700 quid. Got 50% off for taking the display television. When I got to the checkout, I got another 50% off, coming to 175. Well, surely 50% off and then another 50% off should mean it's free, isn't it? As far as I know, it's only 100%, but... 50% off the 50% off. Right. Oh, anyway. Said couldn't get out the shop quick enough. It even comes with a 5-year Costco concierge guarantee. Costco Thurrock last year. They'll be sitting there going over the books going, does somebody sell a television for 100 and... Yeah. Just see it, can't you, really? Very attractive girl, Matthew, Moira Higgins says. I've got more of a chance with Alex Higgins. I don't even think you've got much of a chance with Alex Higgins either. I don't think Alex Higgins is with us anymore, is he? I have a sneaking feeling that Alex Higgins has passed on to the great snooker table in the sky. He has. I never understood... I can't... You know, I know people like playing snooker, but... snow in London. No snow in London. Leeds. They've obviously done something terrible up in Leeds to warrant... I mean, there was a load of snow that came down. I think we could get it in London. I think we could get it in London. When? I've got no idea, but I think before Christmas. Should we find out today? Oh, here we go. More reasons to stay indoors. Snow hits the north. Temperatures -5. And Boris's 10 p.m. COVID curbs kick in while the UK is set for gales and heavy rain. Not gales, gusts, 65 miles an hour. Heavy rain. So can I recommend you take down the garden umbrella? Can I recommend you take that down? Because otherwise the wind gets underneath them. If it doesn't have the vents in the top, it'll whip it. I mean, seriously, these things, our one's about 10 foot across. It's enormous. So I always tie it down. Seems to like it. And we sort of get through that way. But it throws the watering cans all over the blooming place. But, sometimes you like it, but sometimes you don't really. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The Mirror today. Donors compo for babies born to gay couples. This is the donor has won a huge payout after gay couples received his samples against his will. He was paid tens of thousands by an IVF clinic. He fathered 9 babies to banned parents, and he said he didn't give his permission. To be honest with you, I'm so lax in that, I've got no idea. He said there are 9 children out there who I did not give consent for. So I don't know how it works. I mean, the law, as far as I see, is the Equalities Act, which I think came out in October 2010, something like that. A couple of months after Neil donated, bans discrimination against protected groups. The restrictions he wanted to apply also breached the Human Fertilisation and Embryology Authority's code, meaning he should not have been selected. In the UK, one donor's sperm can be used amongst a maximum of 10 families. Blimey. In April 2005, the law on release of the donor's personal info to any children changed. They can now request details from the ages of 16 and 18. And somebody said, but love is all that matters for the children, same-sex couples. It doesn't make any difference. I mean, Elton John has got 2 boys. That's Elijah and Zachary. Both are said to have been from the same surrogate mother. And, of course, Tom Daley, who kind of, together with his husband, Dustin, had Robbie back in 2018. Both provided sperm to fertilise the surrogate's eggs, but don't want to know who the biological father is, so they name both of them. So in Elton John's case, they're both the fathers. And so that's how it works. But it's, he says, people might not agree with me, but there are 9 children out there I didn't give consent for. It's a shame they had to say anything, wasn't it, really? But I suppose, at some point they're going to know about it. You can imagine. Marcia says, my cantilever umbrella snapped in the wind last weekend. Yeah, I had one as well. It was, luckily I've now got a wooden actual pole thing. Couldn't think what they were called, actually. But the metal one we had before literally just bent. It just went like that. And I went, what? And we paid a fortune for this thing, so we took it back. We took it back and they actually gave us a replacement, which I thought was very decent of them. But it always depends. If you want a replacement on anything that goes wrong, it's your attitude with the person. If you go in there and go, I want a they're not going to entertain you at all. They're not going to entertain you because they're going to say, well, you should have taken it down in high winds. But if you go in there and go, I'm really sorry to bring this back. We've had to trek miles, had to bring sandwiches and a picnic and all the rest of it. And they were more than happy to change it because they just send it back to the manufacturers saying, listen, this happened, and they just replace the pole bit on it. Oh, dear, what else we got? Oh, a nice picture, actually, of David Attenborough enjoying a good-natured chat with the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge and family. The naturalist, he's 94. He met the pair. They were all socially distancing. In fact, now, actually, George is sort of grown up quite a lot. They ended up watching a film. This is A Planet for Us All. And I think it's something... I think William does it as well. But he's broken Jennifer Aniston's Instagram record. So, in other words, he reached 1 million followers on Instagram, 7 figures in 4 hours, 44 minutes. Unbelievable, isn't it? They call him a veteran broadcaster. Why can't they just call him a broadcaster? Doesn't matter how old he is. Continents are on fire, glaciers are melting, aren't they just? Coral reefs are dying, fish are disappearing from the oceans. The list goes on. Saving the planet, he said, is now a communications challenge. Well, who better to give it to than William, who can go out there and challenge and sort of make us do things. But I don't like being patronised too, but we like David Attenborough. David Attenborough could tell us all to eat apple pie 24 hours a day, and I'd eat apple pie 24 hours a day. You know, any excuse to eat apple pie and custard. Probably just vanilla custard. What else we got? Trying to find something actually here that's sort of... It's all terribly disappointing. It really is. On the screen, what's this? So, Instagram record holders. 4 hours, 44 minutes for Sir David Attenborough. Jennifer Aniston, 5 hours, 16 minutes. Duke and Duchess of Sussex, 5 hours, 45 minutes. Kang Daniel. No idea. A K-pop star. What does that mean? Kang Daniel. Oh, Korean pop. Does he have a name, or is Kang his name? Because generally speaking, the pop people change their names, don't they? Yeah, probably stage name. 11 hours, 36 minutes. Pope Francis. I mean, he's up there with the best rappers, isn't he? You know, he's very good. And David Beckham, way down the bottom, I'm afraid, 24 hours. Oh, dear. Obviously not as popular as you thought you were, dear. Social media isn't Dave's usual habit, wrote collaborators Johnny Hughes, a BBC filmmaker. Oh, isn't David... Oh, sorry, that's Attenborough. Oh, shame. But, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, very good for him. I like the idea he's 94 and he still does that. He lives very, very close to me. If I was strapped to a rocket and was set off, he's up on Richmond Hill. I have been on Richmond Hill. It's as good as that. I like him, though. There's something about him. I asked him once in an interview. Wait a minute. Another name I dropped. And I said, who could replace you? And he looked at me and with a straight face he said, nobody. And he was quite right. Nobody could ever replace him. They tried with some woman who was an expert on monkeys or something. And you could see the BBC's thinking that if Dave didn't make it to the next birthday, she could do it. And she didn't register at all for anybody. So it's either going to be Dave or nobody else. I can't remember who the woman was, but was it Charlotte something? I don't know. It was something to do with monkeys. That's all I remember. And I remember thinking, and so when I asked him who could replace you, he said nobody. Because nobody does what he does. And he's good at doing it, and he speaks so... He's got a fabulous voice. Seriously, fabulous voice. Steve, I remember going on holes with my parents to Warner's. Warner's had a weekly snooker competition, and the winner would play the visiting professional, who was John Virgo. He was a very funny man. That was early 80s. The two-piece snooker cue was popular. John Virgo's joke was Alex Higgins would not be getting one, as there were no instructions how to put it together. Not nice, is it? Poor old Alex Higgins, not the brightest penny in the box. See, I don't get it with snooker. I know people love it and they sort of enjoy it. But, you know, whatever. You know, can you put this ball in this pocket? Yeah, pick it up, drop it in the pocket. There you go. Well, why waste it? I used to love it when Virgo used to do trick shots. And what was that programme called? It was hosted by Jim Davidson. Big Break. Was that the one with snooker, loopy, down are we? Oh, that was Chaz and Dave. What was the music they used for Big Break then? Didn't they have a theme tune? I can't... What was it? Oh, right. Does it have a name? Oh, it's only a game. Sing it to me. Sing it to me. Just give me a little... Oh, yeah. Lovely. Very nice. Thank you. Something to do with snookering each other or something. I don't know. That programme was terribly popular, wasn't it? But it was the trick shots that I thought were the bits that kind of sold it to me. Why you'd want to be able to sort of knock this ball over the top of that one and do it. But anyway, thank you very much indeed. So that's another programme they could bring back. BBC love doing repeats of programmes, don't they? They're all available. All available. Here we go, theme song. It's only a game, so put up a real good fight. I'm going to be snookering you tonight. I'm famed for my aim, so you better believe I'm right. I'm going to be snookering you tonight. It is a bit like a poem, isn't it? To say it's a frame-up wouldn't be fair, all right? I'm going to be snookering. There's a lot of snookering you tonight, isn't there? I've noticed it sort of repeats itself. Resist me in vain, but victory's in my sight. I'm going to be snookering you tonight. It begins to sound threatening, doesn't it? After a while, you suddenly start thinking to yourself, love is a game, snooker's the same. So join the queue, get a good grip, don't let it slip. And think about the pink, don't let a red go to your head. Here we go again. It's only a game, so put up a real good fight. I'm going to be snookering you tonight. This is after you beat them over the head with a snooker cue and shove billiard balls down their throat. I don't know. It's a very threatening song, isn't it? And then in interview, hove Jim Davidson. Never the funniest person in the world, was he, really? Never mind. Doesn't matter. It's always good fun, though, isn't it? We like watching these sort of programmes on. Everybody's got favourite programmes. If we were all exactly the same, it'd be so dreary and boring. So we're not all the same. Everybody is completely different. I had a letter. I like a letter, actually. And this one is from Mark. Mark is currently in Wakefield in West Yorkshire. You know Mark, don't you? Because we read Mark's letter the other week. OK, he's up there for a while, I think. And he said, this morning, Sunday, this was last week, you mentioned the line drawings in Leicester Square, which sound very interesting. Presumably, they predate photography. I would think possibly. Americans buying London Bridge thinking they were getting Tower Bridge. I can combine the two. Topics, he says, not bridges. It's nice to know you're there. Nice to know you're there. Does everything have to go and be checked, Mark? Is that how it works? I don't know how it works in, when you sort of write in. I mean, are you allowed to write and then send stuff out, or does it have to be checked and then they go, that's okay? He says, I remember Mike Allen in the 70s when he worked for Capital. And I saw him introducing a Smokey Robinson concert at the Hammersmith Odeon, possibly 77. He said, I know he eventually worked for LBC, not sure if he's retired. Oh, he passed away a few years ago. And I could tell you how it happened, because he had one of those funerals with a basket. He wanted a basket, but he had something unusual. When we all went to the funeral, it's a lot of people who'd been at Capital before when he was there. I forgot to do the weather, didn't I? I was going to... Sorry, I'm picking up different papers now. I was going to tell you the weather for today, because as they'd had snow in Leeds, and it looked quite bad, actually, and everybody joked about it, went, oh, no, we're not going to have snow. And I went, yeah, we are going to have snow. That's what they've actually said. Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today? Here we go.
It's currently cloudy and 11 degrees. Today's high will be 15 degrees, and the low will be 11.
So it's a bit nippy. There's no chance of rain. Hey, Siri, any snow on the way?
There's no snow in the forecast today.
Yes, I understand that. I've just told you. Will we have... Sorry. Hey, Siri, will we have snow for Christmas?
I can't check the weather that far out. But here's the forecast for the next 10 days.
It's useless, isn't it? Why can't he do Christmas, for goodness sake? So, here we go. He's being difficult. So I'm looking at, Monday, bit of sunshine, bit of cloud. Wednesday, cloud and rain. Thursday, cloud. In fact, there's a lot of rain, actually. In fact, there seems to be rain for about the next 15 days. So from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday... apart from the last Wednesday, it's rain all the way through. Doesn't sound very good. Temperature around about 15 degrees. 15 degrees. But can't do the snow. Obviously a little bit too complicated. I don't know why they can't do a long-range forecast and say so, because they managed to tell us before, didn't they? Steve, the David Attenborough replacement could be Steph, says Neil. Yes, I think she will be looking for a gig very shortly. But where you're going to put her, I've got no idea. She doesn't have what people want when they watch television. And if you want to see what that is, watch Philip Schofield and Holly Willoughby, even to a certain extent Eamon and Ruth. Admittedly, Eamon's a bit grumpy and he looks as though he's asleep most of the time. But, watch what they've got on television, and you need to be able to project that through the camera to get to you at home. And unfortunately, Steph doesn't have that at all. She does not engage with the audience. But mind you, all she's ever known is reading an auto cue. There was no skill in that unless you can't read out loud, which most of us were taught to do when we were about sort of 6 or 7. But that's what you need. That's the trick to it. That's why you'll see people doing quizzes on the television, and yet you'll still go back to the Bruces and loads of other comics who learnt how to do quizzes. You watch Bruce doing The Price is Right, and you think that's really good. But then What's-it did it, didn't he? Who took over The Price is Right? Was it the Price? Yeah. Pasquale. I thought he was really good at it because he's sort of engaged and he sort of bounced around through it. But sometimes I watch it, they go, oh, we'll actually put so-and-so. They tried Rob Beckett on a quiz. Dire. I mean, really, you have to know your limitations. And unfortunately for poor Steph, and nothing against the girl personally, you know, she was quite happy reading auto cue on the breakfast programme, and then somebody went, oh, we're going to turn you into this. You cannot turn somebody into something. I think Alan Carr tried to do a whole series of things. Again, you know, it didn't work. He might be funny in certain aspects. Doing a quiz show was not his forte. You watch... who does the chase? Oh, it's... what's it? I won't get it. Bradley, who's now going to take over Blankety Blank. And I said the only problem with taking over Blankety Blank, it's not the programme. The format is actually quite easy, and he engages with people very easily. But it's finding the celebrities you're going to put on there. Dear God, I hope to God we're not going to turn on and see, and here we go, Scarlett Moffat. Here we go, some old dreary from Love Island, you know, because they're boring. Oh, look, we've got Gemma Collins on. Oh, my Godfathers, widen the chairs. You know, it's going to be a case of you've got to find the right people, because if you don't have the right people, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. And so, you know, when you watch Bruce doing it, he owned the game show. He owned it. When you watched him doing Generation Game, he owned the show. He knew it backwards. He knew it backwards. He knew exactly what was the thing. And you've got to have that likeability factor. That's why a lot of these daytime shows fail. I mean, you don't seriously think that Kim Marsh and Gethin Jones are going to be engaging with the audience. Of course they're not. You know, Gethin, otherwise, Play Your Cards Right, was another one where sort of Brucey was there, higher, lower. You know, come on, dollies, do your dealing. There was always a little catchphrase that went along with all of Bruce's shows. And he was the past master at it. He had, you know, Bob Monkhouse was another one who was absolutely brilliant at it. It's not an easy thing to do. So you'll see a comedian and they give them a game show to do, and you watch them dying on their proverbial, and you think, you know, it's like watching, in the case of Steph's programme, it's too long, about, you know, too long. I mean, it's, what is it, 80 minutes it runs or something? 100 minutes, good God, honestly. You get less for murder nowadays. And so you sort of, it starts off, and it just doesn't go anywhere. It's a pile of bits all thrown together, and at the end of it, because she's neither funny nor interesting, it doesn't emerge as anything. To me, it looks like it's a version of Loose Women with lots of sort of people sitting on stools, socially distancing, who appear to contribute nothing because they're just boring, and then a few other people who seem to turn up with babies. It's almost like a creche. And yet, through it all, Steph sort of sits there wearing... I mean, there's obviously no stylist on the programme because they don't know what to put her in. They've got no idea. So one day she's wearing the all-denim butch look. Then the next day they've stuck her in a trouser suit. And then she doesn't know what to do with her hair. So some days it's tied back in the Croydon facelift. Other times she's sort of there like a Thai ladyboy. I mean, the whole thing is just a mess. Nobody's thought about it properly. As with all these things, you need to rehearse them. And I should imagine she probably gets to the studio early so that they can at least have a rough idea. But it's just not... You cannot give somebody who's just used to using auto cue a programme like that and go, that's going to pull an audience. Because look what she's up against. She's up against This Morning. She's up against Loose Women. And no matter how much you hate Loose Women, it's increasing its audiences. That's all you can say about it. And so Steph, I mean, they should put it out of its misery. I mean, I don't want to be the prophet of doom, but what a waste of money. Yeah, the show. I mean, I don't know what else you can do with it. I mean, I don't know whether it's the producer's fault. I don't know if it's the researchers who can't find any guests, but some of the guests they've had on, talk about lame. I mean, they've obviously been rejected from the Jeremy Vine show, and that's not easy to get nowadays, is it? Jeremy Vine sitting there wearing these sort of brightly coloured shirts, which, of course, way too young for a man of his age. But you sort of watch it, and they bring on this sort of panel of people who sit there, some of whom can't string two words together. I mean, it's still interesting to watch. But it's never going to get the best audience, is it? And Steph's programme does not get it. I mean, if at one point, and it was only 1 point, she registered 0, that doesn't mean that there was nobody watching, much as though you'd like to think that would be it. No, it's not. It just means that it drops below the figure whereby they can't register. There aren't enough people to actually register an audience. Whereas I say, we've got so many hundreds of thousands of people. I mean, for poor old Steph, I feel sorry for her, because she obviously thinks, I mean, where she goes after this, I've got no idea. All she can end up doing is being a guest on programmes. So they stuck her on Countdown the other way. I mean, she was at best okay on that. Blankety Blank, she might go on Blankety Blank. She might have to. She might have to. I mean, there might not be anything else for her. Where else do you put her? You can't let her loose. She's not an actress. She might have to sort of eat humble pie and go back to the BBC and go, could I come back and read weather? Or something like that. But, I mean, they seem to be overstaffed at the BBC, don't they? It's a bit of a shame. 6:10. Also, back at COVID response headquarters, they discussed the latest testing fiasco because the Trace app's branded a shambles. No, I haven't got it and I've not downloaded it. Mainly because... You think I should? I don't want to. Why should I? Why should I? Why should I download it? Come on, give me a valid reason. What, do my bit? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, because I'm high risk, I mean, I suppose I should actually, but I'm a very good high risk. Very good high risk. I'm a very good boy with my mask. Yes, protect my loved ones and the community. Well, I always protect the community. I'm on and off buses. I don't even like it when people sit behind me on the bus. I have been known to stand up and move to another seat, making it perfectly obvious when I stand up, I glare at them to let them know that they're sitting too close. It's as simple as that. Do you remember I had a woman a short while ago and she said, oh, can I come and sit here? I said, no, you can't. I mean, honestly, people are so stupid nowadays. You know, nobody's socially distancing on the buses, but they should be. If somebody's sitting right behind you, that's within about a foot of where you are. Don't want to do that. Les Dennis was good, says Julie. Old Family Fortunes on Channel 46, they're very good. Max Bygraves was awful. Well, he wasn't, we've said this before, he wasn't a game show presenter, but he did earn a fortune. He sort of, yes, 60 grand a show for Family Fortunes. Because he was a huge star. And his agent, and I know his agent, she would have negotiated a fantastic fee for him and going, listen, he's a big, big star. He'll bring in just the sort of audience you want. Then they put Vernon Kay on, and he's sort of turned it into a bit of his own. That's good. Now you've got poor old Gino de Camp. And to be honest with you, I mean, it's just... That's why you haven't heard anything about it for ages. There was loads of pre-publicity. Now it's started. Nobody's mentioning it at all. Very embarrassing. How do they come to viewing figures? Oh, I think they just stick pins in, don't they? They stick pins in. Nobody's ever asked me, says Paul. No, they don't like you. That's why. They have to... I mean, they do different things. For radio, they do a different way. As for television... A friend of mine had a box on his television, and that told them how he was doing it. So, I mean, rather than take on, you know, this seemingly impossible task of monitoring all those UK screens, Barb, which is the company... do 5,300 households. That's how they work it out, which is about 12,000 people in total. And that, they say, represents the viewing habits of the entire country, selecting them on factors like age, number of kids, ethnicity, house size, and many other things. So it's only a small sample, but those people, it's like the radio ones, exactly the same. They work it out on, that's what people are, that's why we're hugely successful in the morning. Because mainly all the people who are sort of being surveyed are early morning people. So thank you very much indeed, which is the best one. So that's why you don't have to be asked about it, Paul. It's not one of those sort of don't feel sort of insecure about the fact that nobody's asked you. I got asked once about radio when they used to come round with a clipboard and go, "Oh, hello, we're from whoever it was. You know, can we ask you about your listening habits?" I used to say, "Yeah." She'd go, "What sort of?" They never asked me. They never asked me. She said, what radio do you listen to? I said, I listen to LBC a lot. She said, what programmes would you listen to? I said, was that bloke overnight, Steve Allen? He's very good. I like Steve Allen. How many days would you listen to him? I said, every day. Every day. Yeah, I would listen 6 days a week to Steve Allen. Oh, right. And for how long? Over the whole show. The whole show. And then, so, of course, for the next Radar figures, because one person has said it was brilliant, they went through the roof. You can always tell, though, because the next time round it only went down, only a fraction. The Sarah Cox show on Saturday morning was pretty embarrassing. I never saw that, actually. I bumped into her at Moyles' party. Do you know, she's ever so pretty. Television doesn't do her justice. Really doesn't. Can't stand Gino on Family Fortunes. I don't think it's doing very well. I think they all worked out that Gino was just a dirty little boy who sort of, when he went away with Gordon Ramsay and Fred What's-his-face, you know, Gino was the one doing the double entendres and everything else. Unfortunately, when you've got to host a show, it don't work. And it really doesn't. I mean, he just about struggles through as sort of cooking. You know, that's sort of pushing the boat out a little bit. Give me Phil Vickery any day, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, dear. 6:15 is the time.
Swarbrick on Sunday, coming up at 10, live from Westminster, LBC.
Shopping online is hassle-free most of the time, but occasionally you might not get what you paid for. Fortunately, when you pay with Visa, you could get your money back if things go wrong and the seller won't refund you. It's called a chargeback, and it manages disputes between buyers and sellers. Contact your Visa card provider and they'll look into it for you. It's just one of the many ways Visa protects your payments. To find out more, search Visa. How you pay matters. Refund not guaranteed. Statutory rights are not affected. Contact your bank for details.
Hypertension or high blood pressure can lead to heart failure, heart attacks, strokes or worse. Local healthcare experts at Barts Health NHS Trust are participating in a global clinical study evaluating an innovative device-based procedure for the treatment of hypertension. If you're aged 18 to 80 years and suffer from high blood pressure, you could be eligible to take part in this study. All study assessments and treatment are provided free of charge. To find out more, please email targetbpstudy@qmul.ac.uk or telephone 0207 8825 713. That's 0207 8825 713.
At Lidl, we're big on award-winning nappies for happy little chappies. Big on the perfect fit. Big on an easy change for spare change with a pack of 24 nappies from just 79p. Lidl's Loopy-Loo range. You're right, Theo. That's big on quality and always Lidl on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes NI.
I'm worried about buying from this website. There's no company details.
Buying online can be risky, but at Haynes Ford, we have been driving value since Ford arrived in 1911. Online or in-store, our friendly Ford experts can help you buy your next Ford car or commercial vehicle safely at a good price, arrange finance, and even deliver to your door. So for total peace of mind, click with us today at hainesford.co.uk. Always driving value.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close. And in the last stride...
Oh, that was too close. We'll have to go to a photo.
Your horse is beaten. Fortunately with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Beaten by a length. From Coral.
18 plus online and in-shop with Connect Card applies to first real money single win or each way bet of £1 plus from 8am day of selected meeting. Full terms and exclusions at coral.co.uk. When the fun stops, stop.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, Steve. I live alone, says Craig. Often eat out on my own or go for a drink on my own. Never had a problem where I live. However, Friday, I couldn't go into a cafe, bar or restaurant alone as they don't want single people using table space. Really? I've never heard of that before. I just object to. I mean, the one I object. I understand exactly what the law is, and I understand exactly how it works. But I don't understand why I can go wandering around John Lewis, with shop assistants all over the place, and yet I want to go and sit down, and they want my name, address, telephone number, mother's maiden name. How many Christmas presents she's spending out on this year, and what you do for a living. I'm only going in there for a cup of tea. I don't understand why they want all these details. But I've never heard of single people mind you, on boats, single people get penalised. If you're booking a holiday, single people get penalised because they don't really, they want two people in a room. So effectively a single person has to pay for two people. Why? I can't imagine. They do exactly. You're paying for the cabin, and of course they would normally get two people in there. And you think, well, to be honest with you, I wouldn't be going on a ship anytime soon. Because I'm so worried about the fact that, if you're going to have a pandemic on a ship, that's absolutely kiss of death. Terrible. So I'm sorry about the idea of going out to a cafe, bar or restaurant. Mind you, I've never been out to a cafe, bar or restaurant by myself, but you see people in pubs sitting by themselves. I couldn't sit in a restaurant and have a meal by myself. That's a bit Billy No Mates, isn't it? It would be a pointless exercise. I'd rather stay in and get something I really want. And then you can sit there in your pants and your vest and sort of watch the television and burp and make all sort of, with all the lights going on, going, this is a fabulous pattern. I love these lights. 6,000. Steve says, Anne, I had fish and chips recently from the local, £7.50. You thought that's expensive? Are you serious? You want to come down London? The Seashell. How much is this? Find out the Seashell's menu. They're in, it's the Seashell Marylebone. They're very expensive, but they're only sort of, inclusive of what everybody else charges for things like that. And I remember thinking fish and chips is quite expensive nowadays. I would like to imagine how much it is in. There you go, the menu. There you go, fish and chips. There you go. Ready for this one? Cod and chips. Is this in? This is the menu in the restaurant. They're charging for cod and chips £18. They're charging for haddock and chips, £18. Place fillet, £18. Breaded scampi, £14. 14. You can buy about 4 packs of scampi for 14 quid. It does look nice, but don't tempt yourself. Do not tempt yourself. And it's very nice, actually. I mean, I know, because a friend of mine lives literally just round the corner, and if I'm feeling so inclined, I might nip in for a portion of chips. You get all the cab drivers going there. They parked all their little charabangs outside whilst they nip in, because, like, they all need to go on diets, and a nice portion of chips. See, I always go for scampi and chips. Always. £14, I know. I mean, I can't afford it all the time. Just have it, a little bit. But, so £7.50, Anne, you're doing very well. Very, very well. I think that's actually quite compared to what we have to pay in London. Mind you, not all are like that. Not all are like that. There's other places which are a little bit cheaper. And Shane says, I like that story when the woman asks you who you listen to on the radio. Well, I'm not foolish. Heavens above, you don't think we get audience figures this size by not cheating a little bit. Mind you, it was some years ago. And I wouldn't tell fibs now. If somebody said to me, who do you listen to on the radio? And I'd go, I like that Steve Allen on a Sunday, but between 4 and 7, he's very good, That early bit. They don't do it. You don't meet a little woman in sensible brogues standing on the street with a pair of glasses on going, and can I take your name? I'd go, yes, Ian Dale, D-A-L-E. I don't say that. I just made that bit up to make myself sound more interesting, which always works, actually. Here's a picture of poor old Jacqueline Josser posing in her training kit. The trouble is with Jacqueline Josser, she only looks passable when she's caked in makeup. I mean, if you look at it, it's two different people. You would never recognise her. Absolutely. So she's got this gear. It's her training kit. So she's obviously flogging something like that. And but as I say, who buys it? Who buys this stuff? I've got no idea. All sorts of people buy it, but I've just never met anybody who's sort of bought into it. Obviously, I can't find anybody who's ever shopped at Victoria Beckham's place. No idea. Bolton council bosses say forcing restaurants to only offer a takeaway service is unfair. Yet other establishments in Greater Manchester can continue table service. So thousands of pubs, takeaways and restaurants, they say, face going bust as a result of the 10 p.m. curfew. Bosses have issued the warning as hospitality firms slash thousands of jobs. Yawa Khan of the Asian Catering Federation says, we have to shut at 9 because that's the last time people can order. We expect to lose more than 25% of business. A lot of people will lose jobs. Pub campaigners say the earlier closing makes many locals unprofitable because they make their money, in the later part of the evening. So, anywhere up to about 2 a.m, you can actually get not anymore, all closed up. And if anybody is stupid enough to break the lockdown on the pubs, they'll face fines of up to £10,000. Not that I think any of them would have taken £10,000. It is terrible, isn't it, really? That people are they are going to lose their jobs. There's going to be, you wait till we actually get to October, you wait till we get to November, and you start seeing the people coming back from being furloughed, whether or not their job is still there for them, or whether or not companies are going to say, we just can't afford, there's not enough business. Not enough business. Terrible, really. Also, Star runs with charity challenge to mark her 50th, and this is Sally Ann Matthews. All I can tell you is she's on Corrie, and that's all I know. But as I haven't seen Corrie for God knows how many years, occasionally I catch a little bit, and that's about it. But I've never seen it. I couldn't even tell you the current storylines. Bit of a shame. Steve, are car boots still going, says Anne? What, in this weather? Are you serious? No, they're more summery things, aren't they? I could be wrong. Somebody will now tell me, I've just come back from a car boot sale. which is probably quite good. Anthony Hopkins marks 60 years of film and TV. He's 82. He says, I've got to 82. I'm alive and well. I've been lucky. More and more people live much longer now because people are suddenly realising you've got to eat healthily and you've got to cut down on drinking and booze and things like that and try and get exercise. But, I mean, who the hell wants to do exercise? It's so dull, isn't it? You never see happy joggers. Have you ever seen anybody walking, jogging past you going, hi? Nobody. They all look as though, their world is about to finish. I used to see people jogging around Regent's Park. We used to do a walk around Regent's Park. Knackered at the end of it, I promise you. Seems forever. We were just walking. And you get joggers running past you. In fact, actually, I saw Thomas Watts in Regent's Park one morning. He was jogging. Yeah. In Regent's Park. Jogging. In the morning. And I saw him, I don't know if he still does it, actually. He's another one of those people. Sorry? No. Yes, just up to me. I think he'd only just joined LBC at the time, and already I encounter him in Regent's Park. But I think he's one of those there are quite a few people who sort of are fairly fit in the newsroom. People who go out and they do running, and Bill Overton, who reads our news on occasion. He's another one who goes jogging and stuff like that. I used to have a producer years and years ago, another Thomas actually, amazingly, and he used to finish work at about 4 a.m. and then go for a jog. He'd go and do 10 miles. Mad as a fool. The Kentucky was still open. Have you heard of such a thing? Going for a jog without a sausage in batter and a portion of chips in your hand. But some people are like that. Rachel Bletchley talking today about David Cameron banishing the lockdown blues by splashing out on a heated swimming pool. Do you know, 50 grand. I always thought swimming pools were more expensive. Can't be covered, can it? And I've never agreed with a word, says Rachel in her column today. In the paper that's come out of Donald Trump's mouth. But one of his petulant statements did strike a chord. I wish a lot of luck to Harry because he's going to need it. Trump was sarcastically hitting out at Meghan, who clearly despises him after the Sussexes made a video urging voters to reject hate speech in the US election. Mind you, do you remember when he came over here? And the Queen gave her, because she's totally neutral. She doesn't care, unless it's Kim Jong-un, in which case we wouldn't be welcoming him with open arms. And so Donald Trump and Meghan did her stamping of her foot going, I'm not going to the banquet. Well, don't go to the banquet. And whilst I totally support the message and hope Americans will vote this dangerous moron out of office, writes Rachel, it was quite wrong for Prince Harry to have delivered it. Well, he doesn't know. Why would he know anything? He doesn't know. He's had somebody advising him all the time. He's actually going to make decisions by himself now. That's why she's taken the lead. There's only one person wearing the trousers in that relationship, and it ain't him. If Harry, they say, wants to be allowed to vote, HRH should relinquish the royal status and become a US citizen. But is that what he wants? I shouldn't imagine he knows what he wants. I shouldn't imagine he's got the faintest idea. You wait till they start sort of giving after-dinner speeches. Can't wait to see that. They're going to be ripped apart by the American public, who don't like being dictated to at the best of times. So we'll wait and see. Christine says, I thought Alan Carr was brilliant presenting those quiz shows. I find him so funny. Different people find different people funny. As I say, if we all found exactly the same comics funny, then it would be a pretty dull world, wouldn't it? So everybody's different. Apparently there was a car boot last weekend in Gloucester. And somebody says, I've got a local chippy that delivers scampi and chips, would cost 11 quid. I mean, surely people can actually make scampi and chips, can't you? Is it that difficult? You get sort of, you don't even have to have a deep fat fry. You get a big saucepan, you put some oil in, not right up to the top, obviously, but half. And then you put scampi in, or chips, whichever way round you want to do it, and you cook it yourself. I mean, surely most people have got one of those basket things that you can... I've done it myself, of course. I wouldn't spend 14 quid. I wouldn't even spend 11 quid on it. But you can buy a whole bag of chips for like 3 quid. Whole bag, and you just sort of got to fry them. Or failing that, I cheat and buy oven chips. You know why? Because if you deep fry oven chips, they're even crispier because they've already got the fat in them, the oil in them. So that's quite good. And you can buy some young scampi, fresh from the sea, and straight off the trawler boats and all the rest of it. And that's about, 4 quid or something like that. You do it much cheaper. Much cheaper. The idea of having to get out, put clothes on, go down. I mean, I've gone down in my dressing gown and slippers before now, but they don't seem wild about the idea. And you go down there and you just order it and you think, no, I could have done this at home. Much easier. Much easier. So Steve says, Elizabeth, I've just booked a cruise. April 22. That's 2022. Need something to look forward to in these bleak times. Here's hoping. Love the show, says Elizabeth. Yes, I mean, I think you've got to have something to look forward to. That's why I'm determined Christmas will be good. I don't know if you've ever read Peter Ackroyd's London, but I'm certain you could write an equally brilliant book. Steve Allen's London. Yeah, there's so many of them, though, aren't there? So many of them. I mean, I can drive people round London now, and I can point out places of interest that people wouldn't know about. I could do a walking tour from here and take people to all sorts of things that they've never seen before. I'm just a mine of useless information. Can't help it. Standard cod and chips at Portland Place in Kings Lynn is £5, says Brian. Is it proper fish, or is it what they call frozen fish? Do they all come out looking exactly the same? Because we've all done that, haven't we? Which I think is actually quite nice. Anybody apart from Graham Norton, the worst unfunny person on the planet? Oh, no, we like Graham Norton. He gets the best guests. He gets absolutely the best guests. I mean, he really does. Mainly because there's nobody else. Jonathan Ross is sort of the cheap version. It doesn't work in the same way. But no, Graham gets definitely the best people. You know, you'll have like 3 major A-list Hollywood stars on the settee. They've never seen anything like it before because, but the audience is so with it. They love the idea. I think it's brilliant. I've seen everybody on that settee, whereas it doesn't work the same for Jonathan Ross, really. John in Chelsea, we've already seen that. We've already done the ratings for poor old Steph's show. How can Channel 4 still press on with such a disaster? Well, because they've invested money in it. And even if they axe it now, that studio will be booked, the cameramen will be booked, the producers will be booked, the researchers will be booked. They'll be on, little contracts. I don't know how long the programme contract is for, but all those people need to be paid. And unless the show's going out, they're not going to be paid. So you'll have to suffer with it for as long as we sort of see fit. But no, I mean, it really isn't being watched. And of course, the more people have a quick look at it, and sometimes it works strangely, television. Sometimes you mention something and all of a sudden the audience goes up because everybody's tuning in to see this thing, which is so awful. Unfortunately, then of course it has the other effect, which is nobody's tuning in because they've watched it for a few minutes and they think it's terrible. Andrew Castle's with you at 7 this morning for breakfast on LBC, 25 minutes away. As a quarter of the UK finds itself under stricter rules, he'll be asking whether local lockdowns are a realistic long-term solution. And he'll be speaking to some students who've been placed into lockdown at their university. They're not going to be happiest. At 10 o'clock this morning, it's Swarbrick on Sunday. Live from Westminster, speaking to the Culture Secretary, Oliver Dowden, about the latest restrictions. And he'll be joined by the author of a new book, Why the Pandemic Has Exposed the Weakness of the West. Sounds like a light read, doesn't it? Kind of thing you'd be having there. I'll plough through that one. All coming up later this morning on LBC. So he's in our Westminster studio. It's ever so posh, honestly. I'm just in the small little box, which is upstairs, but I like the small little box. Very good. Steve, it's not the same. You've got to experience walking in the cold to the chippy and joining the like-minded citizens and receiving that hot bag, wafting of vinegar. You can't beat it, says Anne. No, believe you me, walking in the cold to the local chippy would not be on my agenda. It would be a case of I go to the kitchen, I take some chips out, I put them in, and that's as far as it goes. I'm not going. And also, chippy chips are the best, apparently, says Joe, as indeed we can see is evident. So we've been enjoying chippy chips. What's the difference? There's no difference between chippy chips and everybody else's chips. No, there isn't. They're all deep fried, aren't they? Yeah. They're more soft and fluffy. You are living in a delusional world. Seriously. You and David Icke could get on very well together. Ooh, the chip shop chips are fluffy. Yes. Somebody else wanting to know about how Steph's programme is still on the television. Well, their argument will be, same as anything, you've got to give it time. You've got to give it time to sort of bed in. But the trouble is, she's been on television for ages and ages. And if it's not bedded in by now, it ain't going to be bedding in at all. If anything, it will just trickle off. And the only people watching it will be the cameramen. And the most exciting thing about them is at least they get to move the cameras every so often, unlike the rest of the audience. Other stories in the papers today. Jamie's war on toxic food. This is Jamie Oliver and Joe Wicks calling on the Prime Minister not to trade away our children's futures, which is good. Mrs. Hinch, her soul-bearing interview. Isn't this another one of these quasi-crackpots who sort of tells you how to clean your home, Mrs. Hinch? I keep forgetting what these people do. I've heard of Joe Wicks, because we got very bored with Joe Wicks. But Mrs. Hinch, sort of every time you see her, she's sort of half naked and sort of draped. Doesn't she do cleaning? She recommend, go clean yourself, love. Don't worry about us. We all know how to do it. We know how to do it. Apparently, obese teenagers need hip surgery. I was watching the Super Vet the other day. How you can ever do that, I've got no idea. I couldn't cut into any animal or anything else to do. We've got to put this. They had a tortoise who had 3 of his little legs amputated, and they put fake legs on there, which they had to sort of put in and screw them in. I mean, a tortoise, I ask you. This woman sort of liked her. When you go in to Noel's place, you have to say the name of your pet. And so she had to say, it's whatever the pet was called, Harvey or something. Harvey the tortoise. And then the girl behind the counter, who quite clearly had something on. The fake legs are made of, these are sort of like a titanium type thing. To be honest with you. Yes, I mean, poor little soul, honestly. But he liked having his head scratched. I never got off on tortoises. I never quite understood them at all, really. I don't think we ever had a tortoise. Oh, by the way, if you're making a cup of tea with boiling water, forget it. It's the wrong way. Now they tell us. Experts say you should never use boiling water to make tea. It says here, new advice. It leaves it tasting no better than cabbage water. Who's come up with this? The storm in a teacup was provoked by Martin Isaac, a professional food and drink taster who says boiling a kettle for tea was a relic of the past. Oh, for goodness sake. I like Mrs. Doyle on Father Ted. Oh, go away with you. Have a cup of tea. I'll get you a cup of tea. I don't want a cup of tea. Have a cup of tea. I'll get you a cup of tea. But no, I mean, I've never eaten or drunk cabbage water, so I'm assuming that it really can't be as bad as that. But there's all sorts of people. Apparently, boiling water cools down roughly 10 degrees for every 10% of cold water added. I mean, it's just a cup of tea, for God's sake. What are all these people? Why are they telling us these things? You know, this is how you make a cup of tea. Look, here's a tea bag. Here we put it in the cup. Then we have one of those hot and cold taps out there, so it dispenses hot water. I put it in there. Not going to put your finger in because it's boiling hot. Then I add a splash of milk, and that's it. Before you write in and say you don't need milk in a cup of tea, that's the way I do it. OK? You do it your way. Mind your own business, curtain twitchers. You don't want to be told how to make a cup of tea, for goodness sake. Steve, there's a great chippy in Adelbur. I think it's called Adelbur in Suffolk. The only place, get it, where I had to queue for my fish and chips. Well, perhaps they didn't have anything ready. If ever I see a queue for anything, I avoid it like the plague. Definitely. Mind you, I mean, really, if you weren't in Edinburgh, are you one of those people who sort of, goes out into the cold and chippy and joins all these people to get a hot bag of chips? Truly the golden age, says Brian of television. He's in Northern Ireland. He says, I agree with you. Bruce C. was very talented, engaging with the Generation game and play your cards right. Very humorous too. Yeah, I mean, you won't find anybody better for the Generation game. Larry Grayson tried it. And he was a very nervous performer. Very nervous. But he had Isla Sinclair there, and they sort of got through it. Bruce had Anthea Turner. Who did he have with... I can't remember who he had, actually. Anthea Redfern. Anthea Redfern was Bruce's. And it worked. Bruce worked very well talking to people. They knew that was his forte. And it worked very well. But you'll never find another one like him. Seriously. Steve, locked down again at 6 p.m. here in Cardiff, says Chris. So I visited Bristol yesterday, which was very busy but enjoyable. Yeah, I mean, you're going to be seeing a few more places, but, you don't need to queue. There's no shortage of toilet rolls for all those really intelligent people out there who think that, the queuing for the toilet rolls is going to... I mean, why you'd want to stand there for an hour outside a supermarket or Costco is totally beyond me. Must have very vacuous lives, I should imagine. But, no, you don't need it. There's no shortage. There is millions and millions of toilet rolls everywhere. If everybody just deals with it sensibly, it'll be absolutely fine. Don't want to go back into that day where they sort of go, paracetamol's on short supply. Any beans available? No beans, no. Have you got any pasta? No, I haven't got any pasta either. Any fruit and veg? No chance. No chance of anything like that. But if everybody was quite normal, it's absolutely fine. Terror of the e-scooters. How many have died so far? 3 people. I can't emphasise any more how dangerous these things are. More fool the government. A prolific charity campaigner suffered a fatal fall. He was the second death. Barry Howes, killed in a freak accident as he travelled home from work. Have you seen the people on these things? They whiz up and down on the pavements, they jump crossings on these little scooter things. They reckon that some of them can be rigged to hit 40 miles an hour. Otherwise known as, you're going to die. Because they're too dangerous. They're too dangerous. And just remember... You're supposed to do only 15 miles an hour. Most of them, unless it's rented, have no insurance at all. No insurance. The only ones that have got insurance and can use them on the roads and the pavement are the people who've rented them, because they have to, by law, have insurance. So all the other people going up and down on the roads with no... they haven't rented it, they're illegal. They're illegal. And these people should be arrested. Steve, says Callum, if we can't use boiling water to make tea, what are we supposed to use instead? I don't know. I've got no idea. Chris in Brentwood says, Steve, there is a fish and chip shop near me. The fries, they fry the chips in peanut butter oil. It sounds disgusting, but it's delicious. Oh, Adelborough is pronounced Old Borough. Everybody's got all these different We've obviously got loads of people listening in this place at the moment, which I quite like. Sarah Vine asking the same question we got a short while ago. Do Meghan and Harry actually want to be stripped of their titles? Well, she shouldn't care less. I mean, he's sitting at home twiddling his thumbs, isn't he? He's sitting there in this house with 16 bathrooms, and she's off out there. She turned up on America's Got Talent the other day. Ever get the feeling he's being left behind? Poor old soul. Occasionally she lets him come and sit next to her on the settee in the garden if they're filming something. And then Harry just goes back in his box inside, and they shut the door and they go, we'll speak to you later, Harry. Thank you. Thank you. OK, off you go. Prisoners banned from using Welsh by a jail in Wales. Why would they want to stop that? Apparently, inmates at HMP Berwyn, which is a super prison in Wrexham, complained to jail chiefs that warders were threatening to remove their privileges if they caught them using their native tongue. The reason being, baffled guards can't understand them. Well, why is that the prisoner's fault? I mean, surely, I've seen, there's a woman, she was on she was on YouTube, and she's shouting at a Chinese man who's got a supermarket, "Speak English," she's saying to him, and she's an out-and-out racist, but she's too stupid. And he's then speaking in Chinese to his co-worker. She goes round the bend. It's worth watching, because you don't really realise just how bad these racists are until you see them on YouTube. 7:15. Can you imagine buying a flat? No, well, probably not, actually. Way too expensive. But this particular flat has got something unusual. It was owned by a guy called Jack Vetriano. Do you know who Jack Vetriano is? He's an artist, and he's very famous for doing certain pictures, mainly a woman standing there with an umbrella that's blown inside out. He's very famous. Jack, you have a look at Jack Vetriano, and then you'll see his pictures, and you'll go, I know exactly who that is. I know exactly who that is. And the woman with the umbrella blowing inside out is classic. Anyway, very, very talented. But when he lived in London, there you go, he had a one-bedroom flat. And the one-bedroom flat had a boiler in a cupboard, like most people hide them in cupboards. So he painted the cupboard door all those years ago. And it's a woman standing by a car. And the owner of the flat now, it was in Knightsbridge, he moved back in 2013. He left the door in the flat. The new owners knew exactly what it was, and they took the door off. And it comes up for sale at Christie's on Tuesday. They reckon this door could fetch 60,000 for a door. I mean, to be honest with you, Christie's have said it's very well painted with a sense of intrigue, very special. We think it should do very well against its £40,000 to £60,000 estimate, which means it could go for way higher. I was going to take a guess and say 120,000. That's what his stuff goes for really good, because in fact, if you remember, his most famous work, The Singing Butler, fetched 750,000 at auction. So this one could do you've seen The Singing Butler? It's another one of those pictures. If you had one of these things, you imagine if you knew him in the early days and he was just painting different things for you. It's lovely. So that's why I think it's going to go way higher than £60,000. It's an original. He hasn't ever released this at all. So the buyer sold the flat 2 years later, but kept the door. He obviously said, yes, you can have the door. Sorry, no, we've actually taken the door with us. Seems to work, doesn't it? Quite well, I should imagine. Steve, I've been told I make the perfect chilled coffee, and I do boil the kettle. The scientists are mad, says Paul. Yep. So Steve, so no to cruise ships. So no to flying. Did you used to fly, as you're a well-travelled man? Yes, I did, yes. The cruise ships, mainly because there was a cruise ship a short while ago. It was travelling around the world with so many people with coronavirus on board. I wouldn't have wanted to get on it. Thank you very much indeed. Definitely not good enough until it could be. They're actually selling cruises for next year. I would want to guarantee that it was definitely safe, because at one point they were offloading this cruise ship, and I think in Australia, and they didn't take any of them through. They just let them get straight off there. Far too dangerous. Also, Steve got stuck in that awful RTA on the M11 this evening. Took me 4 hours to travel 23 miles, says Debbie. But I got in just in time to listen to you. Which is always good news, isn't it? Oh, isn't it? Nothing worse than sitting in traffic jams. And you sit there, and there's nothing to do, is there? Stare out the window. Yeah, if you've got LBC on the radio, the time goes by like that. Look, we've done nearly 3 hours this morning, and it's gone, even the producer said, because he's like that, he goes, it's gone really fast this morning. I said, well, it has. It does. Yes, we must tell the management how fast it goes. Or not, as the case may be. But no, it just goes amazingly quickly on a Sunday morning. Mainly because it's a nice day Sunday. You don't need to get up. You don't need to do anything. There's nothing you have to do today unless you're a vicar, in which case you're going to have quite a busy day. But the rest of us are going to put our feet up, I think. Steve, tea is made at 85 degrees, so basically boil the kettle, wait 5 minutes, then pour for a perfect cuppa, says Colin. Listen, I think I make the perfect cuppas every single day. I've never had any problem. Nobody's ever complained about my cups of tea, thank you. The best chips I've had are in Great Yarmouth. They're cooked in beef dripping. Oh, I've had those before, Grant. Very nice. I like triple cooked chips. I think they are particularly exciting. Also, more firearms are finding their way onto Britain's streets with devastating consequences. And the rank and file police fear an autumn of conflict after that disaster the other day at the custody centre in Croydon in South London, where Matthew Ratana was killed on Friday. I mean, how this person got in there, these are questions that will be asked time and time again. How this person got in there with a gun, God alone knows. You know, tougher stop and search rules, definitely. But, and they go, oh, it's great, but this is what police officers do. They put their life on the line every single day. And there's no sort of, they don't have anything to bounce back onto. There seems to be no backup for them whatsoever. Mail on Sunday, Piers Morgan, How the World Went Nuts, his new book. We like Piers Morgan. Mrs. Hinch, as I say, is another one of those people, a bit like Anthea Turner, who tells you how to sort of fold a towel or something like that. Sunday People, favourite bake-off recipes. Some of them I quite like flowers on top of cakes and stuff like that. You do it with cream, and then they've got edible flowers. You can buy them in a lot of the supermarkets, do edible flowers, and they look really pretty. I've never actually made a cake in my entire life, but I like looking at the edible flowers, In fact, looking at the picture on the front of the Sunday People, it looks very nice. Scandal of the 500,000 long COVID victims. 500,000 survivors. Could be the latest victims of government bungling. And there's one nurse here. She says, every day's a battle. I'm in constant pain. I don't know how I'm not dead. Also, Radio 1's Clara Amfo. Nobody's ever heard of, but they put her onto Strictly because that's how the BBC work. It's a case of let's sort of try and put her on there and then the rest of the country, because I don't know who Radio 1 appeals to anymore. I've really got no idea. Not a clue. But the young people, is it? I know. A shame, really. And yet the presenters are quite old, aren't they? But this is... she's 36. I mean, she must be way out of touch with her audience. But anyway, apparently, she's got crushes on lots of celebrities. I don't think we need to know this, actually. All we need to know is, can you dance? Okay, it's a dancing programme. If you want to do a sex programme, do a sex programme, but don't masquerade it. We're not interested in who you're after, who you've been with, or all that. We don't care. Okay, just dance, love. If you can't dance, you'll be out very quickly. Okay, so we do that one on the line. I've sorted all out. Why do people insist on we're not interested in people's sex lives on the television. You don't turn on the radio and go, I wonder what their sex life is. Although some of you probably might do. The People this morning. Also, there's a brilliant football pull-out. And that won't go anywhere. Not in my life. I can't think of anything worse, honestly. Does anybody still follow football? You can't go to a game, can you? There's no games you can go to. So you watch it on television. Do people still... My brother used to watch... could have been Southampton some years ago, and when he was younger, he used to sit there with his Southampton scarf on and a rattle in front of the television. He wasn't even at the game. We lived in Berkshire. Royal Blue Planet, and this is the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge and Sir David Attenborough. Must be quite exciting, actually, for them. Then they had a little thing. Museums told to stop pulling down statues or risk fund cuts. And Boris Johnson is considering appointing one of the BBC's fiercest critics as chairman of the broadcasting regulator. I didn't even know Boris Johnson had that power to decide who was going to be chair of Ofcom. But they've said Paul Dacre, the former long-standing editor of the Daily Mail. That'll be an interesting one. Daily Star, TV Jeff's I'm a Celeb Dream. This is Jeff Stelling, who was proudly telling us the other week he's had Botox, apparently. And I always sort of worry about people, men having Botox on the television. He doesn't need, mind you, I say he doesn't need Botox. That he's revealed he was in talks to go in, but he didn't get the result he wanted. Presumably, that was the amount of money they were offering. I don't know why. He said he's a huge fan of the show, and he said, one show I'd love to take part in is I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. I'm a bit afraid of heights, not a very good swimmer, so I'd be ideal for the public to torture in the Bush Tucker trials, but because the money wasn't right, he decided not to take it. That's what it comes down to now. Sunday Express, George and the Giant Shark Tooth, which is great, and Honours Joy for NHS Heroes, which will be announced very shortly. Sunday Mirror, Weight Watchers reimagined, packed with delicious recipes, because as you come up to Christmas, they're going to start telling you about going on a diet. Because apparently, you know, it's going to be one of those Christmases this year. Donors' compensation for babies born to gay couples. He doesn't like the idea that he's been a donator, but yet they've given it to gay couples, which is a bit of a surprise. And Strictly star Neil Jones's new girlfriend's been reported as an illegal immigrant by her ex. Colombian dancer Louisa Yussé arrived in the UK to marry DJ Hannah Smith. I don't even know who Hannah Smith is, but now she's found a man. I'm assuming Hannah Smith is a girl. I'm assuming so. That's what I would have thought so. I've never heard of Hannah being a man's name. Kirsty Gallagher talking in the magazine today, My Tears Over the Arrest. Yes, I would have thought so, actually. I would have thought so. And Bojo has to regain his mojo. Cold in the middle of the night. And, of course, I generally don't get cold. I've generally got, I do sleep with socks on in bed. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I do like warm tootsies. And ever since I went to the podiatrist the other week, my foot regime, producer doesn't do feet. It's his first time back on the programme, actually, since God created the Garden of Gethsemane. And he's come back in. He's been in the Lake District. He's been climbing up and down mountains, doing hill walking, fell walking, swimming, climbing up rocks, rock climbing, kayaking. So he's done kayaking before, actually. He has been abroad to do that. Mainly he has to because of the police thing. And so he was doing it in the Lake District, which I've never been to. I've never been to the Lake District, but it's apparently quite beautiful. Stunning scenery. Yeah, it rains. I don't mind the rain. They were doing a thing the other day. Funnily enough, I thought of Darren. One of those rare moments. And it was the Housewives of Orange County. They're all very rich, but also really incredible bitches. And where did they want to go? Iceland. So they went to Iceland for 2 or 3 days, and they went to a glacier, they went up a volcano, they did all sorts of things, and they made them eat rotting shark. And I thought of Darren, because Darren, of course, and his partner love Iceland. I've never been, doesn't interest me in the I don't mind looking at the scenery, but as usual, they have an argument at the table because somebody didn't do something for somebody else. But this huge, beautiful waterfall, the glacier, which is, millions of years old. And then, what did they find? In the middle of nowhere, the carcass, or the skull and the skeleton of a killer whale. Because that would have been caught up in the glacier, and it just brings it all down. The glacier will sort of, if you speed up slow motion filming of a glacier, it moves fairly quickly. And underneath the glacier, underneath sort of 8 to 10 feet of ice and snow, are boulders and all sorts of things which have been caught up in it. I told you of that beautiful thing, I think in France, where you go along a long tunnel, it's into a mountain, and at the very end, there's a door, a big metal door. You open the metal door, and you're confronted by a sheet of ice. And so they get a big hose out in this tunnel, and what you're looking at is the glacier. You are underneath the glacier. So with this jet of hot water, they carve a cave in the middle. They go and stand in it and go, look, you can see all that it's dripping and everything else. He said, you watch. They shut the door. The next day they go back, they open the door, the cave is gone. It's just a sheet of ice again. It's moved further down the mountain. And I've always thought I'd quite like to go to glaciers while we've still got them. And that was the only thing that appealed to me about going to Iceland. The food doesn't interest me. And the fact that it's light for lots of the time, and then it's dark for lots of the time. It just, they're very lovely. But I don't want to sort of mingle with them. I don't want to mingle with the people there. I don't want them sort of coming around, knocking on the door. The geysers are lovely. Have you been in the hot geysers? Have you been in the blue pool? Is it the blue pool, the blue lagoon? Oh, is it Taki? Traditional. Yeah, see, I mean, I'm not wild about sort of geysers. The idea that something's going to be spurting off in front of you every 5 minutes doesn't really appeal to me in the slightest. I've seen Old Faithful. Have you seen that one? Old Faithful? It's been doing it for God knows how many years, and people watch it, and you think, because the whole of Yellowstone Park is a giant volcano. If it blows up, it'll take America with it. I wonder if Trump will be in office. Anyway, just sort of thinking out the box and thinking to myself, I think that's really quite interesting. And then they went to a place. Who the hell was it? It was another one of these documentaries, and it was looking at volcanoes. And they go to this place where they look over the edge of this cliff, and there is a magma pool. It is literally bubbling and, like seriously dangerous. And this bloke goes down on a rope to get as close as he can to it. And I'm thinking, say it just collapses. He'd be gone in less than a nanosecond. But still interesting. I like all those sort of... anything that's educational, anything to do with history, anything to do with nature, and I was watching... I didn't realise it was an old Attenborough programme on animals, surprisingly. And it was really good, actually. I thought it was really entertaining, and I'd suddenly forgotten just how good these things are. And this was the one with these lizards that get born on an island, and when they're born in the sand, they come out of the sand. I think it might be... Is it the archipelagos, or is it... I can't remember. Anyway, it comes out of the sand... And they're not huge, but they're a little bit bigger than you would imagine. I mean, not like these giant... What are those giant lizards called? Komodo dragons. They're not as big as Komodo dragons. They're quite small. But when they come out of the ground, it pokes its head up, looks around, and they're only about a foot long. It doesn't realise that it's got predators. And who are the predators? Snakes. On this beach, snakes. And what these snakes do, and there are hundreds of them, this little thing will come out of the sand and it'll be sitting there. Snakes have got very bad eyesight. They can't see anything unless it moves. And so the little thing, they learn really quickly. And then this snake comes within a few inches of it. And this thing takes off down the beach, hotly pursued by about 20 snakes. And they move fast. And if they catch it, they wrap it up. All these different snakes intertwine and suffocate it and then eat it. Because that's, you'd think to yourself, oh, my God in heaven, you wouldn't want to be a little, like, sort of dragon type thing. But the Komodo dragons are huge. And they fight each other. And the trick, it's roughly the same as in this country. To get a win, you have to pin your opponent to the floor. I think it's a bit like sumo. And Komodo dragons do the same. These things, at least 10 feet long. And they just salivate all over the place. And so when they fight, they stand up to each other, and then one will knock the other down, and the moment he's on the floor, game over. Very clever, very clever. But baby iguanas, they were. Really, you feared some of them. He was captured by about 4 different snakes, and all you saw was his little leg waving at things. You think, oh my God, they're eating him. They're trying to eat him whole. And the rest of him. And it was a case of, and I'd seen it before, and I'd forgotten how scary it is for these little things. Poor souls, honestly. It's not much fun, is it, really? Anyway, Steve, Freeview have got a channel on called Sony Movies Christmas. Yes, I saw it yesterday. They've had it in America for ages. My friend Ian will actually tell you, I think the Hallmark channel is showing Christmas films. I did go out yesterday. Remember I told you about these new lights I bought, the twinkly lights? And I showed Thomas... what they look. He was very impressed. I've offered to get him a box for, and he went, no. Very ungrateful. But anyway, it doesn't make any difference, I'll just buy him the usual things I got him last year. Yeah, they're wasted on you. We know you're a cheap person. That's why I thought I'd just show you the box. You don't have to have the lights inside it. And so I bought the one box of lights, and I took them home, and the more I thought about it, the more I thought, I like this. 400 lights in the box. And I thought... I think I'm going to have to get some more, because then I can give a set to... I was going to give a set to Thomas, but he didn't want them. So I'll give a set to my brother, because he'll like something like that. And you can control them from your telephone. You download an app, I assume, and then you can all do different designs and patterns and all the rest of it, because the bulbs themselves are colour changing. So each bulb does... And I've got old colour changing bulbs from years and years ago, which I've never put on the tree, because I just quite like the box of them. I've got boxes of lights which have not even seen the light of day. Every so often, I'll look at the top of the wardrobe thinking, what the dickens... Oh, my God, more lights. Little tiny lights and things like that. So I got on the bus, I put on my best outfit, and pootled into John Lewis in Kingston. And already when I got there, and I got there about 10:30, I think. I wasn't sure what time they opened, and I think it's about 10:30. And there was a queue already. I thought, oh, please God, they're not buying Christmas lights, because I'd mentioned it on the programme yesterday. So I tried to disguise myself as just an ordinary shopper, which didn't take much. I just had to look dowdy. And I stood in the queue, and then the door opened, and I thought, if anybody goes up and runs up the staircase, I'll know that they'll be heading for the Christmas lights department. So I made it first and picked up 2 sets of the lights I wanted. So I've now got 3 sets of the lights. But of course, they won't open the tills till 11 o'clock. And I get so frustrated. You know, as far as I'm concerned, they call it browsing time. They do exactly the same in Selfridges. They can't actually serve you because the tills are on a time lock. So what you have to do is you have to sort of pick up whatever you want, or sort of indicate what you want, and then you have to wait until they open. So I went and sat down on a piece of furniture, waiting for the 11 o'clock. And then when I stood up to go to the please pay here bit, there was already about 4 people queuing. And I thought, honestly, it's obviously a bit of a rush here, but I had the most expensive things. I had the Christmas lights. Nobody else was buying Christmas lights, and I felt really quite grateful, which I think was fantastic. So I've now got 3 boxes, but I will drop a box down to my brother. He'll love them. It'll just be his sort of thing. Absolutely. Steve, there's a glacier in the Alps. I should imagine it's probably a fairly new, probably quite a number, actually, above the Mont Blanc tunnel. I see it regularly when passing through France into Italy. Listening from Italy this week. Not cold here, might I say, says Rich the trucker. It's not freezing cold here, but it is a bit nippy. I've got a coat out, which I'm going to whiz into the dry cleaners later on. And it's quite a nice... I'd forgotten I bought it, actually, because I keep buying different coats every year, and I like a coat that's got lots of pockets on it. You know, the more pockets, the happier I am. Right, we take all of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Plus, we've got a Harry and Meghan story this morning. Again, Harry, who just basically might as well just go and whistle in the wind, because he'll upset the royal family again. This time... It's to do with the fact, it's sort of a Netflix thing, but as they want to get their pound of flesh from these two, who would practically sell their grandmother down the river, it's a case of they're going to be appearing in a reality-type show. Now you'll see how boring they are. Now you'll see it. Plus, Pizza Hut attempting to close more sites, and Simon Weston tells Brits to back the Sun's poppy push, and too much weight can put you at risk. All of that... Plus, happy birthday to Brigitte Bardot, and Eddie Izzard broke into Pinewood Studios many years ago in a bid to become an actor. All of that and more. Got 20 degrees over there, which is very nice. Shane in Sydney is your favourite texter. Oh, right. Well, because he brings you up to date with what the weather is like over in Sydney. He seems very polite. I think I can't remember how old he said he was. He's 60-something, I think. Which I think all good people are in their 60s, aren't they? And above. He's always very nice, I know. Thomas is one of his benevolent moods today. Now that he's actually got the Loch Ness T-shirt, which we waited ages for to come through. But I knew, because when he said to me, he said, you wait till you see what I'm wearing, this morning when he texted me. And because we do things like that. Cat Stevens in a lot of the papers today. Yusuf Islam was framed, they say, for backing Iran's fatwa on Salman Rushdie. I was a big fan, still am actually, of Cat Stevens. I wish he'd tour again and just do... The trouble is you want him to do all the hits, don't you? When you go and see somebody like that, you want to hear the hits. So, the Harry and Meghan story, once again, the disastrous couple lurch from one disaster to another. This time they've agreed to be filmed for a fly-on-the-wall reality series. Sounds about as boring as it's going to get, I'm afraid. It had been thought that the Netflix deal would have them working only behind the camera, but a source says Meghan, here we go, wants the world to see the real her. We don't want to see the real you, dear. Why would you think we're interested in that? I mean, apparently in one of the papers yesterday, I couldn't believe it, they said she could be interested in running for president. What experience? What she knows about politics, right on a grain of sand. But they said it'll be tasteful. They want to give people a glimpse into their lives. You know what it is? Privileged, spoilt and ignorant about a lot of facts to do with the royal family. So, having moaned about alleged media intrusion in this country, they're now getting in America. But of course, it's obviously different over there, isn't it? Because Meghan's got what she wants. Harry, according to Judy James, the body language expert, is about as miserable as they come. Poor soul, honestly. But he wants to come back to this country for Christmas. I can't think of anybody who wants him to come back to this country for Christmas, but I'm sure somebody will sort of welcome them with open arms, because nobody appears to be going out there. So, having moaned about, the media intrusion, now they're milking it for all it's worth. Such hypocrites. But they've agreed to do this series, so you could see what they're really like. Why would you want to? I mean, I can't really understand the mentality of these people. Apparently, senior royal aides fear the Sussexes' remarks on US politics could violate their Megxit terms. Well, I mean, do you think Harry gives a stuff about the royal family? Of course he doesn't. course he doesn't. Doesn't care less about them. Couldn't care less about his grandmother, his grandfather. I mean, nothing. He doesn't even care about his own father, let alone talk to his brother. It's all very, very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. A Sussex's spokesman said the message was not an endorsement of a party or a candidate. Yeah, don't vote for Donald Trump. Yeah, the spokesman. You know, we all love this, but they've all got to be paid for. And as long as it comes out of their money, I couldn't really care less. I'm really not bothered. Students are now trapped in the halls in Manchester. And they're not happy. Imagine they're never happy students, are they? I'm sorry, you're not going out. Oh, I'm gonna drink. Well, you know, you're not having any drink at the moment. We're gonna lock you in and keep you there. And then scores of people queue to reach the summit of Snowdon on Saturday, despite pleas by the Welsh Government to stay away. Here they are, the thickos. Nobody wearing masks. Seriously, it's absolutely unbelievable. Regular walkers said they'd never seen it so busy, sparking fears that Snowdonia National Park Authority will close the area for a second time. They're actually thinking it's done with tourists because they say it's actually quite easily walked on foot. But there is nobody here wearing masks. What a bunch of buffoons. Seriously. I would have thought, actually, out of anybody, walkers and hikers and people like that would have half a brain cell, but this lot, obviously not, I'm afraid. Plus, Zoe Ball has requested a pay cut as she feels uncomfortable with the £1 million wage rise. She got just under £990,000. So, you know, that's great. But unfortunately, the new Director General defended her pay, saying it was a punchy market. He said Zoe's absolutely a broadcaster at the top of her game. She's delivering to over 8 million listeners. Yeah, but she's hemorrhaged over 1 million of them. So, not so great. The BBC never actually admit these sort of things, do they? They can't see, you know, the wood for the trees, and they can't see further than the end of their noses. Because, you know, that sort of money for somebody who hemorrhaged the audience, you know, and she's perfectly pleasant. Perfectly pleasant. It's just that it's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? There's also a restaurant who's created a cocktail made from pumpkin syrup. Have you ever had pumpkin? Ugh, it's disgusting. Disgusting. This is the alcohol-free pumpkin-spiced shake. It's made with vanilla ice cream, orange sorbet, and pumpkin-spiced syrup. And this particular... It doesn't even tell you where this place is. It just says alcohol-free pumpkin. The chain has also launched some new punches, including a pumpkin-spiced martini. But they don't tell you what the thing is. I quite like the Dead Man's Fingers, spiced rum, pumpkin-infused syrup, coconut cream, passion fruit, and citrus. It all sounds quite exciting, but it doesn't tell you where you can get these. So you probably make it yourself. I did have pumpkins. I've got a tin of pumpkin, actually, which I had for something some years ago. And I remember thinking, God, it was disgusting. It was really absolutely dreadful. There's a jailed crime lord. This is gangster Michael Dixon Nash, serving 20 years for machine gun trafficking. God, he's ugly. He was sent spiky blue footwear, but never received them. They vanished with a pair of golden Nike Air Max 97 trainers sent to him at a prison in Kent. So he claimed £4,500, including the time he was deprived of wearing them. You silly little person. And all he got was 1,500 quid. Oh, that's sweet, isn't it? So he got 144 quid for the Louboutin and 95 for the Nikes, as he couldn't prove they were new. The case has probably cost us an absolute fortune. He's a crime lord. That's his only claim to fame. Poor little soul. Also, James Haskell on his rugby antics. God, what a boring story. I had to drink 7 raw eggs, lots of dirty pints, and stuck toothpicks in my face, but never anything seriously weird. He apparently has a book out. What a boring person. When we saw him on Loose Women, he's the one going out with... he's married to Richard and Judy's little daughter. You know, the one who crashed the car one night. Remember, James Haskell apparently used to play rugby. Now, we don't know what he does. Yeah, but he's now married to poor... You're a what? Scotland. Does Scotland play rugby as well? Good Lord above, honestly, I had no idea. I thought it was just tossing the hammer or something like that. No, I meant the hammer. I've seen them tossing the hammer. They pick up the hammer, they swing it around the head and they throw it. It's exactly the same as the caber, only the hammer goes further. I've been to Highland Games. I know. I've been there when sort of people have worn kilts, the swirl of the kilt and the bagpipes and everything else. Love it. But poor old Chloe Madeley, I mean, I put it this way, having been bored senseless with her, now you're going to be bored senseless with her husband. And, as I say, used to play it, now he just doesn't do anything at all, really. But it's quite interesting, because apparently he's supposed to have slept with 1,000 women. Honestly, what a drip. What a drip. But Chloe spent most of her formative life in ditches as the car was crashed. And, she's always been the embarrassment. It's a shame because she's got a very nice brother, who is obviously Richard Judy's son. Also, here we go, Denise Van Outen getting her skates on to avoid the 10 p.m. curfew. She performed her cabaret show on Saturday, watched by, wait for this, it was an all-star cast, Jessica Wright. Jessica Wright, who turned up on the celebrity karaoke programme the other day, which was so abysmally awful, I didn't know where we were going to begin with it. Duncan James went, and Dr. Range. And, I don't know what she was doing. Money, I suppose. Who was it the other day who was complaining about money? One of the people from the panel of Strictly. And was saying, I didn't know how I was going to pay all my bills because there was no work coming in. And I thought, God, the money some of these people must earn. But then you think, I suppose, for Denise Van Outen, I shouldn't imagine she's had an income for quite some time. More snow on the way, Vicar. They say there might be. There might be. You've had it in Leeds. It can definitely come back again. I see no reason why not. And a benefit cheat. I'll tell you who she is a bit later on. She basically had the money sent to her in Spain, which is very good. Plus, one of the UK's first gay dads celebrates the birth of a new child with his daughter's ex. His daughter, Saffron, had a boyfriend called Scott. Scott then declared he was bisexual, so started going out with one half of the gay dads, who ditched his partner of God knows how many years to go out with this little Twinkie, which was very sweet. Steve says, and so I was lucky to see both glaziers and a polar bear in Iceland. On the shelf next to Haribo Maltesers, mint or fruit. I used to love those polar bear mints, the glacier mints, weren't they? Lovely. Very nice indeed. I haven't had one for ages and ages because I'm assuming it can send you round the bend, I'm afraid. Definitely round the bend. It's just sugar, isn't it? But I quite liked it. They were so good, weren't they? Didn't they come with a wrapper? There was a wrapper on them, like a blue wrapper. I thought it was clear. It was a clear wrapper. You're thinking of the Fox. That was also the Fox doing glacier mints as well. Was it the polar bear and the fox? Why was a fox advertising glacier mints? What's that got to do with foxes? I mean, there are foxes. Have you seen them? In that when it comes to the winter and wherever they live, they turn white, so they can hide in the snow, and then sort of leap out and grab whatever it is they're grabbing out in there. I can't think of any particular animals that they go for, but there's all these orca whales. They were showing or killer whales, as we prefer to call them, and they were showing all the different types of whales and what their targets are. And the killer whales go for seals. They love going for seals, whereas there's some other whales go for penguins. Whereas the killer whales don't really go for penguins. They're more interested in the seals. And to watch them working, I mean, they're really quite frightening. You'll have an ice floe with a seal sitting on it doing its nails, thinking, what a lovely day it is today. And out of the water next to it rises this killer whale. And the head will obviously then gauge where the seal is in relation to what they're going to do to dislodge it from the ice floe. And dislodging it involves flapping your tail underwater and creating a wave which will knock the seal off into the water. But they've got to be careful because the seal's got very sharp teeth and it will go for it. So what they've got to do is catch it. And so the seal then tries to drag itself back onto the ice floe, the little bit that's left. But unfortunately, the whale comes up behind it and just goes and clamps onto its tail and pulls it slowly back into the water. And they drown it. That's what they do to other whales. They drown other whales. It's terrible, isn't it, really? But you can't interfere, can you? Freezing outside, says Waj. Hello, Thomas, says Shane in Sydney. I'm 62. You're a bit old for him, actually. He's sort of a young person. He's not, he's about 26 himself, actually. You're 26? Yeah. Have we got another birthday coming up, or have we missed a birthday? You're April, are you? Oh, right. And you'll be I can't remember. But I can't remember. I mean, loads of people phone me up and say, listen, it's my birthday, and I just write a card and stick it in the post to them. I never sort of think about, when it's actually their birthday. And I'd forgotten it was April. April. So an April child. Pizza Hut said they want to close more sites, but they have got about 290 of the blooming things. And a sozzled motorist drove around the road with no tyres on the car. They'd basically fallen off. Plus a gorilla mauls a zookeeper in a rampage. I don't know why I'm ever surprised at things like this. This was a woman who was very experienced. It was in a zoo in Madrid, and the gorilla went for her. I mean, I should imagine if you sit there all day, it must be very boring, very dull, and eventually, I suppose, something snaps, and they get, and they get sort of a bit cross. This one got very cross, Very cross. Went for it, and I think she ended up with broken ribs and stuff like that, because they're powerful. These things are all muscle. You don't find fat gorillas. You know, if you look at a silverback, they're all muscle. But apparently you're supposed to stand your ground. That's what they say. If you see one coming at you, just stand there. It's like if you see a rhinoceros coming at you, just stand there. Yeah, right. I think not. I think we'd be running like hell. And if a gorilla's coming at you and they come... and they do all that kind of stuff, and when you hear it from them, it's dangerous. I told you I went to this sanctuary where they look after snow leopards and all sorts of things down in... I think it was in Kent, actually. And they have a Black Panther. When this thing roars, I kid you not, you fear for your life. You fear for your life. This thing is like, whoa, very... Obviously not as fit as I thought it was. Over the last 7 days, I've averaged 4,580 steps a day. So that's the average. On Saturday, I was a lot better. Sunday, I was down. Monday, beginning of last week, I was good. Wednesday was on par. Tuesday was another rubbish day. I didn't seem to do anything on Tuesday at all, but average for... And somebody said to me, no, you should do about 10,000 steps in a day. And I thought, oh, God, that's all I need. 10,000 steps in a day. I'm not sure I could manage it. Although there was a lovely story about Tyson Fury, I think it is. Wait a minute. Yeah, Tommy Fury, who was doing an exercise thing the other day with Mark Wright. They were doing a boxercise session. Mark Wright is obviously desperately unfit because whilst Tommy barely seemed to break a sweat, Mark quickly appeared out of breath because he's not fit. He's not fit. You know, we can all sort of take our shirts off and, you know, sort of lose a bit of weight and sort of work it up. It doesn't necessarily mean you're fit. Just means you can tone yourself up. Roger says, I've just read the back of a bag of Fox's is it Glacier or Glacier mints? And each sweet, hence the Fox. Oh, stupid of me, made by Foxes. And each sweet has 169 calories. So Fox's Glacier, the mint's the one with the polar bear on. I always thought they were two different brands too, Steve. No. So it's Fox's Glacier mint, so hence the fox and hence the polar bear on top of the mint, but they're 170 calories each one. So that's a lot, isn't it? I mean, who just has one Glacier mint? Don't you get to that stage, after you've sucked it for a long while, does it not get to that stage where it then just becomes fragile and breaks? You just really... see, I've done that. I sometimes bite. You know, what hope for me? What hope for me, I tell you. We used to do that with fruit polos as well. You put it on your tongue, and it would stay there forever. But unfortunately, because you were salivating at the same time because of the sort of the fruit and all the rest of it, whatever it was in there, chemicals or something, I don't know, I can't remember. The thing starts dissolving before you've even had a chance to do anything at all. See, we're watching The Roadrunner. If I was the only one that wanted the Coyote to win, because you always try so hard, says Anthony. I never used to watch Roadrunner. I never used to watch. I couldn't care less. Meep. That was the extent of his language. And it was always, a box would arrive from the Acme Tool Company or something like that. And I remember thinking, who watches this stuff? Obviously you. Steve, I think we were separated at birth. No, believe you me, we definitely weren't. I'd have remembered things like this, Gwenny. She said, last Monday I was 60. And I discovered this morning that I enjoy and watch everything that you do. And I lastly ordered my John Lewis Christmas tree and baubles online. I love your show. Thank you. Well, you can order online. I had a wander around the other day, around the Christmas department, waiting for the blooming tills to open, clutching with boxes of lights. But all I've got to do is download the app, and then I'm all singing, all dancing. And I know people are going to take pictures of the tree because the lights are so unusual. So unusual. Also, another one says... somebody else says, I'm in my 60s, but I love listening to your show. We've got people from 9 to 90. 9 to 90 listening to... And why not, for goodness sake? 24 minutes to 5. You've got to get up today. You've got to go to work. And you know what the trains are like on a Monday morning, don't you? Where you sort of go, oh, dear. And you see the same people all the time. You see the same people. And you do tend to find, when you're on the train and you're sort of brushed up against people, you tend to sort of look round and think, I wonder what you do for a living. You know, and I always look at their feet. I like to look at what shoes they're wearing or trainers or things like that. It's the most peculiar... I don't know why. It's not a fixation or anything. I'm not sort of into fetishes. I just sort of like looking at people's feet and see what their footwear looks like. I don't know why. You like Luke's shoes. Well, yeah, well, you can't have them. See, I don't do trainers. I think that's they're for very young people. They're not really for adults. You've never seen me. I don't even possess a pair of trainers. I've got no trainers. I swear to God, I've got no trainers at all. Nothing. You won't ever see me in a pair of trainers. Ever. I've never possessed a pair. I had a pair of plimsolls once, but never. Yeah, but I've never worn them in here because I haven't had them for donkey since I was 15. And I don't think I knew you when I was 15. You miss plimsolls. You can still buy them. You're too... No, they do them in your size. What are you, 11? 13? Oh, my goodness me. Are you really a 13? I didn't know they made shoes in 13s. Sorry? Yeah. Oh, right. What, they sort of act like paddles, I suppose, when you're swimming. You're sort of... How fantastic. Size 13. God, that must prove problematic, mustn't it, really? When you sort of go out somewhere. You don't drive, though, do you? Because that would be a problem, size 13. Trying to get your feet to just hit the right pedal at the right time. And also, your cousin's size 15. He's got tiny little... How do you know he's got tiny little toes? Oh, he walks around barefoot. Oh, right. Isn't that awful? I mean, you know, it's like being very tall, you know, nowadays, and sort of people sort of look at... And there's a woman who gets off the train at Waterloo, and she must be in excess of 6'2" or 3. And because she's so tall, you can't help but to look at her. And I don't like to stare, because it looks a little bit rude. So if she's listening to the programme at the moment, getting up, that's me staring at you. The one with the baseball cap on and my mask, so you can't see me smiling to myself. I don't mind smiling. It's 20 calories per Glacier Mint. Is it? It said 169 calories each sweet. Unless that's the whole packet. I don't know. They don't do a packet, do they? They were selling on the television yesterday. Andy Peters was selling this Joe and Steph's popcorn, which I've had before. And they do, because there's loads of advent calendars coming out now, and the popcorn one's got a bag of popcorn behind each window. But they're only little bags, so it's like a portion. For you, it wouldn't fill you up very much, Thomas, and also it's fattening, I should imagine. But it's good for vegetarians, but not vegans. Oh, you got a banana. That looks like the mankiest banana I've ever seen. I don't like... I know, it looks horrible. No. And it's curved. How unnatural is that? Not normal. Straight bananas. Did we have an EU directive some years ago? Straight bananas. You don't want anything that's slightly bendy, do you? No. You're peeling... I hate watching people peel bananas. It's the most disgusting thing ever. It really is. You're going to eat that, are you? While we're doing the programme, you're going to sit there in front of me and stick a banana... Stop it. Sitting on the naughty step for the remainder of the day. Can we find out how many calories in a Fox's Glacier Mint? Somebody said 169, which seems quite excessive, and somebody said 20, which sounds more realistic to me. I'm probably more likely to think it would be 20 calories, but I could be wrong, because I haven't had one of these things for donkey's years. I've got no idea. I'm rubbish on calories. There you go. Somebody says only 20 calories in a Glacier Mint. It is. Is it 20 calories? What's our daily intake as men? What are we supposed to have a day? Is it 1,500 calories or something? Perhaps you could have it all in one go, which I quite fancy the idea of. I was shopping the other day and I bought loads of fruit, which I thought was very good of me. I bought peaches and... Although perhaps they're not peaches, perhaps they're something else, but they're very nice, actually. I gave Thomas some blueberries because they're very healthy. 2,000 a day, is it? 2,200. That's quite a lot, isn't it? I'm between 2 and 2. Okay, what I'm going to do today, I'm not going to have meat. I'm going to have just vegetables. No, I'm not going to have a banana. I did have 4 bananas one day, because I like them green and crispy. I don't like soft, squidgy bananas. And I ate 4 and sent my blood sugars through the roof. And somebody said, of course it did, you've eaten 4 bananas. And I said, well, I didn't really... All these different things that seem to affect me. It's lovely. Roger says, nobody can suck a fruit polo or even a Murray mint till it dissolves because it's tempting to crunch it and swallow. I know, that is the problem, isn't it? You do. I mean, Murray... I tell you the other thing as well, which is awful, butterscotch. Those Werther's Originals. I defy anybody. You can't keep it in your mouth without at some point biting the blooming thing. It's almost as if you're waiting for another fix of butterscotch. I love a Werther's Original. They do different ones. They do ones with a soft centre. They do ones... All these different things. But just remember, I've already bought some Christmas sweets. Chocolate money I bought the other day, which we like. Do you like chocolate money? I'll bring in some chocolate money. Yeah. What do you mean, no? You're on a diet now, but at Christmas time you won't be on the diet, will you? You'll be shoving it down your gullet like the best of them. Yes, you will be. Of course you will be. You'll be having the proper cooked lunch for Sunday. I'm determined this year that we're going to have a great Christmas. You know, I know a lot of people are going to be going, oh, it's going to be a terrible Christmas. I'm thinking, no, not in my household. I'm going to make sure that it goes very well. Better do. So Harry and boring old Meghan and boring old Harry, and they're doing a Netflix thing. You know, so she's so selfish. Not interested in him. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't be anywhere. In fact, she wasn't anywhere before she met him. And so I'm now deciding that a Netflix programme, like a fly on the wall with Harry and Meghan. What an embarrassment for the royal family. What an embarrassment. How much more can you kick them when they're down? Alan Carr's husband, who's called Paul, makes fun of the star by calling him the Chubster and introduces him to strangers as Bungle from Rainbow. Why would you need to introduce anybody like Alan Carr to strangers? Surely everybody knows who he is. 44-year-old Chatty Man star said Paul Drayton, who he married in 2018 with singer and pal Adele officiating, said his nicknames were awful. Oh. Asked on he's got a show, Alan and Mel, with Melanie Sykes. Well, she's not his care, is she? I mean, there's Bungle. Doesn't look at all like Alan Carr, does it? That's Jeffrey from Rainbow. Zippy and George, there. And then Bungle. We used to absolutely wet ourselves laughing, didn't we? But of course, you know what they're famous for? Rod, Jane and Freddie, who came to my 50th birthday party. Rod, Jane and Freddie were there. My next-door neighbours couldn't believe their luck. It was absolutely fantastic. And Paul Nuttall has had to deny that he played Bungle, because they don't like to spoil the... It's like with the Teletubbies. They don't like to tell people who sort of plays each Teletubby, because it spoils it for little children. But Jeffrey Hayes died some years ago now, but he was very well known for doing Bungle. George and Zippy. I should think they were fab. I thought they were great, actually. I love it. You know, there's something very clever about being a children's entertainer. That's what they used to be, the inroad, didn't it, into getting onto television now. Be a children's entertainer. But it's more difficult than you ever imagine. Definitely. Actor Eddie Izzard, Danny Dyer's narration for a TV documentary won praise from fans. The EastEnders bloke was hailed for describing Britain's 30s fascist leader Oswald Mosley as a melt. I don't know what a melt is, but I'm assuming it's not a particularly complimentary thing to say about somebody. And Sir David Attenborough has criticised the way Extinction Rebellion protesters disturb the lives of innocent people. Yeah. Well, I mean, they're the same people protesting down in Trafalgar Square, weren't they, the other day? We don't have to wear a mask. Good. Well, don't wear a mask, but don't turn up to hospital when you become ill, all right? Thank you very much indeed. I should like mention that now. There should be because if you want to walk into a hospital, you'll need a mask on. Don't want to put a mask on, they ain't letting you in. It's as simple as that. You can stand outside and whistle till the cows go home. Space experts also believe that life on Venus could actually be from Earth. They reckon that it's microbes from our atmosphere scooped up by an asteroid and transported there. Lovely. But of course they don't look like people or anything like that, with big noses, big ears and gaping eyes and bald heads. I don't know why we automatically think that's what it means by aliens. LBC News Time, 5:30, your headlines. It's 4:45. What am I talking about, honestly? I was sort of reading here. It's 5:30 and I thought we haven't even got to 5:30. I'm willing the morning away. Welcome to Easter. Hello. Steve, how long do you give it before Harry's had enough and is asking to be allowed back into the royal family? Well, I mean, I think they've left the door open for him. I think they know what he's like. And I think probably, you know, when it all goes pear-shaped in America, because let's face it, you're in the land of the free, and that means free to pap you, free to basically throw themselves in front of your car, free to do everything, but of course they don't know that, because he doesn't know anything. He's been sheltered all his life. He hasn't had to really do anything. All right, went into the army, but that's like par for the course for all of them. They've all been in. Andrew, Philip, everybody. They give them these sort of titles. And so Harry is now not allowed to wear uniform or anything like that because he's not in the forces anymore. He's also not a working member of the royal family. He's basically the disaster that we always thought he was. He just went out and had a good time. You know, a bit like Princess Margaret. She went out and had a good time because there was no chance of her ever being the Queen. And I think Harry realised that the more children William and Kate have, the further down the list he goes. So it's highly unlikely that he ever gets anywhere near the throne. But, it's still Harry. But it's just that, you wish that they wouldn't preach to us. He wasn't particularly bright at school, so why we expect him to be able to do this? What he's done is being pushed by her. Because before all this happened, there was no mention of anything, coming out of the royal family. It's got nothing to do with, the way that the press are treated him, because here they are milking the press. They're basically kowtowing to the press. Please write about us, please write about us. So when you see the headline on the front where they're going to be doing a reality show, and you think, are you mad? Nobody does. No, whether you're a current member or ex-member of the royal family, you don't do reality shows. You really don't. It's just not that sort of thing. It's supposed to be sort of some sort of secret life that people have got. And I don't have a problem with that. Shane says, I've done it again. I went into Coles, it's a department store over there, bought a packet of mince pies. They're nearly gone. I'm not even home yet. I know. Have you ever... the only thing that they don't do, they do it with an apple pie, is, I think Mr. Kipling, he does an apple pie with custard in it. They've actually injected a bit of custard into it. I wish they'd do the same with mince pies. I wish they would actually do a mince pie with a bit of booze in there, like the Walker's mince pies, which are delicious, and then put some added custard in there. That'd be quite nice. I've got a thing about custard. I was watching Ainsley Harriott doing the most boring... But I said in a row as well, you don't see very much of him on television. What was he cooking? Oh, God, it was too dreary for words. He was doing sort of, food that you had at school. But I just find him just a bit fake. It's not really quite right. Steve, do you think the sale of scarves will skyrocket this winter as people will wear them as face coverings instead of masks? No, absolutely not. I've seen people who pull their shirts up so they sort of cover their mouths. And then we had somebody on the bus the other day. Woman gets on and she comes... She's not wearing a mask or anything, so I tut. I always go... Because it really annoys me, they're infecting people. The moment they step onto the bus, they're infecting people. If they've got coronavirus, we're going to get it as well. Unless you've got your mask on. And she came and sat down, and it was only when she'd sat down and the bus had set off on its little journey that she then decided to look for a mask. And then yesterday I was on the bus, and a woman gets on with two little kids, who are very sweet, and they sit right in front of me. And she's not got a mask on. And I was going to lean forward and go, I'm sorry, are you going to put a mask on? You're sitting right in front of me. I don't know whether you're sort of okay or whether you're not okay. It's terrible, isn't it? Also, it's a picture of Denise Van Outen and poor old Jessica Wright. Poor old Jessica Wright, honestly, what does she do for a living? She was a total disaster on the celebrity karaoke, which of course was a bit of an embarrassment because she's not a celebrity. But troweling on with the makeup, love. Still working, but I say working. Also, Amy Hart. So you want tea, coffee, duty free, put that in the overhead locker for you? Oh no, she can't do that. And she fancies doing a show with her dad, who's a funeral director. Yeah. Apparently she had a guest appearance on Loose Women, and that was the last time we saw her. Because they suddenly realised these people can't string two words together. She also went on Celebs Go Dating, and they say she's got further irons in the fire, telly-wise. That's what they think is the future. It's so funny. They go, I think I'll be a television presenter. What can I be? Television presenter. No, just get your boobs out, same as you did all the time before, because it just wasn't really good enough, actually. Very funny, Steve, says Dale. You mentioned the Christmas movie channel. I watched a film this morning called A Christmas Kiss on the channel. I do like Christmas films. I really do. My brother was watching the other day, and when I went down to see him, he said, I'm going to this afternoon, because his wife and daughter had gone off to the Isle of Wight on the hovercraft. It's only 6 minutes. 6 minutes on the hovercraft. And, but I said, it's good for you can't see anything because the spray comes up from the hovercraft because it's one giant fan underneath it. And you said, but it's only 6 minutes, which I think is brilliant. I love the idea. And my brother said, I'm watching a film this afternoon. I said, oh, that's good. Well done. And he's going to watch The Amazing Mr. Blunden. The Amazing Mr. Blunden. Mr. Blunden, which one? So I hope you enjoy it. Well, I haven't heard from him since. And that was on, was that Saturday? I can't remember. Saturday, I think. Obviously he watched it and went, what a pile of rubbish this is. Leslie Udberg had a number of health conditions that meant she was unable to work from the age of 42. And she fraudulently pocketed thousands of pounds in UK benefits whilst living in Spain. She lodged a genuine claim for disability in '94, but she carried on living abroad whilst pocketing handouts. She'd been living there for 6 years. She wasn't entitled to anything at all, really. And they said she moved to Spain when her husband's mother became seriously ill. She wasn't living the life of Riley. She had a total overpayment of $17,500. These people, they know what they're doing, honestly. They go, oh, I've got no idea. Was I not entitled to that? Oh, what a big surprise. Steve, I do agree on the mince pie front. I always warm mine, then add a splash of brandy and some cream. Oh, lush, says Rose. A splash of brandy. A splash of brandy. Sounds delicious, doesn't it? I mean, to be honest with you, and also warm, and then it all dissolves. And then, either you could have custard or cream or ice cream. I'm not particularly fussed either way, because it would all be... custard probably would be my preferred choice, because I think you could put brandy in custard. I say that. I might be complete... Phil Vicker would probably say, don't be so silly, Steve. Of course you can't. But mince pies. We used to have a mince pie... It was like a big tray. They made a giant mince pie and then cut it into pieces, and we had it at school. I think they just called it mince tart. That could have been the woman who served us, I can't remember. But whatever it was particularly delicious. Then you got the big jug of custard. Sometimes, if you were lucky, if it was sponge pudding, you got pink custard or chocolate custard, which was particularly delicious. Or if not, it was the usual stuff with a horrible skin on the top of it. Ugh, I hate the skin. Ugh, hate it. Some people eat it. And then they were showing you one of these drive-ins or whatever it was, and there was a chicken restaurant. It looked delicious. And they used to fry chicken skin. Just the skin, not actually any chicken in it at all. And you'd eat the chicken. All I kept thinking was the calories that you're going to have in that. But it's all right, because Thomas tells me that I can have about 2,000 calories a day. But seeing as I don't know what all the calories are on different things, I've only got about another day to go on the thing. So I'm going to have to check with the hospital whether or not I can just add another little thing underneath. Oh, blimey. Don't want to know on that one. That's not a very good one at all. So, yeah, it tells you off. Phil Vickery says, have whatever you want, young man. But Phil Vickery is bad. He's very bad influence. Depends what he's cooking today. Depends what he's doing today. They said they're going to block your number, Phil. They're so nasty, aren't they, really, honestly? It's the trouble with young people nowadays. When they're not happy, they have to take it out on everybody else. Yeah, I wonder what you could have for pudding. They were doing on the Celebrity Bake Off. It wasn't Celebrity Bake Off, just a Bake Off programme. People had to make look like sort of a coconut pyramid thing with a bit of swirl of cream on the top. I mean, two of them were completely bloody useless. They couldn't bake. They'd caramelise the dripping stuff. My mother used to make madeleines, which is, as far as I remember, was a little sponge cake with apricot jam and then rolled in coconut with half a cherry on the top of it. I mean, if you were really expert, I was really expert, I'd get a whole one in my mouth. Whole one, pop it in there and take it right to the back of your throat. Right to the back of your throat. And I thought, if I really pushed it, I could probably get two in. But I didn't want to look a bit, looks a bit naff, doesn't it, really? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Oh, very young, what did you leave us this time? Matthew and son, one's ever done. Cat Stevens, framed, he says, for backing Iran's fatwa on Salman Rushdie, because he changed, didn't he? Halfway through his life, he became Yusuf Islam. And everyone went, oh, it's a shame he was such a good pop singer, as if all of a sudden things changed. Because I'm sure that he was up on the television, it could have been a couple of years ago. And I remember thinking, I mean, he did have a song at one time. I think his first hit was, I'm gonna get me a gun. Remember that one? I've been demoralised too many times. Catherine in Wimbledon says if you eat 12 bananas, it'll kill you. Potassium overload. Well, who eats 12 bananas? Nobody eats 12 bananas, do they? I mean, you shouldn't eat a lot. Shouldn't eat a lot on of things like that, because they're not good. I mean, I think 2 would be okay. 2 would be okay. But I just want something that's non-fattening, tastes delicious, and doesn't make you fat. And it's got no calories in it. And I've discovered nothing at all fits into that. And I was trying to find the other day, I wanted little chicken Kievs. Little balls they were, with garlic butter inside. Well, I'm blowed if I can find the blooming things. And I've hunted high and low. Sent out search parties. And I can't find them, because I just fancied them. It just sort of appealed to me. A little bit of garlic butter inside something. A little sort of chicken, but... I don't know. They must exist somewhere. Dreadful, isn't it? Everybody hates Mondays. Nobody likes Mondays. Even people who live for the beginning of the week don't like Mondays. I don't mind it at all. I'm quite happy about Monday. I like it. It depends what the weather's going to be like. Depends what the weather. So it's a trip to the dry cleaners today to get a coat pushed through and all these other little bits and pieces, which I'm sure will turn out lovely. Because every year I seem to go out and I buy another coat for Christmas, and so I seem to amass all these blooming coats. Paul says, I used to hate vegans, but I had to go vegan for health reasons. It's the best thing I ever did for my health and waistline. I still hate vegans, so don't tell them. Oh, secret's safe with me, Paul. Definitely. I would never worry about that. So for health reasons, you had to go vegan. How strange. Steve says, I'm waiting for the M&S Christmas party food to appear. They always have mini chicken Kievs. Also a new meal, chicken tikka biryani. It's delicious. I do like the mini chicken Kievs. They're actually quite sweet. But I mean, it's the same stuff every year at M&S. They're nothing new. Nothing new. Strange. What does your monitor do when you've had a mince pie? Says Jonathan. Well, I mean, it sends me through the roof. And I then spend the rest of the programme trying to take it down again. It's all right going low and then trying to raise it up. But when it's up, trying to get it down again is not the easy thing. He says that dried fruit is a real no-no. I know, the worst. Who'd have thought? I had some stuff the other day. What sent me through the roof again? Oh, I bought some crisps. Before you go, crisps. These were fruit crisps. Slices of apple or slices of melon, not deep fried, air fried. Sent me through the roof. I jumped from 6.5, 7 to 20. So, dried fruit, a big no-no. Had to remove it from my muesli. It's a bit time-consuming, isn't it? A biscuit recipe made of unsweetened Waitrose whole nut peanut butter, 1 egg and carb-free sweetener. Sounds terrible, but really good. Still discovering how to cope with type 2 and trying to avoid medication. Well, I'm on medication. I'm still trying to cope with it. But I sort of go through phases where I'll have you... I mean, you could look at my charts and my graphs, and you'd be saying, yeah, so what did you have there? And I could tell you what I had to make me go... really, really high. If it's low, I'll take something on, but you get a bit shivery. Or perhaps that was just about it was cold this morning, and so it's one of those sort of things. You spend ages trying to work out, what is good for you, and apparently there's nothing. So this morning I just had some dry Ryvita. And then I had a sort of a muffin type. It wasn't a muffin type. It was like a biscuit type thing. That was quite nice. So that's why the monitor goes a bit crackers, I'm afraid. and it's instant. You don't even have to wait to sort of do it on the blood sugar. But I'm thinking perhaps if I'm doing this and it's under my arm, checking on my glucose, I wonder really whether or not if you do it on the finger, perhaps it might have sort of not travelled down to your fingers. You hope, don't you really? Roger says, with half the world's planes grounded and the threat of banning diesel and petrol cars in a decade, what more do the eco-warriors want? Eco-warriors? Well, they want everything that we don't want. That's it, So we're going to ban diesel and petrol cars. We're all going to be electric. I don't want an electric car, thank you very much indeed. I really don't. I'm not remote. They don't make my car an electric anyway. But interesting that Attenborough's told off the Extinction Rebellion people. I think that's very funny. Reggie says, I heard about the man who drowned in a vat of muesli. It later emerged he was dragged under by a strong current. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Steve, Bernard Matthews, 15 turkey mini Kievs. Yeah, I'm a bit worried, Emma, about turkey Kievs from Bernard Matthews, who seems to have used every part of the turkey. I mean, I wasn't aware that turkeys had twizzlers, and in which part of their body was a twizzler. I didn't like that idea at all, actually. So, and I don't fancy that. But I quite fancy the idea of turkey mini Kievs in Iceland. I've looked through Iceland. I couldn't find them at all. I seriously couldn't find them. I was very upset about the whole. Eventually, you find what you want. I mean, I just wish that you could eat whatever you want, but apparently we can't. It doesn't matter who you are. Oh, poem. God, Thomas has been back one day. And he's found the longest poem we've ever had. This is written by Anonymous. Okay. It's called... I don't think it's called anything, actually. It doesn't seem to have a thing, but it reads as follows. Ready? Settle back. Settle down now. I saw Esau kissing Kate. The fact is, we all three saw. For I saw him, and he saw me, and she saw I saw Esau. That's it. That was it. One of our longest in living memory. Seriously, I don't think we haven't had anything that long for ages, have we? That's a cracker for a Monday morning. You know, he actually had to come in to me and say it's pronounced Esau. I said, yes, I know how to pronounce it. I'm a radio presenter, you know. So, I did so know how to pronounce it. I did so. I did because I saw Esau sitting on a seesaw. That's what it's taken from. It says so. But isn't it a funny name? Esau. I mean, how many people do you know called Esau? It must be a Middle Ages. You know 3 people called Esau. You're such a fibber, honestly. Well, did you bump into them in the Lake District as you were falling down the mountain because somebody pushed you because you were irritating? Nobody's called Esau. You don't know anybody called Esau. Don't tell fibs. Nothing worse, is there, really? You're telling me next, you know... I mean, I know the most common name at the moment, everywhere, Thomas. I know more Thomases and Toms, and I mean that in a nice way, than anybody else. Do you know the gag about Toms? You don't know the gag about Toms. It's what they call hookers. They're called Toms. Or is that their clients? I can't remember. It's one of the two. Yeah, do you not know that? Yeah. You see? That's why I'm sitting this side of the glass and you're sitting there. Age before... You're quite right. Age before beauty. Who cares? Steve, popular misconceptions. Being vegan does not mean being healthy. You still have to watch your fat and calorie intake. I know, because you have to take all sorts of things with it. Like creme brulee, to apparently bring it up, or Jaffa cakes. You know, if you don't have access to Jaffa cakes or creme brulee, I mean, your life is doomed, I'm afraid. So now you know. So, I mean, I understand all about being vegan. We've had to suffer with it in this studio for God knows how long. You know, and then people go fasting, and of course they're not really fasting at all. What they're doing is fasting whilst they're in front of people so they can spin the lie that, you know, this is really healthy for us. And then they go home and stuff their face with all the stuff that they don't need to stuff their face with. You know, and then they come back and go, oh, because I'm losing weight. And I go, no, you're not. You know, you can tell when somebody's losing weight. They look a bit gaunt. You know, if you've filled your face out and then some, you know, that's called you're not losing weight. And so I think if you're flexitarian, that means you can just about have anything you want. You can have sweeties, you can have fruit pastels, you can have... I mean, when I cleared the boot of my car out, you wouldn't believe how many huge bags of toffees I had in there, which my brother took off my hands, because he doesn't need to worry about things like that. Me, I've only got to eat about half a dozen toffees, and I've sent my blood sugars up through the roof. But it doesn't affect me. I don't sort of go, ooh, like that, or anything like that. But if it goes low, I've had a couple of days where it's gone low, but only when I've been asleep. And I woke up one morning and I knew I was low. I could tell, but I didn't have anything to eat apart from some chocolate Father Christmases. So I ate a chocolate Father Christmas. What I should have done is, and I keep meaning to do it, but I keep forgetting, I need to buy a packet of Jelly Babies, because they're actually fairly fast for bringing your sugars back up. And but you can't just have one, can you? You have to have about 2 or 3 Jelly Babies. You have to have a green one, and then you've got to have the black one, and then you've got to have a red one, and then you've got to bite their heads off, haven't you? And then you've got to sort of look at them in the light to go, are they anatomically correct? I don't know, a little bit difficult to tell with these Jelly Babies. But no, I had a chocolate Father Christmas. And then I ate the chocolate snowman. And then I ate another chocolate thing as well. And by this time, I'm up on the ceiling with a feather duster, cleaning it, because I could... so the diet's going really well. Because I've tried everything. I tried soup. I had haddock chowder the otother day. Marks and Spencer's have reintroduced it in a new packaging. And it's delicious. But, of course, what I want it with is a baguette, or, a baguette, cut with butter and dipped in the soup. And you can't have that. But the soup is actually delicious. Absolutely delicious. Steve, Costco frozen chicken Kiev's amazing, and dripping in garlic butter. Not the best for diabetics, but lovely. Thank you. My favourite poem, Steve, from John. You like this one? This is a short one. It's almost as good as Thomas's one. You know, the elephant's a pretty bird. It flits from bough to bough. It makes its nest in a rhubarb tree and whistles like a cow. That's a cracky one, isn't it? That's the sort of thing that Spike Milligan would have written, I should imagine. It sounds like a nonsense poem. I was going to suggest, Steve, turkey Kievs. I made a batch of spiced turkey burgers the other day. I'm type 2, and they're low fat. You should do a TV show with a celeb chef each week. each week. You know enough of them. Well, it is true, actually. But you're right. Turkey's low fat, isn't it? But I'm not wild about turkey. I mean, it's okay. It's okay, but I'm not going to sort of lose any weight on something like that, I don't think. And I can't make anything. You know, much as I get the advice from the best people like Phil and Jamie and people like that. I mean, I can't cook for toffee. And what's the point? That's why we go to restaurants. You go to restaurants and you eat out. There was a girl on the television the other day, very infuriating. She was one of these rich girls who went to live with a poor family. It's apparently called a social experiment. I just called it horrendous television. And this girl, she didn't want to live in a caravan. This family had saved up all year to go and live in a caravan for their holiday in Blackpool or something like that. And she, of course, was used to buying designer clothes. And she said proudly, sort of seemed a bit stupid, you know, she gets an allowance from her father of £1,000 a month. And I thought, well, obviously he's not that rich. £1,000 a month. And apparently on this she goes out and eats. She spends £400 a month on eating out. I thought, you must be eating in really cheap places, love, judging by the size of her. And then if she wants clothes, she asks her father and he gives her extra money into the account so she go buy clothes. And I thought, it does get... And then they put themselves up on the television. And they tell you, oh, I spent once... On one of it, she said, my father bought me a £32,000 car and I bought a handbag for £32,000. And I thought, well, you're a prat, aren't you? I mean, you know, really, how embarrassing. You know, because you make yourself look stupid in front of people. I mean, who seriously would spend £32,000 on a handbag? Oh, Victoria Beckham. Victoria Beckham. Because there's a certain shop, I can't remember which one it is now, where if they don't think you're the right person to have one of their handbags, they won't sell it to you. They will not sell it to you. Do you remember that classic story I told of Oprah Winfrey in Italy, going into the very posh shop and, oh, how much is that? No, not for you, madam, not for you. And she went, they obviously didn't recognise her, because when Oprah Winfrey goes out, she doesn't look like she does on the telly, which is immaculately coiffured, and they wouldn't sell it to her. You know why? Black. She was black. And that was the reason, until somebody said, that's Oprah Winfrey. Oh, madame, you have champagne and all this kind of thing. It was she tells the story much better than I did, but it wasn't me. Any news on Joe Allen's reopening? No, I thought about that yesterday. I did think about that. I was so worried. I've just got this... I mean, I'm just almost eaten up inside thinking, you know, if the theatres don't open, it ain't going to be opening. It's as simple as that. Although, good news, Little Italy in Soho, they're opening lunchtime. But because of the 10 o'clock... And they make all their money because they're open till like 2, 3 in the morning, I think. When Tony's gone home by that time, much safer. But now they're only opening lunchtime because I must get my little group back together again so we can go and have a little lunch. Not you, you're not in the group, all right? And also, you'd be sleepy bys in bed, wouldn't you? What's the point in taking you out for lunch? Sorry, and what? We'll take a short break, shall we? Oh, I know what we've got to do. I've just breakfast. Hope you're well. Looking forward to Christmas. Somebody wrote to me the other day, one of those sort of outraged, you know, the snowflake curtain twitching types. Stop mentioning Christmas. And you think, no, I can't. I really can't. Jane says, is Little Italy's Bar Italia coffee bar open? I don't know if the coffee bar's open. Might be, but Little Italy is for lunchtime. I mean, obviously socially distancing and everything else. Lovely. We were just talking about it a minute ago, actually. I mean, I tend to only eat in 2 places. I tend to eat there and Joe Allen's, and that seems to keep me going. You're going to pop down where with a girlfriend? Little Italy. Be warned, Tony. Producer could be on his way down. He'll actually come up to you and go, I'm Steve Allen's producer, okay? He's lying. Okay, just thought I'd tell you that now. You have my permission to throw him out. He's been going around pretending he's Steve Allen's producer for ages and ages and ages. He's nothing to do with the business. Tesco do a layered Jaffa cake. Chocolate gâteau dessert, which is lovely, says Roger. Sadly, loads of calories. It sounds like it's loads of calories, just mentioning it. And, Steve, I've got 2 diabetic friends who told me they brought down their sugar levels by drinking this herbal tea. Apparently it tastes very bitter. I do well with bitter, actually. Steve, there was a man called Paul who grew exceedingly tall. He got into bed, stretched out his leg, and turned out the light in the hall. We don't do limericks on this show, actually. I decided there's too many of them. Too many of them. Spring has sprung, the grass is riz. I wonder where Dem Birdies is. Thank you very much indeed. Somebody else telling me about you can buy these little Kiev mini mini balls all over the place. I tried to hunt them out before, and I was just useless. I can't find these things. Britain, 2 British vineyards have clinched top awards, beating off more than 16,500 wines from 56 countries. That is amazing. I've never drunk British wine. I've never had British wine. The judges picked 50 best in show from the 16,518 wines on offer. Is that amazing? I didn't know. Roebuck's £35 a bottle sparkling classic cuvée from the same grapes as Champagne won 97 out of 100 points. Good Lord above. Good Lord above. That is amazing. There's a flood warning. Tell you now, a storm set to rip through the UK. Icy winds and rain set to strike this. Oh, that's all we need, isn't it? But that's all right, because it makes everything look a little bit cleaner out there. A short respite today and tomorrow before more storms roll in by Wednesday. And alerts in place along the Bure, Ant and Thurn rivers, the River Waveney from Ellingham to Breydon Water, and the River Yare from Thorpe St Andrew to Breydon Water. Forecaster Thomas Shavanaker said the next low-pressure front will be racing from the west, pushed in by a powerful jet stream. Gosh. And yet still, there's waves crashing over Seaham Pier the other day. And what's happening? 2 people standing there. Seriously, underneath the... I mean, really, the sheer stupidity. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Also, in the paper today, the Tory grassroots campaign sending up blue shoots. And it's a bit sad, really, isn't it, actually? All this... There's nothing that's really happy news. I mean, there really isn't. Trying to find something that, you feel it could sort of make you feel a lot better about life, and there's nothing at all. Apparently the Royal Mint unveiling an anti-fake gold coin, which is lovely. I've never bought anything from I don't think I have, actually. And beluga whales return to the open seas, very happy. They've been in a sanctuary. Well, they've been inside one of these performing animal things, and so they've been rescued. I quite like beluga whales. They always look quite good, mainly because they're white, and they just look more friendly. They look like Casper the ghost. But Sea Life Trust have introduced the whales their new home. They're 12 feet long, and they return to special care pools for health checks before continuing to explore a bay, which is the size of 17 tennis courts. And do you think they know that they're going to be freed? Well, about as freed as it can be, I suppose. They hope that'll mean that many more of the 3,500 whales and dolphins held in captivity for shows can be brought to sanctuaries to live more natural lives. 3.5... You wouldn't have thought there were that many whales and dolphins out there, would you? Especially after 500 beached themselves in Tasmania. 500. They were trying to drag them back out to sea. I think they saved 180. I think they did. Rupert Everett, he's apparently got his memoirs out, and that'd be a good read. And he says, How I Fought Back After Hollywood Ditched Me. Now, whether or not it's because he was gay, I don't know. Hollywood was a bit funny about things like that. So you'll never know unless you read the book. I'm not going to tell you anything about what's going on. Plus here, it's lots of pictures of students out there enjoying themselves, not socially distancing, anything else. A bit of a shame. Also, sex still matters to women of a certain age. Well, I've seen those 2 women on Gogglebox. They must be well into their 80s. They're always talking about sex. Always talking about it. Also, are you the kind of single chap who struggles to tell if your date likes your jokes or can't wait to head for the exit door? They have these programmes on the television, don't they? And they go date night or something like that. And you watch these people cooking, and you look at the places that you think, no, this is not going to tempt anybody to sort of, to spend the night. But they all seem to be fairly happy, and they turn out this food. Some of them are very good cooks. Some of them can't cook for toffee. Absolutely not at all. The downfall of the car dealer who sold death traps. And this is a guy called Ahmed Al-Wahib, sued by customer, who was awarded $7,552. They say he sold death trap second-hand vehicles and tried to stop customers getting justice after he was sued. His firm sold cars riddled with faults. That's the problem. Unless you know about cars, they might look all nice and shiny on the outside, but what's going on under the engine, God alone knows. And you can do all sorts of things, stop it rattling and doing all sorts of strange noises. But unless somebody's going to be honest with you on a second-hand car, it's like checking mileage, isn't it? They go, and it's only got... Before they brought in the MOT, which is all electronic, so you can't fiddle the mileage. People were fiddling the mileage. I remember there was a piece on LBC years ago, and some bloke, he said, listen, I can knock back the miles on your car And so this bloke met somebody. I think it was on the North Circular, and he had a little electronic box with him. He plugged it in. He said, "How many miles do you want taking off?" And so he said, "I don't know, 1,000." He said, do for 2,500. He keyed in 2,500, pushed a button, and immediately the electronic thing in the car wound itself back 2,500 miles. Because obviously people are looking for low value. Low value. Steve, you must try Chapel Down sparkling wine, made in Sussex and every bit as good as fine champagne. Do you know, I cannot tell the difference between good champagnes and average champagnes. It's all champagne to me. I do like it. What was that very expensive one? I can't remember. Footballers drink it, so I had to stop drinking it after that. It kind of cheapened it when I knew that they drank it. But I can't tell the difference, so, hence being a Prosecco boy. And will be again, do not worry. Steve, when you next go through Bishop Stortford, go to Hazel End. Small vineyard, the white sparkling wine is amazing. You knock at the farmhouse and you buy it. How fantastic. Lynn says M&S do mini Kievs in their Christmas range. Yeah, but they haven't got their Christmas range out yet. And it was Deborah telling us about Bishop Stortford. Thank you very much indeed. Steve. Love the poem, but I'm slipping back into music radio since the poem began. Oh, well, I can't save you in that one, I'm afraid. I have to let you go. See ya. Bye. There you go. Sorted that one out. Roger says the self-isolating students will probably have little to do other than have sex. Oh, I don't think students bother with things like that, do they? I don't think so. I think they're just into their booze, which seems to work for them. Tarun in Hayes says, I listen to your show every morning. You make my 3am start a bit easier. Talking about this tasty food at this time of the morning makes me very hungry. I know. That's the worst thing, isn't it? That is the worst thing. And Steve, being a type 2 diabetic, my sugar level was high at my last review. I've now gone on to sugar-free oat milk, which is nice to drink, as cold as real milk was. Was on a lacto-free. Before that, high in sugar. Oats a great alternative and high in calcium and fibre. Well, there you go. Everybody's different. People seem to like... I mean, when I was talking to my diabetic sort of expert, I seem to have quite a few of them, actually. They've said, you can have porridge in the morning or, at night or after your dinner or whatever it is, but don't buy the ready-made porridges. The ones where you take the lid off and you pour water into some ready-made concoction. They said, don't do that because that's full of sugars. And I remember thinking, I know, but it tastes quite nice. It's so easy to make. The idea of having to sort of actually make porridge kind of turned me off a little bit. Here's Alfie Bowe enjoying an evening out with his new girlfriend, who obviously enjoys the publicity because she's already posing on her Instagram page in her underwear. So there's a good start, isn't it? They went out to White City. He's 46, and she's a lot younger. She's 21 years his junior. Oh, dear. Her name is Miss Knight Butler. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, actually, now. Does that mean they're all posh or something with a Knight Butler? And also the pint-sized heroes leaping into action in a huge litter pick process. The amount of people who drop litter on the floor is absolutely appalling. I mean, it really is absolutely dreadful. Dreadful. Why people can't just sort of pick it up and pop it in the bin, I've got no idea. But they can't. So what do you do about it? The answer is nothing at all. Rupert Everett's book is obviously coming out, called To the End of the World, Travels with Oscar Wilde by Rupert Everest, published by Little Brown. I like Rupert Everett. He lives at his parents' house. His parents have got a house and they sort of adapted a wing for him because all of a sudden the work dried up. When you think, he was absolutely, stunning. I think he's fantastic. It was a great interview. He was a bit naughty as well at the same time, which I quite liked, actually. Paul Roger is delicious champagne. Not too gassy, says Jane. Oh, right. I've heard of it, but I don't think because I used to give people champagne for Christmas. It was an easy present to give. Box of chocolates and a bottle of champagne, or a candle, and a what? Yeah. It's an easy gift, isn't it? A nice candle from Joe Loves or Joe Malone or something like that, and a nice bottle of champagne, and people will love you forever, which is great. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. I know, Paul. I know. I absolutely agree. Nothing at all. But, that's the way the cookie crumbles. LBC, it was Darren who was talking earlier on about the licence fee evaders who will no longer face prison. I wasn't aware they ever face prison. How many people have gone to prison through not buying a licence? I mean, I always buy it. In fact, I just bought one a short while ago. Shane says, I've just seen a TV series about Paddington Railway Station. Is that near LBC? No. That's the trouble, you see. Everybody in Australia thinks we all live next door to everything. You know, because somebody would say, oh, wait a minute. Oh, you come from Twickenham. Oh, do you know Mrs. So-and-so? You go, no. Why would you? But that's the way it goes, isn't it, really? And so, I think I've seen the Paddington Railway Station one. That's an old one. I think there's another one about airlines, I think. I can't remember exactly. So, Cha-Cha changing the Strictly Stars amazing steps to keep the show safe. Apparently, if any of them come down with coronavirus, they're off the show immediately. Definitely. Neil Jones defends illegal new love. This is, he's on Strictly. They're not stars, okay? They're just media people. And he set out over claims his new lover had been reported as an illegal immigrant. Now, you'll remember this one. This is Louisa Yussi, 23. She allegedly arrived in the UK on a marriage visa, expecting to wed her lesbian fiancé, Hannah Smith. But they split up in July, and soon afterwards, Louisa started dating Neil. She's 23, he's 38. Now, 34-year-old Hannah, better known as DJ Hannah Wants, is said to have reported her ex to the Home Office on the grounds that Louisa was financially dependent on her, and her passport is therefore no longer valid. Blimey. Do you know, there's nothing worse than a spurned person, is there, really? You know, if they're spurned. But scores of fans have jumped to Neil's defence, including one who said she was an immigration lawyer. Oh, how marvellous. They have people on the television in America, the Karens, you know, the mad ones. And they all go, excuse me, I know about this. You cannot infringe my human rights. I'm a lawyer. And you think, no, you're not. No, you're not. Not with the language you're coming out with. They just tell lies. They just tell lies. People tell lies, and even if they're being sort of photographed, they still carry on telling lies. I don't understand why, but they just do. They've devoted a whole page in the Express today on the story that we dispensed with very quickly the other day on how to make the perfect cup of tea. Okay? You know, you boil kettle, put tea bag in cup, pour on hot water. End of story. That's not even a page. It's about 2 lines. Now, they've spent a whole page here, and an expert says you should never make a cup with boiling water. Is he right? Who cares? Who cares? Just pour hot water onto a tea bag. Don't take any notice of all these idiots who say they're experts in making a cup of tea. They're buffoons. Buffoons. Got nothing to do with them. Nothing at all to do with them. I mean, the only thing you can't do with a cup of boiling water in your tea is drink it straight away because it's too hot. And it will take the skin off the roof of your mouth. But apart from that, tell them to mind their own business. Curtain twitchers. You don't need to know how to make a perfect cup of tea. They were telling you, do you remember once there was a university thing that they were doing on how to make the perfect toast. How to make the perfect toast. I mean, put bread in toaster, pull down handle. Okay? When it pops up, butter. End of story. Who cares? Honestly. Also, a policeman with motor neuron disease has retired after almost 30 years in the force. Assistant Chief Constable Chris Johnson was given a Guard of Honour as he left his station having completed a charity step challenge. He's only 53. He's vowed to keep on fighting for his wife and 2 children. To mark his retirement, he completed a 5,000 step walk in 2 weeks to raise money for an MND charity. So he said it's been a genuine honour. Bless his heart. We wish him the very best. It's never a great deal of fun, is it, being police officer? I don't know why people ever join the police force. I suppose it's like joining a hospital to be a nurse. And I think that's what people do actually nowadays. They have sort of an inbuilt thing that they want to be a nurse. Can't imagine why, but they do that. Also, apparently, folks in massive countries like Australia and America think of the UK as a quaint little place. Actually, they do. And the funny thing is, if you work in the centre of London, as I do, it is quaint. Within striking distance of here, I've got 10 Downing Street, the Houses of Parliament, Buckingham Palace, the Home Office, the Foreign Office, all the galleries, Trafalgar Square, Leicester Square, Covent Garden. It's all within a little walk. It's all basically on my doorstep. I don't need to sort of take a taxi. If somebody says, you know, do you need to take a taxi to go to Parliament? Absolutely not. I can walk. I mean, I wouldn't. But you can walk it from here. It's all walkable. Pall Mall, Piccadilly Circus, all the places you've heard of, Oxford Street, all walkable. So I suppose really it is a bit quaint. And most Americans, people in Australia, think we all live in a Merchant Ivory film. We all go round going, you know, hey nonny no, and forsooth, you know. I don't know why. House price rises are set to stall next year. They keep going up. I keep seeing the most amazing prices, even in London, even very average places that seem now for a 2-bed flat. And if you live north of Watford Gap, you'll think we're crackers down here. But you can spend £800,000 on a small 2-bedroom flat. And you know that with the small bedroom flat will come the charges for maintenance, the charges for your ground rent and stuff like that. There's all sorts of charges that go on top of it. It's terrible, really. Steve, I get a big mug, put an Earl Grey and a normal tea bag in, and that's it. Yeah. Oh, you put them both in? How bizarre. Very strange. The perfect cup of tea, Steve, is having somebody else make it for you. Oh. No, I mean, I can actually manage. Somebody said, should I get you a cup of tea the other day? The AP says. I said, no, nobody's made me a cup of tea for 7 months now. At least 7 months. I can walk to the kitchen just about, or roller skate, and I can go and make my own cup of tea. It's only because I don't want them touching my cup. And so I make my own cup of tea, which is very sensible, isn't it? I'm socially distancing. I'm doing all of the right things. Freddie Flintoff and his pals getting tutti frutti in a high-rise ice cream van as they whip up a new series. Do you know, if there's anything I've always wanted to buy, it's an ice cream van. An ice cream van would just be the thing. Do you imagine? But this one's so tall, the kids couldn't reach it. It's been put on these huge wheels. But it's not the same Top Gear. You know, it doesn't matter how much you like Paddy McGuinness and all the rest of them. It's not the same as without the original boys. And, welcome to the retro food revival. Apparently we're into a retro food revival. From rice pudding to corned beef hash. Have you ever had corned beef hash? Oh, it's delicious. Not much use if you're vegetarian, of course. Macaroni cheese, very popular. Instant mash, very convenient. Contains vitamin C and fibre, but slightly less than homemade mash. Also contains less oil than other potato products, such as oven chips. I love instant mash. In fact, years ago, I would have sometimes put the kettle on and then just put in some smash or something like that, pour on some water, stick in some butter, whip round some grated cheese, and that would be like a meal. That was absolutely delicious. Pickled onions, apparently. During lockdown, sales of pickled onions increased 166%. I love them. I've got a jar in the boot of the car. It's been there for about 2 or 3 years. Rice pudding as well. Sales of that have soared by 67%. Marks and Spencer's used to do I think they probably still do. It's a rice pudding, but made with fresh cream. You can eat it cold. It's absolutely delicious. Delicious. Custard. You see, just a bowl of custard. We used to have it with tinned fruit years ago. Not particularly posh or anything like that, but we liked it. Cottage pie, very popular as well. Lots of minerals in the cottage pie from the beef and the vegetables. Beef, good source of protein, whilst carrots and peas are a source of vitamins. So that's what you have to go for. I mean, all of this, I've never liked macaroni cheese. And tinned fruit I've always liked, but it obviously comes with syrup. So don't go for the ones in syrup, okay? And if you do, drain it off completely. You don't want that. Go for ones canned in their own juice instead, which is actually an awful lot better. So I tell you that now. I learnt that. You can always tell because it's very thick, and they do all sorts of things. But tinned fruit, I mean, you know, pineapple, mandarins. I mean, there's nothing nicer than a mandarin jelly. Very nice indeed. And tinned fruit, good source of vitamin C. Slightly lower vitamin C levels than fresh fruit as a result of the canning process, but you still get many of the same benefits. But do take out the syrup. If it says in syrup, pour that away. I know, when we were younger, we used to drink it. We'd pour it into a mug and drink the syrup. Not anymore. Steve says, Colin, I wish they'd show repeats of Paddington Green about the different... That was a great programme, wasn't it? Paddington Green, another of those reality shows. There was the locksmith. There was the prostitute. There was the girl whose father owned a motorbike shop. There were all sorts of people there. All sorts of people. And I remember thinking, yeah, I mean, I wish they'd bring these sort of things out in sort of like a DVD box set. It's like, do you know what? They've never repeated Jane McDonald on the Cruise. Jane McDonald on the Cruise was that sort of the programme that ingratiated us to Jane McDonald. She was a singer on the ships, and it basically followed her life, and we met all the other people on the cruise ship. Oh, that was great. Why don't they put it out on the box set? I'd buy it. Mind you, since if I'd buy it, loads of other people would buy it as well. Steve, the most pointless research I've ever read was done around the cause of tiredness after childbirth. The conclusion was lack of sleep. I was very cross as they've been funded for that. I know they do all sorts of these things, don't they? I mean, really. It's a shame, but that's the way it goes. I like all these different programmes. Have you ever done an In Conversation with anybody who's been parodied on Spitting Image? I might have been, actually, but I can't remember everybody that they parodied on Spitting Image. It's back now, but isn't it on BritBox? Somebody told me the other day, somebody corrected me because I thought it was back on telly, but you have to pay for it now. Still good. It's still good, and sometimes you sort of go, ooh, a little bit near to the mark there. Steve, pickled onion and a cube of cheese and pineapple on a cocktail stick, so 80s, but delicious. Well, not all three together, surely. But I do love pickled onions. I've got a thing that takes pickled onions out of jars. It's like a little clamp-it thing, and you put it in the jar, and something nice. But you're right, actually, a bit of French stick, some cheese, some pickle, and some pickled onions. What more do you need in life? Oh, you need LBC, obviously. The Daily Star talking about rats. Hungry rats driven crazy by coronavirus are eating pets. Apparently, they've been scoffing household animals, including tortoises. Oh, dear, we don't like that idea. That's not a nice story, is it, on the front page? How have they been getting to them? Well, tortoises people leave in the garden, don't they? Tortoises, they don't really do very much. As far as I remember. We never had a tortoise. We didn't. We just had a dog and a cat. And that was it, like most people. Other people have, normal things. People have now budgerigars and aviaries and stuff like that. It never really bothered me at all, actually. And also rats. Rats were very popular, but not ones that come in from outside, don't they? Dog and cats are the best ever. They're the best. Dogs are sort of the best thing ever. Although my friend would disagree. When I said the other day on air, there was a survey that said only feed your cats once a day, and she phoned me up. She said, I've spoken to the cat. She said, you're dead. They said there's no way that they're going to exist on one meal a day, but because cats will just sleep, like the big cats, like the lions, like the tigers, like all of those sort of things. They just go to sleep. Roger says, I saw a tiny Suzuki van about the length of your car's bonnet converted into an ice cream van. Oh, I'd like an ice cream van in the middle of summer. I tell you, licensed to print money. Licensed to print money, but London used to be very dangerous because they had ice cream wars. I remember it outside the museums. Whoever got the best spot stayed outside the museum, made a fortune. Police always moving them on. It was right little shenanigans going on. 5:45 is the time. Let's go back. Drop to waist size. I bought a pair of jeans the other day. I quite fancy because they were not. Sometimes I don't know if it works the same for ladies, but for men, it's the colour that does it for me. I'm looking for a nice sort of stone washed kind of colour, and I saw it, and they were only like 30 quid for a pair of jeans, and so I bought them. Unfortunately, they need taking up. They're a bit too long, and I'm not really into the concertina look all over your shoes. But I remember thinking, when I tried them on, because you can't try things on in shops now. You have to take it home. If it doesn't work, you take it back. But in this particular case, it's good. It's good. But I seem to have dropped a size. I've gone down. So obviously, the diet's working. Not that it's a particular diet. Actor Samuel West, he's the son of Prunella Scales. He's also currently starring in All Creatures Great and Small on Channel 5. He's ever so nice. He does a lot of voiceover work, Whether he still does now, I've got no idea. But he says Prunella Scales, who's his mum, has virtually no short-term memory due to Alzheimer's, but can still work. He said his mum found it difficult to follow conversations, but could still record audiobooks as she still reads quite beautifully. She's 88. She was Sybil Fawlty, and I worked with his mum on the royal wedding. Unfortunately, it was Andrew and Sarah's, but I was paired up with Prunella Scales. But she was always lovely. She was always absolutely lovely. And he said, I find it extraordinarily difficult to mourn the loss of someone who's still with us, but not really there anymore. The mourning never stops. We're blessed that she's not angry, as well as confused, as many Alzheimer's sufferers are, but it is frustrating that people don't employ her more often to do readings, because she's proved she still reads quite beautifully. They did their Great Canal journeys for 5 years until a couple of years ago. Have you seen them? They're brilliant. They're brilliant. They're obviously a wonderful couple together, and Sam is a wonderful actor, so you can see him in All Creatures Great and Small. There's a disabled man who says swarms of wasps are dropping from his ceiling and crawling all over him. Robert Priestley says as many as 30 wasps each night fall out of the light fitting over the bed. I've had them crawling over my face, chest and arms. I've been badly stung on a number of occasions. Oh dear. But the company who oversee the property said a pest inspector couldn't see any evidence of a wasp colony. You don't want to mess around with wasps, do you? They're very aggressive. Very. Although we have actually got rid of a couple of wasps' nests. I mean, in theory, they could be in the loft of the house. That's where you'd have to go and have a look. Have to get up into the loft and then find out. Because they get themselves in under the eaves, and then they make these where they chew paper, or whatever it is, and then they make it into this huge... Some of them enormous. A friend of mine had one in the garage. I mean, it took up most of the corner of the garage. The boozed motorist who we talked about earlier on in the programme, he's called Alex Oates. And he'd been drinking lager and shots. I'm assuming a shot is where you have a little tiny shot glass and they put booze in like Sambuca or something. But anyway, he drove his car down the motorway with no tyres on the four wheels. Shocked police spotted huge sparks coming from the wheel of his Fiat Punto. Oh, God, how embarrassing. A Fiat Punto with no tyres on it, on the motorway. Blackburn magistrates court heard at one stage he got out and tried to push the car down the M65 motorway. They heard either a freak accident caused all four tyres to blow, or he'd driven the car when it already had no tyres on. When he was breathalyzed, the legal limit is 35, he blew 81. 81. And as a provisional licence holder, he also had no insurance to drive unaccompanied. And all he gets is a community order. What a foolish court. Given 40 hours of unpaid work in order to pay 85 quid costs and £34 victim surcharge. I'd have banned him for the rest of his life. Idiots like that, good Lord. Steve, Jane McDonald's programmes are still on. She did a great one on York on Saturday. No, they're not the same. No, this is the cruise Jane McDonald did years ago. It was the thing that launched her. And she was very good. So they're not the early ones, I'm afraid. They were done on, I'm sure it's the BBC. Pretty certain, I can't remember actually, but I'm sure it's something like that. Steve, life's too short for diets, although keeping treats till the weekend works for me. You see, I like that idea. A little tempting treat, it's always good, isn't it? You go, listen, I won't have, because Thomas said he's actually going to stop booze for a little while, but he said, probably till the end of October or something like that. Sober October, he's going to call it. And see how he feels at the end of that. I mean, I don't feel any different at all. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to be feeling whoopsie-doo or nothing. And to be honest with you, it's nothing. And he said, is it difficult? I said, well, it's not really. It's a challenge to yourself to stop drinking for a little while, just to sort of, give your body a chance to recharge itself. Because with Christmas around the corner, although, as I've told you before, I never drink at Christmas. I must be the only one who goes to lots of different people for Christmas. There's always loads of booze, never any shortage of... I don't think I've ever been anywhere where there's a shortage of booze. And I've never had any. So I always drink, when they say, what would you like to drink? If ever I turn up somewhere, like the Godchildren or my brothers or things like that, what would you like to drink? I'll have a cup of tea. I'm quite happy with a cup of tea. Quite happy. If I was sort of at home, then it would be completely different. But if you're doing any driving, absolutely not over Christmas. Police are going to have a field day. And how much they hate drink drivers, because it's just so dangerous. So dangerous. Steve, there are reports of Asian hornets in the south of England. Yes, I've heard of these ones. These actually kill the other wasps, don't they? Or bees or so. Don't they kill bees? That's the trouble. I don't know why they're Asian hornets. I mean, do you think they really are from Asia? Or do you think they just give them that title? The Guardian this morning, Britain's failure to learn from COVID is a disaster. They don't know what they're doing. I seriously can sit here and tell you this morning, I don't think they've got the faintest idea. Students are now upset. They don't know what to do. They're being locked in Manchester. And they think it's illegal. People are still coming out of pubs at 9:30. Most restaurants have got to serve their last order at about 9:15. Because at the time you've cooked something, and then people have eaten it, you've got to get them out at 10. And yet still, isn't it funny? You can, well, it's not funny at all. I think it's very annoying. You have a restaurant, over the road from you is a kebab shop, a fish and chip shop and a pizza place, and they're all open. They're all open, so people can walk out and get their pizza, their KFC, whatever it happens to be, delivered. And they can do that for as long as they like. Our one was still open at 2 a.m. Still open at 2 a.m, and yet the restaurants all had to shut up shop. Not good. Not very good at all, I'm afraid. Diane Abbott on her remarkable life in politics. Is it really? Is it really a remarkable life? Or was she sort of one of those people that you sort of think, no... They say Labour wasn't proud of electing a black woman. She's not got a book out, has she, actually? But she went out with Jeremy Corbyn. I quite liked her with Michael Portillo, but she spent most of her time staring up at the ceiling on the programme, which I always thought was a rather bizarre thing. She's not sort of telly-friendly. She doesn't have sort of a telly-friendly thing. And also, of course, she wasn't very good on LBC when Nick Ferrari caught her out and had to say, are you sure? And that sort of made all the news all over the place, which is good. Fabulous recipe pull-out. They're obsessed to get you cooking at home, but most people don't. They prefer the takeaways. People like a takeaway. It's easy. You pick up the phone now, and I don't know how it works. If you phone up KFC, do they take a credit card over the phone, or do you give money to the person who's delivering the stuff? Done through an app, is it? Oh, right. Okay. So if you want to order a pizza or Chinese takeaway, you need the app. So do you have to go to the shop to put the app onto the phone? Yeah. Most people use the app. Oh, right, okay. So you give that to the bloke when he turns up with the food? You show him the app, or you just ask them, oh, right, okay. Oh, it's too complicated for me. Far too complicated. I thought it'd be something sort of fairly easy that you phone up and they go, can you read me the, bless you, the long number on the top of your card? Then you flip it over, you can read me the 9 on the back. Because I ordered some stuff the other day, and for the first time ever, it didn't do PayPal, which I thought was because I love PayPal. I find PayPal so much easier. Well, for me it is. 2 celebs getting in shape for Glitterball Showdown. One is Jackie Smith with her dogs, and the other one is Bill Bailey, the comic. I love Bill Bailey. You ever seen Bill Bailey live? He's fantastic. He really is fantastic. I always say to him, whenever he used to come in, I used to say, you're one of my favourite comedians, which was actually no lie at all. Plus call time on the shambolic pub curfew. So you've got people here in Portsmouth, people queuing for a late night shop. Well, it's a Tesco. What were they queuing for? I've got no idea. You know what they're queuing for? Booze. I mean, if you're going to close places, blooming close them. And in Bristol, a lot of people listening to buskers music. In Newcastle, Burger Bard, police hold back the peckish queue at a takeaway in Big Market. I mean, that's not what police are employed for, is it? To stand outside a burger bar, say, you're not coming in. In Birmingham, a masked young man gives his friend a lift. She's not wearing a mask. And in London, the Tubeway Army, the Scrum, entering the underground. I mean, all in all, they don't know what's going on. Then they also said the other day that they don't think they're going to come up with an antidote for this virus for at least a few years. And I thought, I don't think we can wait a few years, can we? Out of this current crop of people who've been diagnosed as positive from coronavirus, you know, a number of days have gone by, and it's been about, on average, 6,500 a day. How many of those people are going to become a statistic? If you've got a cold or flu, that makes it even worse for you. Makes it even worse. Your chance of survival is minimised 6 to 1. 6 to 1. So the idea is, you know, just be careful. You know, wear a mask. It's so simple. It's not complicated. Shops are stocking up on flour to avoid a bake-off panic. Well, I was in Waitrose yesterday. Not one empty shelf, all full. They had toilet rolls, they had kitchen roll, they had everything at all. And nobody was stockpiling it because they go, oh, blimey, they've got loads of it. Seriously, loads of it. Loads and loads and loads of it. So don't worry about it. Only the idiots who go out there, so, you know, can change things. In certain parts of the country, they would be doing that and buying different bits and pieces. But for the remainder of us normal people, you don't need to worry about it. So Boris vows to protect more of Britain's natural beauty. Seems to be an awful lot they're actually trying to do for us nowadays. They're sort of bending over backwards. And somebody says, is Andrew Pearce, is Farage and Chums set for a comeback? Well, I'll let you read, Andrew. What do you think Andrew Pearce is saying on that one? Happy birthday to Brigitte Bardot. So happy birthday to... How old do you think Brigitte Bardot is for today? I can tell you she is... You'd never believe it. How old do you think? Brigitte Bardot. 102? You don't know who you've never heard of Brigitte Bardot? Really? Good Lord. How old are you? 26? You don't know... Nice to have your company. Somebody said that Brigitte Bardot looks 100. She's 88. She's 88. Married 4 times. She's now an animal rights activist. Also, Naomi Watts celebrates her birthday today. She's 52. And born on this day was Ed Sullivan in 1901. Ed Sullivan, very famous chat show host in America. He gave Jack Benny, Humphrey Bogart, Maria Callas, Elvis Presley, and I think Rudolf Nureyev their TV debuts. The Beatles' appearance garnered 73 million viewers. Those were the days. Nowadays, they had a thing the other day on EastEnders. Apparently, they only got like 2.5 million for one of their shows, which I thought was way down the list. Mind you, it beats poor old Steph McGovern's programme, which rated 0. But that's only because if it goes below a certain level, they can't actually register how few people are actually watching. See, big changes for me. Big changes, says Jake, our favourite Methodist pastor. He's over in Minneapolis. And so he says, the bishop has appointed me to serve as the pastor of the Grey Eagle and Sauk Centre Methodist churches. So my last day at my 4 churches by Appleton will be October the 18th. What does that mean? You see, of course, we don't know. The pastor of the Grey Eagle, I don't know what that is. You have to explain a bit more to that. So is this good? And the Methodist churches, so you've got last day at your 4, because he looks after, like lots of people over here, they seem to look after a number of churches. And let's face it, Jake has been up and down like the proverbial yo-yo. So does that come with more money? I have to be a bit mercenary about these sort of things. I like to know if sort of people are making a bit more money out of the whole thing. So is that good news? When you say big changes, I'm assuming it's a good thing. I hope so. Anyway, do let us know. We'd love to know. Another one here. Do you remember that the phrase "where there's muck, there's brass"? Do you remember that? Do you know where it comes from? No. It apparently means money can be made from dirty activities with brass, referring to cash. A 1900s phrase from, wait for it, Yorkshire. Yorkshire was responsible for lots and lots of things, like, I'll go to the foot of our stairs. You just think, what for? People used to say things like that, but where there's muck, there's brass. Joke of the day, if you're here for the yodelling lesson, please form an orderly queue. Thank you. And Placido Domingo has said the only thing he's done wrong in his career has been to stay silent over sexual harassment allegations made against him. He's 79, and he's recovered after being hospitalised with coronavirus, had appeared to accept his guilt in February. He apologised for the hurt caused to his accusers and said he accepted full responsibility for his actions. And shortly afterwards, he issued a second statement saying the first one had given the wrong impression. He said, I've never behaved aggressively towards anyone, and I've never done anything to obstruct or hurt anybody's career. He was alleged to have forcibly kissed, grabbed and fondled women over a period of more than 30 years. So he was then blacklisted by several prestigious opera houses, particularly in America. And now he's done this interview. We went through a phase, didn't we? Every time there was somebody else, off television, and there'd be somebody who'd sort of come out, and they weren't all proven, as we know. But there was an awful lot of people, and it's like sort of people telling stories about, I had a fling with this footballer. You don't seem to read so many of that, unless, of course, it's in Iceland, in which case it's highly dangerous for footballers to go out there and then go, would you like to come back to our hotel room? And people go, yeah, that'll be nice, I'll come back there. And then they started selling the stories, and then the whole thing sort of descended. Neighbours told to call the police on the isolation sheets. Oh, dear. I don't think this is a very good idea at all. The government facing rebellion by MPs over the pandemic measures. They've said £10,000 fines. I mean, who is going to actually enforce that? I don't know. I mean, yesterday, 5,693 cases. It's up 58%. That's a 7-day change. Deaths, 41,988 deaths, which is not good. But the government have made it clear that it would act on tip-offs from third parties who have identified others who've tested positive but are not self-isolating. Well, you can imagine. You can imagine how that's going to go, can't you? Because I'm imagining that there's going to be all sorts of places that are going to fall foul of that, especially coming up Christmas. I mean, only if you live in the middle of an estate or people overlook your garden or something like that are people going to know how many people are there. But for people who live in the middle of the country, what on earth are they going to do? Slightly disturbed by the fact that self-proclaimed billionaire Donald Trump, and the reason will become apparent, only paid $750, which is 578 quid in federal income taxes the year he ran for president and in his first year in the White House. Good Lord above. I'd like to see his accountant. £578. That's what he... Mind you, I suppose you could go through all the coffee shops, couldn't you? And all the people. But how it works for the President of the United States, I've got no idea. No idea, but that you'll find on the LBC website. Roger says, I heard a guy saying where there's rust, there's brass. Admittedly, he did run a scrapyard. They were the sort of places to go to, weren't they? You'd go to scrapyards to get bits and pieces for your car. If it was falling apart, you go there, you say, I've got a Mini and I need a back window. Yeah, we've got one over there. And you could just go over there and take it out, and then they would charge you accordingly, which was good. Another one here. This is Little France in Edinburgh. There's a place called Little France in Edinburgh. Oh, how sweet. Isn't that lovely? But the public here, it's a drive-through flu vaccine. I've got to wait till the 10th. One of my places near me, the chemist is saying, walk in now, you can get it done. And I think Goods have been offering it. Why are doctor's surgeries a bit late? Unless they're doing it in phases, and I'm not aware of it. Dave says, local hairdressers, deep shop, crowded with people sitting close together, children running around, windows running with water, no masks, no inspections, no fines. Yes, I mean, I've seen some like that as well. I mean, mind you, the good ones have taken the chairs out. They don't want you sitting in there at all. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And I did see somebody the other day having his hair cut in one of Twickenham's barbers. The barber was wearing the face mask. The bloke sitting in the chair was wearing nothing. Well, I mean, he was wearing clothes, quite clearly, but absolutely nothing at all. He had no mask on, and I couldn't quite understand why. The Mirror. This morning, on their front page, the Frankenfood warning. They visited gigantic farms in America where tens of thousands of cattle are pumped with hormones. And charities are urging the government to ensure meat raised in these terrifying feedlots is not part of a UK-US trade deal. And they've got a picture of it. And the animal welfare standards way below Britain. But this place is huge. It's, it is absolutely huge. They're actually fed a couple of things to stop liver abscesses and the other one to fight intestinal diseases. But there's loads it's just as far as the eye can see. There are these animals. They say the meat from... How would you know where your meat came from? Does it say... It should say on each packet, shouldn't it? If it says America, don't touch it. Somebody was saying the other day about the lights that I bought, obviously made in China. They were designed in Italy, but made in China, because they're probably the only people who can make things at the right price. Back with Jacob again. So he says, yes, though I will miss my 4 churches, this is good news, I'll be serving 2 churches instead of 4. The Methodist churches are in the towns of... it's a town called Grey Eagle and Sauk, S-A-U-K Centre, a significant pay rise. And he said it's closer to our home in Painesville. Joe, can you actually believe there is a town called Grey Eagle? How fab is that? That is so lovely. I don't like that. And he's now got 2 churches instead of 4. Your workload will be reduced. We're going to find what Grey Eagle looks like. I want to know what it looks like. I'm always fascinated by these sort of places in America. And so here we go. Grey Eagle, city in Minnesota. And the population, 348. I hope they all come to your church. Population in 2018, 380. So it's gone up a little bit. Oh, very nice. So there's Grey Eagle. It's very near. Oh, it's near Sauk Centre as well. You know, I'm probably saying that, and I can hear the other end. He's shouting at me, going, "You don't pronounce it like that, Steve." I've done my best. Alexandria is there as well, and Fergus Falls, Detroit Lakes, the White Earth Reservation, St. Cloud. Oh, it was obviously a lot of Native American Indian territory then, wasn't it? Because they all seem to be named after places. The Double R Bar and Grill, St. Joseph's Catholic Church, St. John's is another one. That's the Evangelical Lutheran Church, the Grey Eagle Fire Department. How cool! Becky's Salon, and the pound shop called Dollar General. You'll be in there all the time. Isn't it amazing what you can find? All of a sudden, we found ourselves in the Lutheran Parsonage, the Central Minnesota Credit Union. Have we got any photos? Oh, blimey, we've got Google Earth. I can see your church. I think it's amazing. You know, I'm never cease to be amazed by these sort of things. They're lovely. I like the idea it's got a Dollar General. Well, he's I don't know. But they're Methodist churches. Methodists. So, can we find anything that's got Methodist written on it? We got the Catholics. We found the Catholics. That looks quite nice. And St. John's Evangelical Lutheran. Would that be the same sort of thing? I don't know. He'll have to come back and tell us. But it's not very big, is it? But it comes with more money. And that's... Oh, my goodness me. Look, we're in the high street. Look, there's a filling station. There's not many people there, are there, Jacob? There's not a lot. The office, there's a hairdresser's there. That's the laundromat. Very popular. Isn't that nice? Honestly, I feel like I'm in a film. Yeah, this is what you think of when you think of a little American town, don't you? This is the Double Something Bar and Grill, the Double R Bar and Grill. Beer, wines and spirits. Sorry, we have to do the accent. We're a little bit backwards in coming forward. But so he had 4 churches, now he's got 2. And here's Hardware with Hank. Which is good, isn't it? Always provides a laugh over in this country. But there's not... Have you noticed? What are they missing? What are they missing? Go on, tell me what they're missing in this picture that we're looking at the high street in this place. In Craig. No, well, people as well. What else are they missing? Come on, so patently obvious. Traffic lights. No traffic lights. Look, not a traffic light. In sight. We're going down the main street now, and they've got a garage on the right-hand side called Clark. 249. Eagle Auto Repair, but no traffic lights. Suppose you take your life in your hands. Down there. It's very nice, isn't it? Thank you for that, Thomas. Now you've made me quite dizzy. I feel as I need to go and have a lie down and a drink, but I'm not drinking, which is good news. It's 6:15. That's interesting. Jake's back again, because now we've got this fantastic technology. I hope I'm pronouncing it, Sauk Centre, S-A-U-K Centre. Quite a bit bigger than Grey Eagle. Certainly is. Certainly is. And already, Thomas has found a place he likes, which is, what was it called? Dairy Queen. It's one of these sort of places, but it does have a notoriously haunted hotel, the Palmer House Hotel. They don't call it Busy High Street, they call it Historic Main Street. This is obviously done... that's done by Google Earth, isn't it? You can see the shadow of the car that's filming it. Go back. Where do we see it? Oh, it was there a minute ago. And you could see the shadow of the thing on top of the car, which was filming everything. I had it going through Twickenham the other day. So I smiled, thinking I might be on camera, and somebody goes, "Oh, there's Steve Allen on the high street. How unusual, in the place where he lives." But no, you're right, actually, it's much bigger. Oh, it looks nice. Looks nice. Thomas likes it, but he likes Dairy Queen. He said it does milkshakes and all sorts of exciting things. That accounts for a lot, doesn't it? But, yeah, it's a very busy high street. We like that. It's got the Sauk Centre Civic Arena. It's got the Sauk Centre Fleet Supply, True Value, Midwest Machinery Company, Truckers In Stop, Truck Stop, Sauk Centre Senior High School, Our Lady of the Angel. I love it when they've got a few little churches as well. It looks quite nice. Got a park, conservation area. I'm liking all these places over there. I tell you, it looks lovely, doesn't it, really? So there you go. That's what life's like in America this morning. Les in Kenton said, "I've had my flu..." Oh, they've got water. Good Lord. It's not a lake, is it? I wonder why there was a fish shop. They said bait shop. So obviously people go fishing in the lake. Steve. I've had my flu jab 2 weeks ago after doctor's surgery sent me a message to have it done, says Les. Well, I mean, I phoned up almost within a couple of days, and I still didn't get one until the 10th of October. So, I mean, it's not too long to wait. I'm hoping we don't get anything there. And also, Paul Roger was Winston Churchill's favourite champagne, and when he died, the company put a black border on their labels in his memory. Little known fact. And, Steve, wouldn't it actually be helping the people of her country if the Queen sold, say, £1 billion of her property and used to genuinely help her subjects in dire poverty? Yeah, but she doesn't own all her property. She doesn't. That's the trouble. I think they've only got a couple of places that they own. The rest of it is there for them to live in, but they don't own it. I mean, she couldn't sell Buckingham Palace, put it that way. I don't think she can sell Balmoral either. I can't remember which ones they own, but there are certainly places which they can't. And also, you know, I mean, do we really know what dire poverty means? I don't know what dire poverty means. Does that mean? Because Kingston is just getting over full of professional beggars. People who sit there, they don't say anything. They just sit there, either with their hands clasped in prayer, and the same handwritten notice for every one of them, which finishes up with, you know, it starts off hungry, living in the street, God bless. Every single one has got God bless. But I've noticed, remember I told you a short while ago, the woman sitting outside Iceland whose latest wheeze on getting money out of me was, "I'm pregnant." which I thought was a bit... Same writing as all the people sitting in, because they all come from the same family. They're all professional beggars. And the I'm pregnant woman's gone. Disappeared completely. John says, I'm sure I saw mini chicken Kievs in Tesco. I don't know, actually. I might have to go to Tesco, but it's quite a busy day today, so probably not go to Tesco. More snow on the way. They think, yes, there could be. No, I don't have a problem with that. I just don't like the travelling in at all. Pizza Hut are going to attempt to close more sites, but they have got quite a number. They've got about 244. Researchers have discovered the perfect flirting face. I did say to Thomas, I said, do you have a flirting face? And the answer is no, he doesn't. Okay, he's not that sort of person. He just sort of goes along with whatever is sort of, around at the time. If somebody goes, like that. I don't know what a flirting face is. Kind of think you'd have to get Judy James in on. Melanie C. of the Spice Girls says, talking in one of the papers today on fame and depression. And Frank Bruno floored during an earthquake when the punch bag hit him back. So there you go. Simon Weston telling the Brits to back the Sun's poppy push. To be honest with you, we do know how to buy poppies, and that's what we do in this country. So that'll be coming out very shortly. And if you've got too much weight, it can put you at risk. My friend Dan knows all about that, and he's now doesn't have all of that weight at all. He's down to a shadow of his former self. We were looking at some people the other day on the programme, people who'd lost weight, a considerable amount of weight. And I remember thinking, gosh, if you lose too much weight, you don't want to look gaunt. That's the one thing you don't want to do. You don't want to look, as if you've sort of not eaten anything for ages. Little Mix, The Search, got off to a very shaky start for a talent show. Just 1.9 million viewers. This is on a Saturday night. A Saturday night. A BBC source said, here we go, here comes the old waffle. It's a fresh new show for a younger audience who prefer to watch on BBC iPlayer, sometimes a few days after it's aired on TV. What a feeble excuse for the fact that it gets, 1.9 million. That is just pitiful. And that's on a Saturday night. Peak on a Saturday night for the BBC. Not so good. Donald Trump is demanding the White House rival Joe Biden takes a drug test after tomorrow night's presidential debate. It's all going on, isn't it, over there? Lord. Ahead of the first debate in the run-up to the election on November the 3rd, Trump tweeted, I'll be strongly demanding a drug test of sleepy Joe Biden prior to or after the debate on Tuesday night. Naturally, I will agree to take one. Lord. Prince Charles, uniquely challenging times for youngsters ahead, he says. And Labour's accused the government of incompetence over a huge underspend in childcare support. In the past 3 years, £1.7 billion earmarked for tax-free childcare has gone unused. Where does it go to? They just sort of put it back into the pot. And the Strictly Cha-Cha changes. There's no social distance. They've said people will keep their distance, but they don't appear to be. They're touching each other. And they don't look like social distancing at all to me. Shirley, Craig and Motzi will sit in distanced pods. They've sort of put one in each other. There's no audience, though. It just doesn't work. This no audience malarkey, it just doesn't work. I'm sure you would agree, actually. Steve, with your love and fascination of things miniature, you should build a diorama with Hornby train sets. Do you know, I could get excited over a garden railway, but not a train set in miniature. I've seen some really stunning ones. Some which are absolutely amazing. But it just doesn't interest me. Just does not interest me at all. It's Beckham without the ham. Yes, Dave and the attention-seeking Victoria apparently have ditched meat. Dave struggled. Posh has followed a plant-based diet because she's absolutely enormous, as we can all tell when you look at her. She's so fat now. I'm surprised she manages to get out of bed at all. And so Victoria previously attempted to go vegan, but now mainly eats vegetables and fish. And they're staying in a place in Germany, apparently. And so they, but luckily, before they went, Victoria managed to print an adorable picture of Harper. And sort of both of them lifting their legs up for some sort of... Apparently Victoria's famous for that. I don't know where that's come from. They seem to make stuff up on a daily basis. It's very interesting, isn't it? I notice, actually, as fast as Little Mix do their disastrously badly rated programme on the television, they've announced details of their tour for next year. So that'll be good, won't it? I should imagine. The Sun this morning, so it's, most of the papers run with them, but they're not particularly bothered about Harry and Meghan agreeing to be filmed for a fly-on-the-wall reality series. It's not a case of agreeing to be filmed, they're telling you you're going to be filmed. You know, if they're going to hand over £112 million in a deal, you're going to be doing that. Otherwise, they're going to withdraw the offer. Simple as that. And then what would they do? Oh, dear. Perhaps they can stick Harry on a few sort of chat shows and just see how dreary he can turn out to be. Top literary figures have signed a letter supporting J.K. Rowling. This is after her latest book sparked death threats on social media. Death threats, I ask you. What world are we living in, ladies and gentlemen? So the royalty TV show, I mean, to be honest with you, if that's what Meghan wants, you know, Harry apparently is desperate to come back here for Christmas. Nobody's particularly bothered either way, but the deal, despite the media intrusion moan, you know, oh, we don't want to do this, don't want to do that. Well, if you want the money, you will be doing that. So that's the way that it goes. Lawrence Fox is launching a political party to fight the culture wars and reclaim British values, he's announced. He claims to have got £5 million investment. Whether it goes any further than that, I've got no idea. Minute silence at the East Grinstead Rugby Club because losing Matt, their tribute to the policeman who was shot in Croydon. Very touching picture. And 500,000 sharks could be slaughtered for a potential COVID vaccine, conservatives have warned. One of the ingredients in a UK version being tested is squalene, which comes from sharks' livers. Oh, my goodness me. Going to get the animal lovers up in arms, isn't it? Quite definitely. And Holly Hagan from Geordie Shore says she was shocked none of the cast suffered health problems from boozing. She said they would all regularly drink all day whilst filming with alcohol freely available. That's why the programme was such a disaster. Awful, honestly. People tried to string two words together, couldn't do it when they were sober, let alone when they'd had a few bevies. LBC News Time, 6. Nice to have your company, 26 minutes to 7 Monday morning. A tourist attraction themed on James Bond, Jurassic Park and Star Wars is being planned for Pinewood Studios. They say it's going to cost £450 million. Now, the only people who do these well, whichever way you look at it, are the Americans. They do them brilliantly. They think it could create 3,500 jobs. They're looking at a site in Ivor Heath in Buckinghamshire, which will put 230 million into the UK economy every year. The plans include a film-inspired attraction called Pinewood Studio Experience. Can you imagine? Have you been down there, down that neck of the roads are not big enough to cope with the amount of traffic. In America, all the roads that lead to all the big attractions are like super highways because they're actually coping with an awful lot of people. You know, it's a brilliant idea to try and create 3,500 jobs, but you'll be waiting years for it. It's not going to pop up next week. You're going to be waiting for ages and ages and ages. Apparently, Harry Redknapp has admitted his £7 million home is surrounded by fake grass, despite once trying to get it banned. Well, I know people with fake grass, and if you get a really good one, it looks fantastic. Seriously, it looks fantastic. You wouldn't know. Some of the cheaper early ones are absolutely dreadful. Andy in Purfleet says, even with an audience, the clapping and cheering on Strictly are clearly sound effects. Oh, on so many. There are, the audiences, whenever they do the celebrity thing, whatever it is, and Celebrity Mastermind, all those, no audience is there. Steve, Little Mix's new show is so boring, but apparently it's not aimed at your age. They're aiming it quite well, so the BBC say, but when you get a pitiful audience of 2.5 million, it's really bad. Really bad. Steve, after Harry and Meghan's pathetic political broadcast, they want to hope Trump isn't re-elected. The blonde one may raise taxes for certain wealthy expats just for revenge. Well, he wouldn't give them security. So presumably they're actually coughing up for that at the same time. But they're totally against the royal family. They've been told about things like this before, but as I say, they know best. They know best. Simon Weston has urged Brits to back the Poppy Star campaign because thousands of volunteers can't collect this autumn due to the COVID crisis, meaning 6 million service personnel, vets and their families could miss out on vital donations. Do these people have reserves? I thought all the charities had reserves. I wasn't aware that they were all suffering. I appreciate the fact that they need money coming in to keep topping up the coffers. But the Legion, helped by Navy veteran John McIntyre, an electric wheelchair so he could umpire cricket matches. But that's just £8,500. They rake in millions. Millions. Can we find out what the yearly haul is for the poppies? I thought the British Legion was one of our most popular charities, next to the National Trust, which turns out to be the most popular charity. I mean, we were going through the charity some years ago, and you start thinking, well, you know, they're not suffering at the moment, although we've actually got a charity shop that's closing in Twickenham. Mind you, we do have every charity shop under the sun. And so, here you go. So the charity told... Is that all? Is that all they raised? From the charity, Poppy Appeal raises $780,000 from contactless donations. That was 2019. God, I thought it was millions. 2017, 60... No, it must be more than that, mustn't it? The Royal British Legion. It's got to be. They must have millions coming in. I mean, goodness sake, it's one of the biggest charities that we've got. Of course, the one thing they never tell you is that, unless we probably go on to sort of company's house, is how much they turn over. But I think it was... I mean, some of the charities that we'd never even heard of were doing millions. So if it's something as big as the Royal British Legion... Oh, there you go. I thought so. 163.2 million. 163.2 million, which is quite a lot. That's for here we go, 2018. So 100. So total income. I mean, it's quite a lot, isn't it? The Poppy Appeal, £50.5 million. That's what the Poppy Appeal raises. Also, lotteries and trading, 20. Donations, another 50 million. Membership subscriptions, 4.6. Investment income, 6.1. Grants for welfare services and remembrance, 14.1. And then they've got the operating cost. So 163.2, and the operating cost is 165.3. So they need to balance the books, be a bit more creative. But they've got National Memorial Arboretum development, 6.4 million. Improving the IT infrastructure is 1.2 million. Care homes and break centres, 1.3. An awful lot, isn't it, really? On remembrance, 9.4 million. Crikey. Communications and campaigns, 12.6. So that's what it's turning over. Wow. Phenomenal, isn't it, really? I don't think that they're going to lose out this year. People always put their hands in their pockets. We're very good. Very, very good at doing charity in this country. I think the Americans are good, but I think we're actually better. Much, much better. The British public are terribly generous when it comes to it. You see the adverts on the television, don't you? You see all the things where they show you something and go, you know, this needs doing. We're looking for... We seem to be helping lots of people overseas. Mind you, we're still giving money to China. If we didn't give money to China, a superpower, we could give more money to charity. More than 100,000 free NHS fat-fighting classes are up for grabs. Overweight Brits can now simply refer themselves onto the slimming scheme. They offer diet and lifestyle advice alongside free cookery and exercise sessions. It's basically what doctors offer now. You don't need, you know, if you go to your doctor because you're overweight, the doctor will probably tell you you're overweight anyway, and they can offer you diet plans and stuff like that. Recommend books and stuff. Apparently more than 500,000 patients have now been referred since 2016. So the NHS has space to run 200,000 courses this year, but more than 100,000 are still available. Is it because people really don't like going on diets and they don't really want to lose the weight in the first place? You know, it's one of those sort of difficult things, isn't it? You know, we all want to sort of eat all the nice food, but you can't sort of manage it, because you know that it's bad for you. So when they go, oh, do you like baked potatoes? You go, oh, yeah, I love baked potatoes. But lashings of butter, yeah. And all the other things, you think, no, that's actually really, really bad for me. But at least, you know, at least you try. But even when they do it on the television, it's very, very difficult to actually sort of follow and most people who need to go on a diet wouldn't be cooking. The only cooking they'd be doing is taking the bread out, putting it in the toaster, or buttering it and putting cheese and ham and mayonnaise and everything else all over the place. Because it's just the fact that we have to educate our stomachs to accept less food. We're not very good at it, but there again, we've never been very good at it. That's why you've still got people on the television showing you how to eat better, how to sort of eat the best food, how to make sure... You don't need to spend a fortune on it either. I think people think if you cook, it's terribly, terribly expensive. That in fact it's cheaper than buying fast food, much cheaper. You know, Jamie Oliver, I think, had done something with was it cooking with a £5 a day to feed a family. You can do all sorts of things. I mean, it's only because people go out and buy ready meals or they go out and buy stuff that's ready. I mean, I fell into the gap the other day. I buy chopped onions already because I can't be bothered to actually chop an onion up. And I go to Waitrose. What do they now do? Sliced potatoes. Potatoes that are sliced, quite clearly. And you just add them to whatever it is you're cooking. And it's perfect because they're sliced, not particularly thick or not particularly thin either. They cook really quickly. Do those with sort of green vegetables and stuff like that, and you've got a very nutritious meal. So I'm going to try it today, actually. I'm going to be doing it, with sort of trying to knock out the meat side of it. I had salmon the other day. I bought a couple of salmon steaks because they were cheap, and I bought them, and I did those with the vegetables and everything. It was delicious. I've forgotten just how, and it doesn't really take that long. You can manage it, but I know that, some people want, the fish fingers and the chips and the beans and all this stuff. Whereas, in fact, if you substituted beans for peas, you might be getting on a little bit better. And if you sort of knocked out the fish fingers and gave them smoked salmon, they probably wouldn't want it, though. But the time you covered it with sauce and vegetables, it's delicious. It's like having a stir-fry. Seriously, it's lovely. A woman deliberately drove her car into a partner at 40 miles an hour after a row in the street. Luckily, they've sent her to prison. What an idiot. What an idiot. He was fortunate to survive. He was airlifted to hospital in Margate. But this particular person, Kimberly Lawson, smashed into him, screaming. But he was shouting stop and all the rest of it, and she wasn't. So she'll enjoy herself in prison, I should imagine. And the sperm donor, we did this one the other day. It was a front page story of a guy called Neil Gaskill, who sued a clinic who ignored his demands not to give his sample to gay couples, has been branded a bigot. Because I didn't think that you could do things like that, but apparently you can, in which case, so in other words, you're sort of saying, you can have this donation, but it's only to go to heterosexual people. That's all it's to go to. He later learned his samples had fathered 9 children for same-sex pairings and single mums. And so he got a 5-figure settlement from a fertility clinic in Manchester, which also used his sperm more times than rules allow. So there you go. Mr. Gaskill denies he's a bigot. He says it takes a man and a woman to create a child. OK. So how do you explain you being there, then? How do you explain you being there? Steve, I've just been looking at that Freestyle Libra monitoring system. I've just read the sensors only last... I told you that the other day. I said they only last 2 weeks. Honestly, you need to listen more to this programme. And they're £57.95 a pop to replace. Absolutely. It's a piece of technology that's going under your arm and stays there. And you'll need to get a strap to go round it to hold it in, just in case it falls off. I've got the strap going round mine. And haven't I had it fitted first time before? Apparently, my skin doesn't take to sticky bits on it. I don't know why. So I've got a strap that goes round, and it's very effective. I just bought it on Amazon, and you'll see what it says. You know what it's for because it'll say Libra strap and all the rest of it. And it's technology. When you actually see it, you'll realise. I think the reader is like £140, something like that, and the actual bit that goes under your arm is anywhere between 40 and 60 a pop because it's technology. That's the way it works. But it saves you having to prick your finger. If you can afford it, do it. If you can't afford to do it, well, then not. But for a lot of people, it saves an awful lot of energy and a lot of, ow, that hurts. Because, I basically pricked my finger so many times. It's bruised. Bless it. Poor little thing. 14 minutes to 7. Let's get... Is the time, Monday, 28th of September. Front pages of the papers. Here we go. Eat to beat COVID. So they say. In fact, you can't move, actually, for food. So you think we do a lot on food. The papers are even better at it. Front page of The Sun this morning. The suspected gun killer of Sergeant Matt Britannia was named yesterday. Harry and Meghan, they've agreed to do this fly-on-the-wall reality series. I don't think they have any choice. Really don't have any choice. And Meghan wants the world to see the real her. What for? What for? Apparently, it'll be tasteful. They want to give people a glimpse into their lives. What for? I don't quite understand what for. What is the purpose of this? Is it some ego or something that they're on? Plus, Love Island star Amber Davis has found love again. Oh, how riveting. Somebody from Love Island found love. Good Lord. The Daily Mirror. The secrets of the new look Strictly. They're supposed to be socially distancing, but they don't look like it from the front page picture on the... Footballers don't seem to be socially distancing either. And the Mirror visiting these gigantic farms in America where tens of thousands of cattle are pumped with hormones. Amanda Holden, and do you know, people make complaints about what people's clothes are that they wear on the television. I can't quite understand it, actually. I can't quite understand. They say that she might have slipped up with this racy outfit choice for the Britain's Got Talent semi-final. Hundreds of people complained. And yet, you turn on and you look at the poor old sad people from Love Island and it's even worse. But nobody ever complains about them. Viewers wondered how many Ofcom complaints her outfit would spark. I mean, for goodness sake, it's a dress on a television programme. So it shows off boobies. Good Lord. Honestly, I can't believe it, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Trying to get everything in, actually, as quick as possible, just before we finish. Little Mix the Search got off to a very shaky start. In fact, to be honest with you, very embarrassing. BBC, 1.9 million. Mind you, EastEnders didn't fare much better. The Times this morning, the survival guide to getting through the winter. I would think heating would be the thing to do. Did you know that over 10 million people have downloaded the NHS COVID-19 app since Thursday? Did you? I mean, are you one of them? You've downloaded it. Does it work? Oh, right. Work for you. They have had, a lot of people have had problems. Also, a picture of the Scots Guards performing for the Chelsea History Festival in the Physic Garden at Chelsea. It's their first public appearance since March. Licence fee evaders, according to the front page of the Times, will no longer face prison. I wasn't aware that anybody had actually been to prison before. I'd love to see what the figures were of that. Lewis Hamilton accused Formula One officials of bias after he was given a penalty that ruined his hope of equalling the record 91 wins of Michael Schumacher. Front page of the Eye. Vardy shocks City. I'm assuming that must be the one who's married to Rebecca. Also, the BBC takeover, Dacre and Moore in line for top jobs as the PM seeks to put critics in charge. Both been critical of the BBC and now both could be there. I think Dacre could be running Ofcom. He could be heading up Ofcom and Moore not. But the picture is, and I didn't even know that you could do these things, a drive-through flu clinic in Edinburgh. You just sit there in your car, wind down the window, somebody comes along, sticks it, and I've never seen a needle the size of it. I mean, dear God, this thing must be about 4 inches long. I always thought they were fairly small, the needles, for doing that, a bit like sort of the diabetic needles. Tears and pride for the slain sergeant on the front of the Telegraph this morning, and the neighbours told to call the police on the isolation sheet. So in other words, if you look out your bedroom window and the next door people have got loads and loads of sort of people in the garden, you're apparently supposed to call the police or somebody. I don't know how it works. The Guardian this morning, Diane Abbott on her remarkable life in politics. Yet it has. It's certainly been remarkable. Also, BBC veterans have warned Downing Street that it risks compromising the broadcaster's independence by indicating it wants Charles Moore, former Daily Telegraph editor, to be the corporation's next chairman before the appointment process gets underway. Things could change dramatically, and students at Manchester Metropolitan University, among thousands in the UK, stuck in quarantine. Yeah, I mean, this what amazes me. They're apparently students. They're supposed to be quite intelligent. Steve, last week, every London bus I passed, the driver was not wearing a mask. They don't have to. Apparently, they don't have to because they're sitting behind a screen. It's like in supermarkets, the people on the tills do not have to wear a mask, because they're sitting behind screens. If they're sitting behind a screen, that's okay. And the bus drivers are sitting behind screens. So that's why. Daily Star, COVID curfew chaos. And it is chaos. Nobody knows what's going on. No idea at all. And Strictly Secrets with somebody called Maisie. ET's an earthling, they think, on Venus. It could have actually emanated from this country. And hungry rats driven crazy are eating pets, including a tortoise. Well, I mean, how is this possible? I've never read so much rubbish in my entire life. Plus, Eddie Izzard broke into Pinewood Studios when he was a teenager in a bid to become an actor. He says, film is my first love, so at 15 I broke in. I took a train from Bexhill to London, a tube to Uxbridge, a bus to Ivor Heath, got off at the roundabout, walked in like Clint Eastwood in Where Eagles Dare. I walked around for 2 hours trying to get hired, but it didn't happen. At least he made an effort, didn't he? And here the pro dancers and partners living apart for the whole show. but yet they seem to be dancing, so I don't quite understand how on the Strictly that is going to work. Daily Express, Harry and Meghan in violation of the royal deal. They really don't give a stuff about the royal family, so, you know, why should anybody over here bother? Their popularity has waned somewhat. United in grief, Charles leads the tributes to the hero cop. And Boris to defy rebels in blitz on virus cheats. This is people who, and they will have police officers apparently knocking on doors. So taken away from, presumably, their other duties. A lot of people have said that the measures are draconian, but they've got to do something to clamp down on it. And if you're going to get stupid people who don't realise that unless you socially isolate yourself and you don't go into quarantine, we're just going to have this for ages and ages, and you're going to see the death rate rising. Front page of the Daily Mail, how I fought back after Hollywood ditched me. This is Rupert Everett with Julia Roberts. We like Rupert Everett, and there's a book out as well. And the police starting the corona spot checks. They're going to enforce the self-isolation rule. Well, what are they going to do? Arrest people, or just sort of send round a bill? You owe us £10,000. You know, I can't imagine how else you're going to sort of deal with things like this. But they're checking as well. If anybody in the Strictly programme comes down with the virus, they're out. Well, I would think that would be fairly sensible. And the new judging panel actually looks even nicer than the other one. Before they all sat there looking as though they were hear no evil, speak no evil, whatever. But now they've got 3 judges, because Bruno Tonioli is not there, he's over in America. And they've got 3 sort of pods, which look quite nice, although there's still no audience. So whether or not that's going to work, Lord alone knows. That's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your company. We'll do it again tomorrow morning, shall we? I have a free little bit extra podcast. Thomas is back, producer, new shirt. Fills it out a little bit too tightly, but that's just a personal opinion. The Strictly stars turn up their noses at 40,000 for going on tour, showing just how in touch they are with reality. Not. Little Mix's new TV show figures drop, and drop is the optimum word. And I discuss the merits of half a breast of chicken. And we always struggle with snow. We've always struggled with snow, Tom. Yeah, but when you have snow in Scotland, you see, you don't go out. You just hibernate. You don't go out. I've seen the picture. Scotland is deserted. It's closed. Of course you had to walk to school in the snow. You were the head teacher. OK, that's how it works. You have to go to school. You have to there and sort of go, OK, come on. I mean, I can't imagine how naff it must be to be a school kid in this day and age when it rains. You know, you see them stand there. Most of these kids can't dress themselves. Have you seen little ties? You know, they get the full-length tie and they put it on and it turns into a little thing, you know, like small. And you think, it's fashion, is it? The girls' skirts are way too short. Way too short. I mean, some of them, it really is. It's an embarrassment. Especially if it's, let's just call them a slightly tubbier person going to school now. Some of these outfits, they're almost, it's borderline obscene. You know, but obviously when they're at home, mummy and daddy, did that happen at your school? You wore kilts to school? I'm going to say, oh, special occasions. Today is kilt. So tomorrow, Thomas, we'll be wearing our kilt, will we? Kilt Wednesday, Naked Tuesday. Oh, we had Naked Tuesdays as well. I was the first one there, actually. I'll just have it. If you were first one in, nobody sort of all sat there waiting for you to be the one to sort of undress in front of people. Pouring down in Hampton, says Matthew. Let me know if it turns to snow. Let me know, because I like hearing... Interesting hearing the talk about Uber. You don't seem wild about Uber, do you? I've noticed there seems to be a distinct bias with a lot of people saying, oh, it's this and it's that. I've only ever been once in an Uber car, because my friend Jordan, when we were in... Where were we? We might have... I can't remember where we were. I think we might have gone out to a restaurant before we were going on to a party. And I think we had an Uber cab, which I think actually either Jordan had booked or my friend Danny had booked. I can't remember. But I remember getting in an Uber cab and thinking, I don't think we'll be getting in one of these again. You know, because I spend all my time in private hire vehicles, which is okay, some of which have a covering in the back and some of which don't. Although if you get a black cab, they've all got it. They've all got it in, so you don't have to... And yet still people are expected to wear masks. And then somebody was saying the other day, and I thought about it, they were talking... we had all these sort of lovely little snowflakes who were breaking the law. They should have all been prosecuted. The one in Trafalgar Square. 15,000 people. I'm sorry, what have you heard about, a group of 6 people, and that's it maximum? Even the mayor's a little bit fed up with the whole thing. And they were all saying, of course, it's all made up. And you think, I can't quite work out whether or not they're actually really stupid, or whether or not they're pretending to be stupid. Why would you want to make up the fact that people are dying of coronavirus? 1 million people across the world have died of corona. Why would you want to go, oh, it's all made up, you know? It's done by the government, is it? And you think, do you know, people like you, I mean, I can't understand what benefit it would ever be. Somebody listening at the moment who's maybe lost a mother, a father, a child, it could be all sorts of people. And then you get some buffoon standing in, you know, Trafalgar Square, and look at them. There was one woman standing on a thing, and somebody pulled her off her chair. I mean, she had a walking stick with her. It looked like a weapon as far as I was concerned. But anyway, and you think, why would somebody want to lie to you? What would be the benefit? There is no benefit. Even the producer can't work that one out. And he can generally do most things first thing in the morning. But he said, why would somebody want to tell fibs about people who are sort of dying of coronavirus and just go, of course, it's all made up, you know. It's a government conspiracy. I mean, these people are thick as planks. Mind you, talking of thick, he's proven already he's a bit dim, isn't he? Which is good, because he's going to be marrying somebody who's about as thick as he is. This is Jordan's new little Boise friend. This is the one she's been going out with for about 3.5 months, so it's a long-term relationship for Jordan, who's never been happy, never likes any of her ex-husbands, loves them when there's sort of, you know, when she's only been to bed with them on a few occasions. Now, she's dissing them all. My family never liked all my ex-husbands. No, well, they never liked you either, so what was the difference? What was the difference? And now the boyfriend goes out shopping the other day. Again, the kids have to get used to somebody else wheeling them around. And in Sainsbury's, no mask. No mask. And you think to yourself, you really are thick. You're absolutely ideal. You're absolutely ideal for each other, because bet your bottom dollar, whatever your name is, because we can't remember it, because you're instantly forgettable, when all this goes pear-shaped, and it will, she's only doing it to try and rake some money in. You know, it'll be an okay wedding, and you'll be made to look a bit stupid, and inside a few months, like all of them, it'll go proper pear-shaped. And you'll be the one that go, oh, I want nothing to do now. I mean, really, you should have seen the warnings, mate. She's had 6 people, you know, that have moved in to that front door, which is revolving at the moment. Best diamond in the world, 23 million. Nothing, is it? If you won a lot of money on the lottery, you could buy that, but what would you do with it? Nobody's going to believe that it's real. You know, if I brought in a 23 million pound diamond and showed it to them here, they wouldn't believe it was real. They'd just go, yeah, it's very good, Steve. It's a bit of glass. You know, I've noticed actually on all the television shows, they have to tell you if the so-called diamond or whatever it is has been heat treated, which apparently is some little under-the-counter thing that they can do with things. And they go, oh, and it's not been heat treated, and it's this and it's that and it's all the rest of it. And then they go, oh, collectors. I mean, some of them are just so dreadful, these people. Collectors are queuing up to buy this piece of tat for $9.99. 83850steve@lbc.co.uk. 14 degrees in the Essex countryside. Somebody said snow. 14 double it, so 28, 68. Well, you know, it doesn't have to be freezing cold for snow. It really doesn't have to be. I mean, I've been out when it started. It looks quite nice. That's what they said in Leeds, wasn't it? Leeds, fantastic. We love it. I went there twice, actually. Steve, says Nicola, chicken Kievs. Maybe lovely, should you catch up? I've got 10 chicken Kievs in the oven. They must be little tiny ones. I didn't get out yesterday. I was too busy. Today, what am I doing today? Oh, I'm going out to buy a clock. I'm going to get some water from Costco. And then yesterday we were more than happy to tell you that, in fact, there's no shortages of anything in the supermarket. For all the little snowflakes who go, oh, I've got to buy a toilet roll, I just went in there, I picked up a kitchen roll, put it in my trolley. There's tons of it everywhere. It's only the idiots. You know, let them stock up their houses. It's all a fire hazard, isn't it, really, which is not so great. But you don't need to worry about it. We've got tons of everything, but for the not brightest person in the road, they worry about it. The Famous Five, not the book, but a huge number of storms about to hit this country. We're going to get 5 storms. It'll be wind, it'll be rain, it'll be gust, it'll be just about everything, which is okay. Which will be everything. Oh, I tell you what, there's proving that some people really don't have a brain cell. And by the front of one of the shops in Twickenham, there's a load of old bedding. It's basically a bunch of tatty old clothes riddled with God knows what, and all the rest of it, because sometimes homeless people knuckle down and sleep there, but they haven't done it for about a week, but they've left all this rubbish. And And so me and Lynn were looking the other day, we were looking at the buildings, we're having it painted and everything like that. And this bloke goes past. I mean, you could tell he was one of those ne'er-do-wells. Because he said, you're laughing, are you? And I thought, we're looking at the colour paint. So I said, no, we're looking at the paint. Yeah, laugh, he goes. He was obviously one of those people who has a slight problem with drink. Matt says it's pouring down in Hampton. That's what you see. I mean, you're going to get rain. It was lovely yesterday. Yesterday was nice. If you had some washing to do, you could put it out there, which was very good. Matthew says, have you seen the chap outside the embankment since last time? No, there's some bloke. He's not the full ticket. And he walks around Twickenham sometimes stark naked. I mean, you know, it's people like that. I mean, you can't have people walking around stark naked. It's ridiculous. Steve, I know it doesn't need to be cold to snow, but 14 degrees in the countryside at 4 a.m. is positively warm. It's Essex, dear. It's Essex. It doesn't matter, really. Was then Greg's, says Peter, in Richmond this morning. The guy that works in there. Guy that works in Greg's in Richmond. There is no guy that works in there. It's only women. It's only women. There was one guy, but he was having a break, and he listens to LBC. Psh. Yeah, they all say that. They have to get up early. They do the worst bacon rolls in that Greg's in Richmond. I bought a sausage roll the other day, and that was quite nice. I like a sausage roll. Yeah, Greg's is usually good. Unfortunately, they can't cook bacon. They just leave it in this oven thing until it goes... You can break it. You can literally... You put it in there and you look at it and you think, I could take out fillings with that. You don't want to get a Greg's on the way home. It's not good for you. You're on a diet. I didn't make you do it. I did not. Oh, it's my fault. So if I talk about food... OK, if I talk about babies, you're going to rush home and have a baby, are you? OK, think about that one. Put it on the back burner and then think about it. Maybe for Christmas. It'd be quite nice. Then you could have your own baby Jesus. Why does nobody call their kids Jesus? Isn't it? They do, yeah, but in this country they do the list of popular girls' names, popular boys' names, and not once has the name Jesus topped any... There's a lot of pressure for... Yeah, but Jesus... You know, why not? Makes perfect sense to me. It is a bit of a high bar to me, especially when kids will be coming up to the playground. Go on, there you go. A fish and a loaf of bread. Go on, do your worst. It'll be good, won't it? Steve. Another one here. We get lots of these. I saw a woman last night zipping along on an e-scooter with a toddler tucked between her legs. I think that's called pregnancy. I think that's how it works. And also, what was the other day? There was somebody who was pregnant. Oh, I think it was some naff Z-list celebrity. In fact, actually, I don't think it was Z-list. I think they went to the Uzbekistan alphabet and they found somebody who was about 36 letters in, and they still couldn't find somebody of any standing. And they said, and I should be telling you about how I got pregnant. And I thought, well, we know how you got pregnant. You had sex. I mean, unless there's some new way of doing it now, you know. I can remember they did a piece on artificial insemination on dinner ladies, written by Victoria Wood. It was so rude. You had to laugh. Actually, I quite like things like that. Steve. I can't visit my nan at home, but I'm fine to meet her in the pub. I think they're doing this on a day-to-day basis, aren't they? I don't think they know. I don't think they really know. And Steve. Have you seen Katie Price's new vid? Harvey calling the new guy Dad. Yes, well, I mean, his real father has had nothing to do with him, has he? Absolutely nothing to do with him. Poor old Harvey. But let's face it, we must be expecting, I should imagine, Katie pick up a penguin Price to turn up on Loose Women. I mean, she must be wanting to talk about having sex with her new man, who she's known for almost an eternity, and how they're going to get pregnant, and then she'll have a wedding. And I mean, she might as well just have kept the last outfit. And the amount of, I mean, honestly, she's had a disaster with everybody. Every single person, including the new one, will come in for it because she doesn't do anything. What does she do? Nothing. She trowels on a load of old tarty makeup, and that's it. There's no, particular, reason for sort of ever mentioning her again. But you can't help it because she's... But, I mean, seeing him in Sainsbury's with no mask on, I then thought, yep, you are thick. Steve. Oh, we'll take a quick break in a sec. It says, a man walks into a fish and chip shop with a fish under his arm and says, do you serve fish cakes in here? The owner says no. That's a shame, says the man, because it's his birthday today. 19 minutes past 4 already. You can't believe it, can you? What have we got? Piers Morgan reigniting a bit of an old feud with Anton Deck, because I think they've been nominated for about the umpteenth time. And it's a good feud. I think it's made up. I don't think it's serious. Piers Morgan wouldn't fall out with Anton Deck. It's just that they kept getting nominated for personality, of the year, and they always keep getting it. And he doesn't like that. He'd like to get it on odd occasions. Nicola Adams has opened up about the racist and homophobic abuse she's got to deal with. She's a boxer. Lay him out. Lay him out. Just go round there, open up the door. Did you write this? Yep. Pfft, gone. End of story. Do you have a subway in London? When you say a subway, Nicola, what do you mean? Do you mean an underground, or do we have a place that does baguettes? I mean, because we have both, okay? We have an underground, which we don't call a subway. What did you see the other day? Oh, my God, little Mr. Prissy. They had a woman on this morning being interviewed by Pip and the woman with the boobs. And they were talking... This woman was 80... It could be anybody with boobs. Well, it might as well be. Anyway, this woman they were interviewing was 81. Her family invented KY jelly. And I remember thinking... that's a nice thing to sort of bring up at the dinner table, isn't it? My family invented KY jelly. Thank you very much indeed. But they had on a guy who she's going out with. She's American. And he's... now, I don't know where he came from. He could be Spanish, he could be Italian, whatever it is. His English wasn't brilliant, and they called him a toy boy. And he didn't understand what it meant, and they didn't explain it to him. And he says, "Scuz, I have to do it, because otherwise it doesn't make any sense." And he said, "We don't play with toys," because he didn't understand what it was. He said, "And I'm not a boy, I'm a man." And I thought, you really don't understand, do you? She, of course, was delighted, because apparently the action in the bedroom had gone up a few notches at the age of 81. And I thought, by the time she takes the wig off and takes all her sort of clothing off and everything like that, you've got a rather limp-looking balloon, I should imagine. But he didn't understand toy boy. Toy boy is where it's somebody a lot younger going out with somebody a lot older, and they go, "That's a toy boy." It doesn't work with girls. That's called a court case. And so what they actually do, they say, "You're a toy boy." They used to say Scott, Barbara's husband, he was a toy boy. Actually, somebody was telling me about him the other day. Such a nice boy. Such a nice boy. But anyway, and so he objected to being called a toy boy. We don't play with toys. And you think, no, it's got nothing to do with toys. Okay, you really don't understand it. But they didn't explain it to him. I got very upset. Very upset. Uber winning that fight. Also, Peter Frampton. I don't know if you've ever seen Peter Frampton. I mean, he was like a god in his day. I think the album's called Frampton Comes Alive or something. Lots of hair. Well, he's not a very well person. He's in his 70s now. I think he lives down in Chelsea. Don't ask me how I know that. I think because somebody said to me, "Oh, Peter Frampton lives down this road," and I went, "Oh, right, okay, fine." Tim Peake says aliens may have existed across the universe, but they've already died out. Oh, that'll be a shame for the snowflakes everywhere. No more aliens. Oh, dear. Steve, I tell you what's more thick, says Darren in Kent. People wearing a mask around Sainsbury's and then leaving them in the trolley. Oh, you see masks all over the floor, don't you? I mean, I find it quite disturbing. What do they do? Do they just take them off and go, "Oh, I can't wear that ever again"? As I say, 1 million people dead around the world. Lovely. And... Steve, of course Harvey calls Jordan's man Dad. Saves the poor chap having to learn a new name every week, says Jill. Oh, cynical. But you're quite right. I mean, her track record is abysmal. I mean, she's still going on the fact that she used to be a topless model and that she's some sort of sex symbol. Unfortunately, to describe her as a wet fish would be an insult to wet fish. Really bad. And I'd like to thank you, Steve. This is from Gordon, listening to your show cheers me up. I had 7 weeks in hospital, suffering from myasthenia gravis crisis event. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds fantastic. I mean, we get 7 weeks there. He said, "I'm still getting up at 4 to listen to the show as I take my meds." Oh, I did something very good yesterday. I've got this little machine, sort of which you wave under the thing. It's this Libra, and I finally managed to connect it into the computer, so now the hospital can access my graph and see where I'm going. It's good, isn't it? Good. The best line in Dinner Ladies When asked if she's pregnant, Bren says not unless sperm can get through a sash window. They don't make them like that. I couldn't believe that Victoria Wood in Dinner Ladies was talking about it, and they were talking about, people artificial inseminating and stuff like that. It was just hilarious, though. It was so funny. Steve says, Dell. He says, I'm a Leeds lass, and my local Waitrose is rife with selfish shoppers buying in bulk. Well, they're not allowed to do it around our way, and also we're far too sensible down here. Nobody would go bulk buying in Waitrose. They did before, but now everybody knows that they've got loads of stuff. There's no shortage of anything at all. It's all there, which is great. Steve, love your show. I love Victoria Wood's TV series Dinner Ladies, which I saw live in the Blackpool Theatre many years ago. Very good. Yes, she was very, very good. Very, very good. She kept her cancer secret from people. She didn't go around telling everybody. There were very few people knew that Victoria Wood was very ill. So when she died, of course, it was that instant shock. But you didn't have the lead up to it, which is not very good. Lorraine Kelly slamming irresponsible COVID-19 protesters. They all should have been arrested in Trafalgar Square because they were told about things like that. And some of them are old enough to be your granny and granddad, obviously a bit dim, so obviously they can't be any of your grannies and granddads, can they? Gordon Ramsay's been blasted again. I think it's the Daily Star. They've got it in for him. Yet when you think probably how many of the journalists from the Daily Star have been eating at Gordon Ramsay's for years and then make a big deal of telling everybody, I was eating at Gordon Ramsay's. He charges £4 for a piece of toast. Which is, you're not just paying £4 for a piece of toast. I think the Daily Star have missed the point. I think what you're doing is you are paying to sit in the Savoy, and look at those fabulous surroundings. If you're going to your local McDonald's where you can get you get a hash brown and a double sausage and egg McMuffin for about £4, you're not going to get the surroundings. There are no chandeliers. There's no beautiful trompe l'oeil. There's nothing like that. There's no tablecloths. I don't think I've ever seen a tablecloth in a McDonald's or a Burger King or even a Subway with or without passengers in the train. And so it's quite interesting that they go, it's £4 for a piece of toast. So of course, we all know you can buy a loaf of bread for 90p. But at the end of the day, the thing is you're paying for the surroundings of where you are. And it's very nice surroundings, so that's what you're paying for. It's like, going to the theatre and sitting in a box. You're only sitting in a box at the theatre so people can look at you. And the reason people look at you is because you're sitting in a box. You, of course, can't see diddly squat. Because if you're sitting in a box on the right-hand side and there's action on the right-hand side of the stage, looking at it straight on, sitting in the stalls, you won't see anything at all. You might as well have a mirror in front of you. 84850. Shane in Sydney says, sorry I'm late, my mother rang the LBC app. The LBC app cuts out and then the mobile phone rings and says hello to you. Good Lord above. And Paul says, have you ever thought of getting out of London for a couple of weeks and seeing the rest of England? I've been everywhere in England. There's nowhere I've not been. And everywhere abroad. OK? He says, I lived in Balham for 6 years and the Caribbean before you start about Northerners. I lived in the North. We obviously need to listen a little bit more carefully. It's not my fault you've got hard of hearing going on at the moment. He said there's some amazing places in Lancashire. Don't be so stupid. Amazing places in Lancashire. Where? Goodness sake, I love it when people say, and even Yorkshire ain't bad. I've just told you I lived for years in Yorkshire. God, blimey, honestly. Listen, this programme is obviously way above your intelligence level. Seriously, you need to, I think we need to have you looking through the round window. And let's see what's happening the other side, shall we? It'll probably be a sort of a cartoon character or a glove puppet, Paul. He comes from Burnley in Lancashire. It's all clogs, flat caps and whippets, OK? And that's just the blokes. We've all been to Burnley. I spent a week there one day. It's one of those places. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. They say, is Meghan Markle turning into Kim Kardashian? Well, if you mean is she an outright hypocrite, yes. If you mean is she an attention seeker, yes. If it's a case of, did they tell lies about leaving the country because they didn't like the press? Yes. Because they're courting the press at every opportunity. She can't get enough of it. And yet, unfortunately, even in America, they go, Meghan who? And they go, she was in Suits. They go, oh, right. Who saw that? Not everybody, I'm afraid. Princess Beatrice says her secret wedding in lockdown was so much fun. OK, too much information there. I don't think we need to know anything like that. The Queen's granddaughter married property boss Edoardo Mapelli Mozzi. Wasn't he married before? I think he has a child. I think he has a child before. They can't find anybody in the royal family, can they? I'd be better off coming to Global. We've got loads of people who are spare. Seriously, there's loads of people looking around for a bit of action with the royals. I mean, goodness sake. I mean, you could go out to clubs and things and meet people, or failing that. No, you can't. Oh, of course you can't at the moment. Oh, another avenue of pleasure denied is you can't go to... Well, you can go to clubs, but they're just when you're sort of getting your mojo back, all of a sudden they go... we used to love doing it. We always used to... On the last record they used to play in the discotheque was always a slowie, so that the girls could sort of have a good look at the boys who'd been eyeing up all night, and the boys could decide which one they were going to sort of go, do you want to come for a kebab, love? All right, kebab? And, we get a mini cab home. Do you want to come back to my place? Yeah, I live with my mum and dad, yeah. But I've got my own bedroom. Lovely, yeah, okay. Let's get a kebab first. That's the way it works. But, in fact, it was sort of one of those ridiculous things. You play the last song, or said, hello, is it me you're looking for? And so you go on. And then at the end you go, thank you very much indeed, good night. And then you flash the lights on, and up come, like 1 million watts worth of bright lights, and everybody suddenly realises that they've been dancing with an ugly for the last 10 minutes. It's hilarious. They sort of look at you, and I always used to smile and go, now you know what they look like. The boys who were trying to hide themselves in the corner. It was hilarious. Really good. Love it. Also, talking about toy boys, reminded me of a holiday I had in the Gambia, says Matthew, where there's a load of old ladies that go to meet young men and are in tears at the airport when they say goodbye. I know. You get a lot of... There's one in the paper the other day. There was one of these ladies who picked up a toy boy. Mind you, of course, we've seen some shattering disasters, which I'll tell you about in a moment. Let's go back down to the news. Morning, Dennis says, have you ever visited my hometown of Grantham or ventured around Lincolnshire? Yes. Good Lord, honestly. I'm British, hello. Of course I've been everywhere. We didn't do foreign holidays. We had to sort of go local. So you did do Cornwall, you did do Devon, you did do caravanning holidays to Wales, you did do Lincolnshire on the, and you go out on the Broads on a boat and also, loads of places. Lincolnshire, dirt cheap. And when I say dirt cheap, I don't mean dirt is cheap. Properties are cheap. I mean, seriously cheap. If you would, they just put a house on the market, and I'm having a look at it, okay? Only because, I feel I can. And it's 2 houses. There used to be a mansion on the site. It's in Mayfair, and they've knocked it down, and over the past few years they've put up this glass box. But in fact they put up 2 glass boxes. So it's 2 houses, both got garages, you can fit quite a few cars in, and both got spas, which means they've got a thing to swim in, but it's not, it's not really like diving into an Olympic-sized swimming pool. Anyway, 25 million a house, but because they're together, you can easily link them up. They have been so designed that you could link up. So you could buy both houses and you'd end up with, I forget how many thousand square feet, for £50 million. Which I thought was sort of quite a nice idea, actually. I've looked at it, and because it's glass, people can sort of look in, which I don't have a problem with. If they want to look, let them look. And I thought, £50 million. Can you imagine? I mean, somebody will buy it as both, because if you only buy... one house, you're going to look a bit poor, aren't you, really? Oh, dear. But, I mean, I thought they were going, it's the most expensive place in Mayfair. I thought, I'm sure it isn't. Must be other place. Because it's 2 houses, so 25 million is nothing in Mayfair. Absolutely nothing. I can't work out if I'd like to live there. I went to Soho House a short while ago, the Steve Allen Lunch Club. Went there, and we had a very nice time, and that's full of workmen around Mayfair. There's always building. There's nothing worse than somebody walking past you with a spirit level. You get a lot of that on the train in the morning. The trains are still empty. Still empty in the morning. I'm currently reading Ian Dale's book at the moment because I'm going to have to interview him in Twickenham. So I thought, well, I better do the decent thing and read the book. So I was sitting on the train the other day, and then somebody he gets different people writing every day saying, is it still going on? This, and of course at the moment, as he said, we don't know. We hope, but we have no idea. Steve, talking about toast. Toast. It'll be the right shade and crispy too. Do you know what I mean? I thought that the other day, when you were talking about toasters. They've got to be on the right time set. Yeah, I mean, I don't... I'll tell you what I like. I had a toaster once which could decide which side it was going to toast. And I quite liked it with a bit of ham, but there's an amazing amount of things that I've cut out of my diet. You know, I mean, it is slightly bizarre what I'm not allowed to eat at the moment, but we're getting there. But I do like a piece of toast. But the trouble is, you can't just eat one piece of toast, can you? You've got to eat more than one piece of toast. And Matthew says, laughing at the aggressive homeless guy accusing you of laughing and twicking. I know. I mean, like it was anything. That's why I knew he had a drink problem. You know. Walsh says, I'm locked into the spike. Some people don't listen properly. Snowflakes. Well, snowflakes and curtain twitchers. That's what they are nowadays. Or failing that, people who invade our privacy and come and stand in Trafalgar Square. 15,000 of them. 15,000. I mean, as we said the other day, and a lot of the critics were saying exactly the same thing. They were saying, I'm sorry, they have heard of coronavirus. I know most of them are a bit thick, and they think it's just a joke, as 1 million people are now buried in cemeteries. Today, says Helinka, is the Feast of St. Michael and All Angels today, Michaelmas. The Michaelmas daisy is a beautiful purple flower that blooms around this time. Is it Michaelmas daisy or is it passion flower? Is that different? Is that different? I quite like it. I've still, most of my stuff is still growing, except my baskets. My basket's withered. But it's all right because all the other stuff is, and I've not watered my begonias for about a week. Mind you, it has absolutely tipped it down, hasn't it, before now? So did you tell me your parents got a greenhouse? Have they won the lottery or something, Thomas? Where do they get the money for a greenhouse from? Ridiculous. Is it a erect it yourself greenhouse, or is it somebody came and did it? So you had to put a concrete base down. How lovely. How big is it? Is it I love a greenhouse. I love the smell. Is it half the size of that room? Right. That's not a greenhouse, dear. That's an outside toilet. They've peppers, potatoes. Good God, how deep is the soil? Because it's got to be quite deep for potatoes. Very deep set of plant pots. I love a greenhouse. Going in there on a hot day when you can smell the earth. Oh, that's so nice. I could live in a greenhouse. I've seen some lovely ones. When I win the lottery, I'm going to buy one. And they've got radishes. See, I don't do radishes. No, I'm not bothered about radishes. Tomatoes. My next-door neighbours have had some fantastic results with tomatoes. Literally, they can't eat all the tomatoes that this one tomato plant is producing, which is good. Lettuce, yeah, a bit boring lettuce, isn't it? Lettuce has always been dull. Cress, but you can grow that on cotton wool. We did that when we were at little school, you know, and you go in there and on all the windowsills were little trays with cotton wool in there, and you put some mustard and cress on there. What the hell we did with it, I've got no idea. Perhaps the teacher's got a better idea, but no, we used to do that. We used to have a little plot of land where we could grow things. So I thought I'd grow weeds. And very popular that was, you know. All the other people are trying to grow things in rows, you know, like carrots. And there'd always be the boy that finds the odd-shaped carrot that looks like a willy, you know, or something like that. So you go, ha, look at that, and the teacher would go, put it back. I loved our school. It was fantastic. Thank you for keeping me sane. And Kate says, I've just spat my tea out with your story of the lights coming on after the 10 to dance. I remember it very well indeed. I did it all the time. I was evil. I saw it at a nightclub because I knew what people looked like, you see, but it was only people who were new to the club or something like that who didn't know. So when you flicked those lights on, oh my God, and you could see people rushing out there covering themselves. It was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Oh, also, by the way, if you're going, things you can't do now, like, thank God you can still listen to the radio. There's no sort of charge for that. But singing and dancing in pubs is now banned. I mean, to be honest with you, if you go out to a pub, what do people go to pubs for? Are you going because they've got a bigger colour television than you? Or are you going out to the pub because you want to meet somebody? You know, there's always the sad person, isn't there, propping up the bar. You know, all right, how are you? And they always talk to you like they know you. You know, and then you start talking to a friend about, you know, oh, I think I'll build a wall this weekend. I could do that. They will say that. Before you know where you are, somebody's come around to rebuild your house. It's like, I only went in the subway once. That's not the underground, that's the sandwich place. And to be honest with you, I found it quite confusing. I found it like shopping in IKEA. Because you go in there and they go, yeah, I thought you'd just go in there and go, can I have a ham roll with cucumber? No, what sort of roll do you want? What size roll do you want? Which ham do you want? Do you want this? Oh, God, it just got so complicated. So I found it easier to go into Greggs and just pick up one of their ready-made ham with... what does it come with? I think it comes with tomato and cucumber, which is quite nice, actually. Quite nice. So today, but I've got to go and buy a clock because Michael, my friend, who's got the hairdressers in Water Lane in Twickenham, owns the freehold, and he, when they did the shop up, I said, I'll buy you a present, because it was all lovely and sparkly. So I bought him a clock, a nice big clock. And it's big, but it's only battery operated. I think it's from a company called Newgate, from London, and they do lots of those sort of clocks. So in other words, it's got all at the front, it looks very flashy with the dial, and everybody looks at it because it was brilliant. Anyway, he broke it. So I said to Kasia, my hairdresser, and don't say I don't, because I was talking to Nick Ferrari's friend Claire, and she said, where are you going? I said, I'm going to get my hair cut. And then she said to me, with a straight face, she said, what hair? I said, listen, underneath this baseball cap is a full head of hair. It's not that... It's not... I mean, it's also... I mean, look, I mean, I can see my hair. I was going to comb it this morning and put a parting in it, but I thought I'd look silly. So I didn't bother. Well, he has got worse hair, but I mean... don't really care. I'm more concerned about my hair. And so I was going to the hairdressers, and I remember thinking... I wonder if my hairdresser thinks I've got no hair either, because she seems to spend a good 10 minutes on it, which I think is quite long in anybody's thing. Steve, Nicholas says, slice of ham on a piece of toast. I quite like a slice of ham on a piece of toast, especially with some salad cream. And Phil in Bournemouth says, at least you've kept me sane. God knows. Listen, we're all in the same boat. Can you believe how many months it's been since, some people have lost just about everything? Seriously, I mean, I can't believe it. I can't believe that, for about, how many months was it? About 6 months, 7 months. I haven't seen half the people at LBC, because we haven't had a big company meeting or anything like that, so I haven't seen anybody. I mean, I've seen my boss, but my other boss, who's upstairs now, very, very important, hardly doesn't talk, and I don't know, but he's, yeah. Okay, it doesn't matter, we can't do the gag. It's a very good gag in this building. But anyway, I've not seen him for about 6 months. I might have to write to him and say, send me a photograph, because I'm forgetting what people look like. And I don't like... You think people have got more unattractive? I'm not using the word that you use. Do you think all the producers have? You think the presenters have got unattractive? Really? I don't think presenters ever get... I mean, to be honest with you, since I've started losing weight and it's dropping off me like sacks of potatoes, I looked at myself, when I was sitting in front of the mirror in the hairdressers, why you want to watch this happening, I've got no idea. Why don't they just sit you in a dark room? Make it a lot easier. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm looking quite young at the moment. And I've lost a bit of weight, quite a bit of weight. It's made my face a bit slimmer. By the time we get to this October show... and I'll have had my flu jab by that time, and probably another visit to the podiatrist or something like that, and a visit with the nice people at the doctor's surgery. I'm going to look sensational at this show. I'm absolutely going to look sensational. I mean, I just don't know what to wear. But I have to break, because it's not my show. It's Ian Dale's show, so I'm sort of part of the furniture. I'll just be interviewing. Who'd be in the Groovy Gang? Well, we have a vacancy. We have a vacancy. Yeah, well, Luke, I mean, well, yeah. He did pay money. He did pay money. I mean, he didn't pay a lot of money, but he wanted it. Could he buy into it? And I stupidly felt weak and said, yeah, and took the money, because he's desperate to be a member of it. I told him it's not as great as you think it is. Steve, I came out of the chippy yesterday with pie, chips, a pineapple ring, and a bread bun. A homeless guy said, I've not eaten for 3 days. I said, I wish I had your willpower. It's such an... The actual line is, somebody saying, oh, I've not eaten for ages and ages, and you go, well, you must force yourself. You must force yourself to eat. Oh, so it's the flower, pronounced Michaelmas Daisy. Oh, right. Thank you, Helinka, very much indeed. Also, wait a minute. Oh, somebody else who's been to see Victoria Wood. I went to see her when she was at the Albert Hall. It was lovely, actually. Sorry, let's go back, actually, to the heartfelt thanks for keeping sane. This is Phil in Bournemouth, because his mum died early July, and he was her carer for 5 years She was living with COPD, still trying to sort out the will and get probate, which is like learning Chinese. Oh, God, is it ever. Do you know what we had to do? And it happened a couple of times in our family. You have to go round and collect certificates to prove. And did you know, and I don't know whether it's changed, but we wanted to put something in our local newspaper to say that that Dad had passed on and Mum had passed on as well. And you can't do that. Because apparently some evil people do that as a joke. They actually put somebody in the death column, you know, in the in memoriam. And so it has to be done by the funeral director. They have to phone up. So you go to the funeral director and you tell them all the details. Actually, it reminds me of something else I've got to tell you. It's such a good thing, and it's a salutary word of advice. And so the funeral director has to phone up the newspaper to say, can we put this in, you know, in memoriam? And so then they actually did it. How many people read those things? Obviously loads of people, don't they? Nice to have your company, I think that's been used before. Tuesday, the 29th of September, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. So I go in yesterday to the bank and NatWest, because I didn't want to get on the bus and go to Richmond to go to RBS. So I thought, I'll go to NatWest because we own it. And I go in there and... there was nobody. Actually, I thought it was closed, actually, but it was open, so the doors opened, and I went in. I didn't have to do anything at all. And the guy said, yes, can I help you? And so I order some money, because it was above what I can get out of the diddly-dip machine, you know, outside, when you go there and you think, oh, I get that. Anyway, there's an older woman standing, not really right next to me, but she's sort of, you know, within probably about 5 feet or something like that, and she's talking to one of the other girls who works in the NatWest, and she's obviously transferring money out of her account. And this was why it was so interesting. And I mentioned it to a friend of mine. He said, well, at least that's good, isn't it? And the woman who was doing the transaction, and it was obviously something like a few £1,000s. And so she said to her, she said, who are you sending the money to? Because she wanted to transfer the money. And so she said, oh, it's to this builder. And so then the woman in the NatWest Bank said, do you know him? Have you used him before? She said, because I'm asking, you know, because they want to make sure that these elderly people are not being ripped off. You know, with somebody standing outside going, how much money did you get? You know, and all this kind of stuff. But, she said, no, I do know him. I mean, I was secretly hoping that maybe she did know him, you know, and she wasn't being ripped off, because they don't like people who cheat pensioners, but unfortunately there are some right scallywags out there, and what they do is they sort of cheat people. They then say, oh, look, you've got a couple of tiles loose off your roof, love, you need those doing. So they go round there, and then they get up there on sort of ladders, and they go, oh, there's a few more. Before you know where you are, what turned out to be a 30 quid job, you know, turns into a few £1,000s. And that's when it starts getting quick. We've seen quite a few people jailed for ripping off pensioners. Not very good at all. Another one here says, that's what my sack of potatoes, you said, reminds me of what my horse riding instructor said I looked like when I was learning 45 years ago. I went on to be an instructor and used the same expression. Good old sack of potatoes. See, I like that, actually. I like the sack of potatoes story. I think it's very good. Very, very good. More of your texts. Great to hear your banter at 0450 before I start work. Well, you must have started work already, which is good. So, singing and dancing in pubs is now banned under these COVID laws. I mean, I don't know anybody who does dance in a pub. I mean, unless it's you call standing at the bar, you know, sort of... Because there always used to be a jukebox, didn't there? Always used to be a jukebox, and somebody'd go, you don't see that anymore in pubs now, and it's so blooming expensive. I mean, I've not been in a pub for ages, and I used to go to the Barmy Arms quite a bit, but they've gone, I think, which is a shame, and I felt very disappointed. They've gone. They love their golf. And so there's somebody else who's taken over. But I've not been in there, mainly because it's not really the weather for me. And I'm not really one of those sort of people who goes to pubs. I have been, you know, with different people. If we're going out and it's one of those pubs which does food as well, then I can cope with something like that. But if it's just a pub, and yet some people go on a daily basis. I used to go, but only because I used to play the fruit machines. But I kind of grew out of that as well. My friend John used to do gambling. And then all of a sudden, he became a father and magically stopped gambling, which is one of those things. It's funny, you get to a certain age and different things happen, don't they? Different things happen. Another one here, which was talking about, I've lost the blooming thing, actually. Somebody saying, the sooner we build a wall around the M25, the better. Good God, no, we never get anywhere. I mean, it is the world's biggest car park, isn't it, I think? The M25. Somebody says, I've been an LBC listener since 2009. Oh dear, very late to the party. Very late to the party. The only good thing about Burnley, Steve, is on the way out. No, I used to stay up there. I used to stay in Burnley. And then somebody said, what countries have you lived in? Well, we lived in this country. We lived in Germany. We lived in Egypt. Lived in Hong Kong. You know, I mean, there's just loads of places. So I've kind of exhausted myself in the travel department. I don't actually want to sort of, you know, I can't think of anywhere that would interest. Somebody says, oh, perhaps, you know, take a couple of days holiday. I think that was the producer. And I remember thinking, I don't want to take any holiday. I'm really not interested. What would I do? What would I do on holiday? Yeah, I don't want to. Every day's a rest. Every day is a rest. I mean, there's nothing I have to do. I mean, today I've got just a couple of things to do. But it's nothing particularly important, but I've got to do it today because it just makes more sense. And I was sort of thinking, but what? I don't want to do R&R. I'm really not, rest and relaxation. Yeah, I'm just, or in my case, resuscitation. You know, we think he's gone, bring him back. No, don't, leave him. And so people go on holiday. I mean, some people love it. I've got friends of mine, they love holidays. Me, I'm just not interested. There's nothing I want to do, because if it's a hot country, you can't go sightseeing, because you just sit there and profusely sweat, which is not a great look, is it, really? And because of my burns, I don't want to sort of start sitting by a pool and everything else. I'm going to look dreadful, absolutely dreadful. So I don't worry about things like that at the moment. Also, somebody says, have you had any stricter lockdown rules where you are? Not where I am personally, other people have. Other people have had lockdown rules, and they've said that, you know, people should do that. I mean, they're going to go for draconian measures. Everybody keeps telling me, "Oh, don't worry, we're going to go into total lockdown." I said, "No, we won't. No, we won't. I don't think it's going to be like that at all. I think it's going to be completely different." Yeah. A friend of mine who actually knows the producer, and he says either Thomas has put on weight, or the Scottish football shirt he purchased was a few sizes too small. I can't tell you who that's from. I can't tell you who that's from. I can't tell you who that's from. Henry, do not come in the building. He's going to... Oh! It isn't Henry. It's somebody else. Mind you, Henry, I said the same. I said the same. He has put on a little bit of weight. He is trying to lose weight. You know, but they always say, you know, a man with a little bit of a midriff kind of thing is a contented person. And he said, yeah, happy-go-lucky, woo. You know, you take the high road and I'll take the low road and I'll be in Scotland for me and my crew. I was over there. I used to learn all those Scottish songs. So, Henry, you're on a death wish. Okay, just thought I'd tell you that now. Because you know what he's going to say. He's going to come out. The moment he knows you're in the building, he's at the moment eating something which is going to make him feel a bit better and also bulk him up a little bit. What in God's name are you eating? What is it? Weetabix. That's in the paper today, Weetabix. Apparently Weetabix is very good for you. Very good for you. I quite like Weetabix as well, but I used to like it with butter on. Have you ever had butter on a Weetabix? It absolutely defeats the purpose. But I mean, that was what I was like when, yeah. And if you really wanted to be decadent, butter, but it's got to be the soft butter, because if it's hard, it'll just break. And so you want to smooth it over there, and then a bit of peanut butter over the top. I mean, that's like eating coconut matting. And that's like eating a bar of chocolate that's 85% chocolate. It's like eating cocoa powder. Have you ever had it? Because the sort of chocolate that you buy in the shops is very low in chocolate. It could be 14%. If you go to Green and Blacks, I think you can go up to 80 or 90% chocolate. It is like somebody's opened your mouth and shoved a big spoonful of cocoa powder in there. You can't... It's awful. Absolutely dreadful. But people like it, don't they? Shane says, I've just bought a DVD Blu-ray multi-region player. They're smaller now. Oh, they're $30 he paid, which is Australian dollars. And they're so cheap now. DVD players, Blu-ray. I mean, I bought... Actually, I ended up buying two. Actually, I had a bit of a moment. And I ended up with two of the things. So there's one sort of propping open a door at the moment. But they're tiny. Before, they used to be quite big. but not anymore. So you're quite right, actually, compared to the older player. But now, if and I've never had one break down, you throw it out. Throw it away. They're so cheap. So cheap. And Jez says, nothing wrong with Burnley. Now wrong with Burnley. Used to have some good times at Cat Whiskers. At Cat Whiskers. Oh, dear, honestly. And another one, when you were talking about the memorial entry in the newspaper and probate, you said you had a word of advice. You didn't mention it. Yes, I did. I told you, you can't put an in memoriam message in a newspaper. It's got to come from the funeral director. We actually tried it years and years ago, and they don't allow you because people take the mickey out of people. They go, oh, you know, sadly missed Steve Allen, blah, 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 kind of thing. And so they stopped that. My friend Rich, he said, can't use the first word, he says basically to Weetabix, he says, I'm having a Mars ice cream. Thomas would eat that, Rich. Thomas, you can have a Mars ice cream. Anyway, if you go home, and I bet he's not far off home. Well, in fact, he might be home already. And you open up the freezer, and there's like a Mars ice cream. Or failing that, even better, a Bounty ice cream. A Bounty. I mean, if you had a Bounty ice cream, that is like, woo! That is just like a night out. It really is. But, so that's what Rich is eating at the moment. You can't just have one. I had 2 biscuits before I went to bed last night. Felt so guilty, but slept like a top. Lovely. Oh, Steve, says Jane, banana flavour Tuesday, 29th of September. As we sort of head one more day and then we head into October. That's a bit miserable, isn't it? I might have inadvertently misled Neil about the Christmas lights. Excuse me, because I've now got 3 boxes. I had 2 boxes, now I've got 3 boxes. When you lived in Hong Kong, did you go to the floating restaurants in Aberdeen? Yes, and the fish markets in Wan Chai and the Tiger Balm Gardens and the New Territories and the peninsula, everywhere. We went everywhere because we lived there for 2 years. So that would be it. You couldn't actually sort of go anywhere without doing the floating restaurants. We used to go to South Beach. We used to have peppermint ice cream. We did the Peak Railway. We did everything, of course. And Patsy says, I listened to The Sound of Silence by Disturbed, as you suggested. We recommended this, actually. And she said, what a voice. Loved it. It's fantastic. And, hello, darkness, my old friend. You have to watch it. Just type in, I think it's quite easy, actually. You just type in Sound of Silence, Disturbed. And it's lovely. Change your life forever. Also, shopping in Chiswick yesterday, says Patsy. I saw a lady with your tote bag. We just smiled at each other. She was probably thinking, another bonkers listener. Honestly, the tote bags. The tote bags. OK, poem time. This is from somebody known as the Punk Poet. You remember the John Cooper Clarke story I told, do you not? He came on to LBC some years ago, and he'd been interviewed, I think a few days before, by Adrian Love at BFBS. And Adrian, who enjoyed a drink, let's put it that way. In fact, he enjoyed a few drinks, bless him. And he was not having one of his better evenings. And John Cooper Clarke came in, and John Cooper Clarke, and Adrian said, let's have a poem. Let's have a poem. So John Cooper Clarke said, the one you did earlier on. And so John Cooper Clarke, who obviously couldn't remember what it was, said, oh, was it the chicken? And Adrian went, yeah, the chicken, not knowing what the chicken was. And every other word was a swear word on it. Every other word was a swear. And so the poor producer is pushing what we call the dump button, because what you're hearing has already happened. It's a bit clever, this, isn't it, really? I'll explain it to you one day. It's too complicated at the moment. And they kept pushing it, and every so often you went back into John Cooper Clarke in the studio using the F word. Well, of course, we weren't prepared for anything like that. And in the end, they just faded down the microphone, and Adrian Love went, I think that's enough of that. And John Cooper Clarke said, with all innocence, he said, you did ask, which seems fair enough. So the one for this morning, I've had a quick check, and it seems okay. Okay, so John Cooper Clarke, known as the Punk Poet, and this is called I Wanna Be Yours. I want to be your vacuum cleaner, breathing in your dust. I want to be your Ford Cortina. I will never rust. If you like your coffee hot, let me be your coffee pot. You call the shots. I want to be yours. I want to be your raincoat for those frequent rainy days. I want to be your dreamboat when you want to sail away. Let me be your teddy bear. Take me with you anywhere. I don't care. I want to be yours. I want to be your electric meter. I will not run out. I want to be the electric heater. You'll get cold without. I want to be your setting lotion. Hold your hair in deep devotion. Deep as the deep Atlantic Ocean. That's how deep is my devotion. Lovely. Yes, it's better than the one we had the other day, the Esau poem. You know, the I saw Esau sitting on a seesaw, blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, so I'm not sure about the... It nearly went down that wrong road. I want to be your vacuum cleaner. Not sure about that, actually. That was the slightly disturbing line in the poem. It was also, you know when they tapped into Prince Charles having a chat to Camilla Parker Bowles, and he wanted to be various items. But I'm not sure about... I want to be your vacuum cleaner, breathing in your dust. I want to be your Ford Cortina, I will never rust. As if. Steve, peanut butter and strawberry jam on toast. Oh. The Yanks PB&J is awesome. I gave my brother a pot of peanut butter the other day. It's supposed to be in a taste test. This was the best peanut butter that there was available. And I think it's got maple syrup in it. I think so. Matthew says, literally freezing today, tempted to put the heating on. I'll put a thicker shirt on. It's the only thing you can... No point putting short sleeve shirts on. Dreadful. Steve, you could try a holiday in Australia, sitting in a tree and out chat a kookaburra. Didn't we used to do... I'm sure that there used to be a song that we sang, which was like a round. You know, somebody starts singing halfway through, you know, kookaburra sits in the old bone tree, merry man thing of the can see. Laugh, kookaburra, gay your life must be. I'm pretty sad. And then somebody else started singing it. In the end, I mean, you could have killed. Steve, could the lady shopping in Chiswick seen by Patsy with your tote bag be none other than Dave O'Brien's missus? I don't know. I think she's got quite a few. I think that they obviously stockpiled. I think so. Yeah, and you know, I've not been shopping in Chiswick for quite some time, actually, and I do like Chiswick. Connie says, me and my son had a good time at the cinema watching David Attenborough's A Life on Our Planet. Everybody wearing the mask. Hopefully it will be available on DVD, because I want to see it again. Oh, undoubtedly, Connie, it will be available on DVD. Definitely. And somebody says, do you not miss going out in the evening, as you're always an early riser? No, I went out for... Lynn and I had coffees yesterday. And we were going to have two, but we only ended up having one, and we were sort of chatty, we weren't keeping up. So, no, I don't. Why would I miss going out in the evening? What is that you do in the evening that I can't do during the daytime? Don't miss anything. Don't miss anything. Dean says, very submissive poem. It sounds a bit like that, doesn't it? Sounded a little bit submissive. I mean, I can't get with that first line. The first time I saw it, I thought, uh-oh, I want to be your vacuum cleaner. You know, I want to be your electric meter. I want to be your raincoat on those frequent rainy days. I want to be your dreamboat when you want to sail away. And then let me be your teddy bear. I mean, I ask you, what's going on in the world? Have you ever seen John Cooper Clarke? And then, I want to be the electric heater you'll get cold without. I want to be your, wait for this one, setting lotion. I want to be your setting lotion. Hold your hair in deep devotion. What is going on, I tell you? That's an actionable one, I tell you. If anything was destined to go to HR, that'll be it, I think. The hero, John Cooper Clarke, says Billy's the Bard of Salford. Well, somebody's got to be, I suppose. He was just used to look a bit freaky, didn't he? Little bit freaky, but it doesn't matter. Somebody else had listened to The Sound of Silence, which is good. When I was a youngster, Steve, I used to work in a greengrocer's, delivering the orders on a bike. Says, you're not Granville, are you? Open all... You know, they're not going to make any more open all hours. They did it where they did the role reversal with David Jason playing the Arkwright character, and they're not going to make any more. And yet they're going to inflict on us, you know, somebody who's not in Coronation Street anymore. You know, another sort of rival to something on ITV. I don't know why they bother. I seriously don't know. He says, but there was an old World War II veteran who worked there at the Greengrowers. He was ripped off by those scum con men saying the roof was falling in, took all his savings. It ended up with him being so depressed. Yeah. I mean, a special place in hell, Phil says, for those people. Yes, I hope so too. That's why the bank's being very good and checking. Do you know this builder? But, I mean, you don't know, she might have been lying. She might have been. You don't know. Because there was an old man standing outside there, and I thought, oh, I hope that's not somebody who's ripping her off. That would be really quite depressing, I think. Panama Joe's was the best nightclub in Burnley, not the Cat's Whiskers. Panama Joe's. Why did they all have strange names? Panama Joe. I mean, I used to work in Cheeky Pete's. Why? I mean, when I look back on it, to me it was Cheeky Pete's. And yet, you look at it now and you go, who was Pete? Nobody ever questioned it. I worked in Cheeky Pete's, the Gunnersbury Fair, the Gunnersbury Tavern. They were always fairly good. But they had a theme. And do you know what the theme was? Funfair. So in the Gunnersbury Fair, which became the Gunnersbury Tavern, all the seats they looked as though they'd been taken off the waltzer. And you sat, they were all painted in the same way. The whole inside of the club was painted like a fairground. And it was fantastic. When I look back on it, it was fantastic. I mean, Cheeky Pete's and Brolly's in Richmond could take hundreds of people. And they'd queue up to get in, and it was 4 hours of mayhem. Only 4 hours, 8 till midnight. That was considered a late night. Apparently, the words to that John Cooper Clarke poem are the lyrics to I Want to Be Yours by the Arctic Monkeys. So it's not a John Cooper Clarke poem, it's by the Arctic Monkeys. So that's the poem you're reading, Steve, I Want to Be Yours, is the Arctic Monkeys song. I'm so sorry. Well, it's outrageous. It's the other way round. Yeah, it's the other way round, curtain twitchers. It's the other way, what do you mean it's the other way round? What does that mean? So, the Arctic Monkeys nicked it. Absolutely outrageous. Who are they? Who are the Arctic Monkeys? What have they had? Have they had any hits? Yeah, lots of hits. Show me all their hits. Show me their hits. Arctic Monkeys. I've never heard of such a thing. I mean, I would, but to be honest with you, I mean, there aren't any monkeys in the Arctic. So it's a bit of a lost leader to start with, isn't it? They didn't do it. Wait a minute, here we go. Hits of it. They're a group, an English rock band formed in Sheffield. Well, that says it all, doesn't it? Record label. They've had a few record labels. What are the hits? Arctic Monkeys, hits. Here we go. We have to find these things. And, are these the hits? Oh, I'll never read it. Oh, here we go. Released 22nd June 2006. Whatever people say, that's what I'm not. Favourite Worst Nightmare, Humbug. Suck It and See. Good Lord above. Honestly. Tranquility Based Hotel and Casino. I'm so sorry. But no, they actually nicked it from John Cooper Clarke. They actually brought out a record using, I Want to Be Your Vacuum Cleaner. I can't imagine what the music sounded like to that, but I'm prepared to go with it. Because I'm sort of one of those sort of people, I'm fairly easygoing and fairly eclectic when it comes to musical taste. Yeah, right, stop right... Oh, what's it? What sort of people are listening to this programme? All of a sudden, people know who the Arctic Monkeys are. If I'd asked you 10 years ago, people would be going, was that Victor Sylvester, Steve? No, absolutely not. They were big 10 years ago. They've been going this long. They're kind of big. Oh, big. Oh, so big. It's like a bit like Jarvis Cocker, is it? Jarvis Cocker, big... disappeared. Came back again, sort of. Yeah. Morrissey. Is Morrissey still around? Is he still, singing or something? I always found him a bit dirgy. Dale used to like Morrissey. I think they actually put him on the lottery once. That was a programme I'd never get back again in my life. 5:15 is the time. What do we do every morning? 5:15. Want to make sure we get you to work quickly. I know it's not exactly the most interesting thing we can do, but we get the check on the road and the rail to get you there quickly. Steve, I remember Cheeky Pete's and Brolly's. Me and my friend Linda spent many Saturday nights in there. The 1970s were great. Thanks. We never need reminding. Steve, if Cheeky Pete, says Roger, was only open till midnight, how is it I didn't roll in at home till about 4 a.m? Well, because you came out at midnight. To be honest with you, I can't remember if it went to 1 o'clock at the weekend. Might have gone to 1 o'clock. And there was always a burger bar open round the corner. We didn't have kebabs. I'd never seen a kebab in my life. There was no other places open, so it was either fish and chips, but it turned out to be the burger bar that everybody went to afterwards. That's probably why. And then people chatted, and then it was all far more sociable. Nowadays, if people are turned out of a bar or a club or something like that at 1 o'clock in the morning, you can guarantee within 10 minutes there'll be a fight. You get the stupid people, really stupid people. So, everybody telling me about the Arctic Monkeys. Thank you very much indeed. I'm now educated on the Arctic Monkeys, but the boys knew that as well. I don't know what the music was like. I might have to sort of go home and play it to myself, but I'm probably not going to like it. It's not my... Oh, is it? Oh, right, okay. Yeah. Well, I'm now not going to like it. Toe thumping. Do you remember tub thumping? Yeah, from a group from Brighton, Tub Thumping. Somebody will tell me who did Tub Thumping. Come on. Steve, I'm in love with Joanne Webb, says Dorman Don. Will you stop it? Honestly. You can't fall in love with sort of people just because of their voice. Goodness sake. Steve, I've just listened to The Sound of Silence by Disturbed. Very good. Do you know, you need to listen to it twice. It's a very emotional song, especially when he goes, in restless dreams I walked alone, and you think, do you know, it's so good. What a lovely voice. It was a sort of a cross between an opera singer and somebody who sort of sings, you know, like in a rock band. You're all going to be like that. Everybody in rock bands. Steve, your local bin man, Redcar, Cleveland. Thank you, Simon. Just tuned into the show, breath of fresh air. What, the show or you? Probably you, I should imagine. I'm slightly disturbed that Jedward turned up on a television programme the other day. I wasn't disturbed about, you know, the subject. I was more disturbed about the fact that somebody was even acknowledging them on an American television programme. Because they lost their mum. She was the one who basically guided everything. They never mentioned their father. I don't know if he's around or he's not around. But she died of leukemia. And they were playing Fleetwood Mac songs to her. It's amazing, isn't it? Everybody's got different things. I don't know what I'd want in something like that. And they held her hand as well. So I think that was quite nice. I agree with you on The Sound of Silence. Another one they did was the Beatles' Eleanor Rigby, which was amazing live. Very good, aren't they? I tell you the other one I like, Hymn. H-Y-M-N, Hymn, as in we plough our fields and scatter. Only this time, it's Hymn by Barclay James Harvest. Get the live version. Barclay James, you find it on YouTube. Barclay James Harvest, it's really lovely. Steve, there was another brilliant pub in Burnley, says Jez. Smackwater Jacks. I thought Burnley was about the size of a postage stamp. And then all of a sudden, people are going, oh, it's got clubs and it's got bars and everything else like that. That's right. I knew Dan would know this. My friend Dan is a DJ. He knows all of these things. And he says, Steve, tub thumping, Chumbawamba. I get no doubt when I... You know, that one. I get no... Okay. Chumbawamba, tub thumping. Get it? I mean, not here to advise you on music, but it was particularly good. More of your texts and emails in a moment. Another picture of Moira Higgins. This is the saddest thing. There's a picture of her in the Sun today because she's apparently dressed up as a Halloween bunny. I've seen her without makeup. Unrecognisable. Seriously, it's a little bit tragic. But, so here she is. She says she's more chicken than a bunny, saying, I'd probably do I'm a celebrity. I don't think they're ever going to want you, dear. I don't think they want people like you on that. They're looking for sort of people with sort of, you know, can sort of provide an entertainment. Your entertainment is not really what they're looking for. Thank you very much indeed. 10 theatre technicians, furloughed since lockdown, have been hired to work backstage on I'm a Celebrity, because it is a TV programme. This means the poor souls have got to travel up to North Wales. They were hoping Australia, as indeed you would. The staff are from the theatres in Colwyn Bay and Llandudno, which both shut in March. They're very happy to utilise their skills. What skills? What are they doing? Don't tell me there's going to be a curtain around the whole castle. They'll be pulling it backwards and forwards. I quite like that. Ali Ross. Oh, it's again. This time another long, lonely vigil in front of Steph's packed lunch started last week with a burst of wishful thinking from the host. She said, I'm forever getting mistaken for people like Sophie Webster from Coronation Street, Steph began, before briefly returning to Planet Earth by adding, I get Claire Balding a few times as well. But the one I get the most of is, brace yourself, Princess Diana. Her old spitting image puppet maybe, says Ali Ross. I thought, until I remember Channel 4 had mistaken Steph McGovern for a daytime TV presenter rather than a jobbing reporter who shouts random things at random people like, is it worth talking to plants? The show is dire. The show is beyond dire. She's out of her comfort zone. If she ever had a comfort zone. Comfort zone. But Ali Ross has basically picked up on what everybody else has said. But he did watch, and I'm so glad he did because I watched it as well, Celebrity Karaoke, which is possibly about as low as it goes. He says it takes very much place in what looks like the Last Chance Saloon, with a bunch of contestants who are so far down fame's pecking order, not even the 74-letter Cambodian alphabet has a list to describe them. There was an old number of them as well, including ex-Gogglebox person Scarlett Moffat, GJ Melvin Adoom, Luke Kempner, who can do an OK Bobby Cole Norris impression, and a sweating colossus called David Potts, who appeared on Ibiza Weekend many years ago and has refused to go away. No talent at all. Didn't have any talent on the other programmes. He's been on a dating programme as well. Have you seen Ibiza Weekend? That's where they've got a couple of reps, and their whole raison d'etre is to, without putting too fine a point on it, bed the girls who go on holiday and are stupid enough to go on a pub crawl with them. I mean, seriously, they tried Jordan out on a couple of programmes. His name's Jordan, because he's likes the ladies. And he was so dreary. Now we've got to put up with Camp Old David. That's not Camp David, the American one. This is Camp David from Ibiza Weekend, who is so out of his depth in everything. I mean, it really just is the worst programme ever. Terrible, terrible. Imagine a sort of an impressionist who can do Bobby Cole Norris. That must be a difficult one. But they've got also, the first victim, as I pointed out, was a sharp-eyed little tryhard by the name of Talia Storm, who was doomed from the moment she started dropping names to Scarlett. Scarlett's impressed by, somebody opening a beach bag, I should imagine, who spluttered, "I can't believe Elton John knows who you are." Ali Ross writes, "Nor can I, frankly." No, he was bit while she was singing flat on the programme. Really disastrous. Totally disastrous. The Queen has got royal staff rebelling. Oh, no, not rebelling. Over plans to make them leave their families and work in a COVID bubble for the Queen over Christmas. They say they're unwilling to isolate from loved ones for 4 weeks. Well, go work somewhere else then. That's what they do. You're working for the royal family and you're being all prissy about the whole thing. An insider said the Queen's furious. Get rid of them. Bring somebody else in if they don't want to. Everybody does that. Every time you turn on the radio over Christmas, every time you turn on the television, every time you go out somewhere, you'll find people working in corner shops, people working on radio. On television, there are more pre-recorded programmes. But it's one of those sort of things. If you don't want to do something, well, go somewhere else. Stop being a mamby-pamby. Go and stand down with all the other wallflowers in Trafalgar Square. Don't want to wear a mask. If you don't want to work, for the royal family, which, let's face it, it's either that or nothing, I should imagine. But why would you not want to work over Christmas? Loads of people work Christmas. I'm going to work over Christmas. Quite loads of people, they love working over Christmas. If you don't have family and you think, well, what shall I do? Let's go in and have a nice chat to people at work. Brilliant. Steve. You're the One That I Want by Arthur Mullard and Hilda Baker. Great song by Billy. Yes, we were going through the sort of, what they call gimmicky songs. I got chills, they're multiplying. That was Arthur Mullard. And then used to get Hilda Baker going, "Ooh, you better shape up, because I need a man." Steph McGovern, Steve, says Chris, looks more like H from Steps. I think that's a dreadful insult to poor H from Steps. No, I mean, it's just, the programme is dire. It's what they've done is they've gone, oh, let's have a bit of cooking, little bit of comedy, little bit of interview, little bit of this, little bit of that, and it just does not work. Dreadful. Good news as well. I forgot to mention at the beginning of the programme, I should have done. Stephen from Birkenhead has reminded me. Good start to the new season for the Aston. Yep. 2 played, 2 wins. They beat Fulham 3-0 yesterday. I should have mentioned it, actually. There was much jubilation in the Allen household. Yeah, up the Aston. Woo! Actually, one of these days I'm going to get to an away game. And probably go there, probably have a beer or something like that, and a hot dog with onions. It's a typical northern food, that, isn't it? And I've got special dispensation to go to the games because I'm a big supporter of the Aston, so I'm allowed to go. And I'm a journalist. I can go and report on it. And somebody's kicked the ball, and they've missed that huge net at the other end of the field. Seems so funny, doesn't it? Because they might as well just axe stadiums and turn them up to market traders. Because there's nobody sitting there. They put big, expensive covers all over, which are even bigger adverts than they had before. I have Sky News. I know. Hello, I recognise my own team. Thank you very much indeed. That's, woo. Yeah, Tyrone and other people are there. Jack was there. Jack Grealish. You remember Jack Grealish? Scott Parker, the manager. He's very good. Well, I like him, yeah. I keep up with all these things. I mean, to be honest with you, I was going to wear the shirt today, but I thought, no, don't do that, Steve, because then people will mistake you for a bit of a Neanderthal. Jez says Jilted John by Jilted John. That was, you don't remember these things, do you? I tend to forget you're so young. You can't remember things. Yeah, all right, don't make a big deal about it being before you. It just makes me feel a bit older, doesn't it? But as I keep saying to them, I'm sitting this side of the glass and you're listening to me. Because it's my show. It's as simple as that. Give you 40 years. Well, after 40 years, I won't need to worry about it. I don't care who sits in this studio in 40 years' time. It certainly won't be you either, will it? No, it won't be you either, even in 40 years. We could wait till hell froze over and they still wouldn't go, ladies and gentlemen, here's Thomas. They're not going to say that. Yeah, you would rather die. It's not your sort of thing. You know, for some people, it's a bit of an ambition. You know, I'd love to be a presenter. And you think, it's not all it's cracked up to be. I mean, obviously, I make it look effortlessly easy. And I'm a fairly sort of cheerful soul. Because somebody was complaining the other day. Who were they complaining about? They were complaining... I watched the Ellen DeGeneres show, the first one back, where she had to apologise. But she was doing it with jokes and different things like that. And I wasn't sure if she was as sincere as she should have been. However, she did say, listen, people have accused me of not being very sincere. She said, saying I'm not the same person on tape. She said, I'm exactly the same person. She said, I cry, I laugh, I get emotional. She's the be kind to one another woman. All right, listen, to get where she's got, and I remember when she came out on American television, that could have been the kiss of death. I mean, for a little while, it was a bit tentative, and then it kind of, but, now, there's loads of lesbians and gay men and women working on television, whereas years ago, it never used to happen. Never used to happen. He was the manager of Fulham. Yeah, it's very clever, actually. We were testing, actually. We actually were sort of testing you. Yeah, he's not the, up the Aston. Daffyd from Wrexham. And, we knew that. Oh, just what, you're the first person, in fact, the only person who picked us up on that one, because we knew. And Chumbawamba came from Burnley, not Brighton. No, I mean, I was looking at the video. Yeah, Dean Smith. Yeah, everybody knows Dean. Everybody knows Dean. I just call him D, because it kind of works so much better that way. And Daffyd says, just two of the many things you've said this morning that are factually incorrect. Oh, we found a pedant already. Good Lord. That didn't take long, did it? Bless his heart. Where is he? Wrexham. Oh, dear. Wrexham has just been closed for business. Poor soul. Poor old Daffyd. Never mind, love. Do you curtain twitch as well? I bet you do, actually. Steve, what about this to boost Steph's viewing figures? Well, they've put down Steph interviews Harry and Meghan. No, to boost the audience figures, the Steph show has been cancelled. That would boost the audience figures. You could put on Bing Tone. You could put on just the test card or do anything. She couldn't interview Harry and Meghan because it would be a controlled interview. And to be honest with you, I mean, the first question that you would ask them is, why are you such hypocrites? Why did you come up with this old guff about we left the country because of the press intrusion, and then cultivate the press? They couldn't have rolled over any more and had their tummies tickled. Steve, what can we Mancunians do to repel these Z-list reality stars from our city and have them go back to London? Oh, I don't know. The trouble is, they always put them down as stars. Whereas they're not stars at all. They're just people who've been on the television for a few little bits and pieces. I mean, sometimes you do look at these people on the television and think, I'm sorry, is this just some joke or something? That's what I said when we heard that Bradley Walsh, because we're doing blankety blank. I said, well, there's no problem with Bradley doing it. He could probably do that with his eyes closed. But it's a case of, who are the celebrities going to be? And don't please tell me somebody as dreary as Steph McGovern. You might as well put Stitchy and Sweep on there, marginally more entertaining. In fact, actually, quite a lot entertaining. A lot of people writing about novelty records. Thank you very much indeed. We're not local radio here. We don't do that kind of thing. I know that there are many of them, which is good. Johnny Reggae by the Piglets was in fact Jonathan King. What's he like, Mavis? He's a real tasty geezer. Reggae, reggae, reggae. Here comes Johnny Reggae. In fact, actually, the funny thing is the B-side of that was the instrumental version, which was quite good. He had quite a lot of hits. In fact, there was quite a lot. Steve. Andy in Vélez Malaga. I don't know what that is, but it sounds lovely. It's obviously overseas. Says the boosting Steph's viewing figures. Steph interviews Harry and Meghan, the talentless speaking to the boring. I mean, it would get an audience. Of course, it would, because people. I mean, but their popularity has fizzled out. So nobody cares whether he comes back to this country or they don't. But I think, as Donald Trump said, and there's not many things we take from Donald Trump, is good luck, Harry. You're going to need it. Absolutely. But unfortunately, Harry He doesn't see it. Doesn't see it. Steve, good start to the season for the Aston, up the Aston. Don't you think they'd be more solid at the rear with a flat back four rather than the sweeper system? Do you know, I thought about that, and I think the answer's no. I don't think they would. I don't think, just repeat that for those people who don't understand, they'd be more solid at the rear with the flat back four rather than the sweeper system. No, I think the sweeper system seems to be working for them. I think that's it. And I think there's more creativity, I think that's what it is now. Yeah. And also, Grealish, of course, still scoring. I mean, 2 games now. So, Mike, I think, to be honest with you, I'm very lucky to have a deep-rooted sort of family interest in football, because nobody in our family could play football at all. We were more into leapfrog. We didn't actually go in for football. But, I'm sure if I went back further into the system, but, thank you for making a contribution to the programme. Steve, along with Barclay James Harvest's Hymn, can you remember Ultravox? Same title, different song, from Midure, Hymn. Yeah, the reason I liked Barclay James Harvest is because I used to listen to them in London when I first moved up here. A more depressing time you could never have. Seriously, London can be like anywhere. You could be lonely in the middle of a football field. You could be lonely in the stands. Well, you would be at the moment. There's nobody there. But Hymn was just really lovely. And I think they did a big concert in Berlin at the time. And I remember thinking then, it was good. They were, I suppose, the forerunner to a supergroup. Used to get all sorts of supergroups, like the Eye of the Tiger, and people like that. There was so many of them. I can't remember all of them, but there were a lot. Steve Allen Show says, Simon, looks like Halloween's cancelled for the children going out this year. Gutted for the kids, but we have got sweets just in case. Really? I thought people used to love, kids just shove them out the front door. But it only works in America. It doesn't work in this country. You cannot do Halloween in this country. Hello? Yes? Trick or treat? Go away. Go away. It's one of those strange things that we've kind of picked up, and I'm not big into it. I don't like the idea of kids knocking at your front door and then you have to offer them a sweet, otherwise they throw an egg at you or flour or something like that. Because I have to be honest, it just doesn't work for us here. In America, they're a little bit more sort of semi-decent about it. That in this country, although you can buy everything. Go to Costco, they've got all the Halloween stuff, like ooh, and they've got a very tall 6-foot mannequin that moves. I'd love to know the people who buy all this kind of stuff, which is very good. Are you old enough to remember the Barron Knights? Hello, of course I'm old enough. James and Roger, loving life, up the Aston, come on the Villa, 3-0, woohoo, from a very happy James and Roger, the Aston Villa cat in Sevenoaks. Steve, how much will they have to pay you to do I'm a Celebrity? I wouldn't do it in a million years. Even if you offered £1 million, I wouldn't do it. I'm not that desperate. There was one of those, that Maura Higgins creature, and she dropped a subtle little hint, I think I'd quite like to do... she says here, I'd probably do I'm a Celebrity, but I wouldn't be very good at it because I'm terrified of everything. They wouldn't ask you, love, you're not interesting enough, you're a bit dreary, a bit boring. They're looking for people with personality. And the one thing you ain't got is personality. Bob says, I prefer bygone Christmases or modern Christmases. Oh, you're asking me the question. Bygone or modern? Either. I'm not... it's just Christmas. It's just Christmas for me. So obviously, when you think back to what Christmas was like, we've all got our memories of being, with the family, and you didn't want to go out and play, you just wanted to see what the presents were. And then you'd line them all up on your bed. You'd have to take them upstairs because you had to clear the sitting room so that everybody could sit down. And then relatives would arrive and then they'd bring more presents, and it was wonderful. We'd have sometimes like 14, 15 people over for Christmas. And then we'd go to somebody and you'd look how many presents they got under their tree, and you'd always look at their tree and your tree. You'd always think that your tree was an awful lot better. So, that's why. But we all got different memories. Snowing at Christmas, very pretty. Very pretty. I've always wanted to have a tree outside with lights on it, because in the snow it looks even better. So, Paul's delivering hobnobs in his van. Well, there you go. He says the Aston are doing as well, because they're now playing the big man in the hole alongside the local boy with the good engine. There you go. Said it all, didn't it? Absolutely. Yeah, said it all on that one. Steve, I was going to ask you about a flat back four, but I wasn't sure if you thought I was talking about IKEA. See, the trouble is such disbelievers on this programme in the morning. They go, Steve Allen, he couldn't possibly know about football. I'll have you know that when I was younger, I was a very athletic person. Very athletic. Stick me on the running field, I tell you, you were guaranteed to walk off with gold. It's as simple as that. I was doing high jump, long jump, 100 metres, backstroke, not on the field, I was doing that in the water, and a few other little bits and pieces as well. I was quite a force to be. I represented Berkshire at the hurdles once. I have to be honest, once I was up against other people, I didn't do quite as well I was hoping to. I think I only came in about 4th. It was this counting the steps. 1, 2, 3, leg out. 1, 2, 3, leg out. It was all a bit complicated. But no, I used to love the sport. Definitely. And, Steve, could you give us the definitive explanation of the new handball rule? John, I would, but I don't want this programme to turn into a programme only of interest to football fans. Because I think it then alienates a lot of people, and this programme is supposed to encompass everything. So we do a little bit of, skydiving, a little bit of parachuting, a little bit of, sometimes we talk about the flatback four, and different things like that. But mainly I'm light-ent. But I can, if push comes to shove, talk about football. Although a friend of mine, Helena, might disagree. In fact, she said to me once in the car, she said, if you try and talk about football any more to me, I'm going to push you out the window. Lovely friend there, lovely friend. See, Part of the Union by Straubs was good. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the first time we had I'm a union man. Okay, what I am. I say what I think, that the company stinks. Yeah, I'm a union man. It was lovely. Don't catch me, I'm part of the union. Paul says, I've told my partner all I want for Christmas this year is a tub of fruit pastels. Do they do them? A tub of fruit pastels. God, I'm not sure we could cope with something like that. Other stories in the page. Let's have a quick look at the Mirror this morning. John Venables denied parole. One of those two who killed the little Bulger boy. Millions of Britons left baffled by the chaotic range of coronavirus rules. I don't know how anybody knows what's going on. What can you do? What can't you do? Are we going out? Are we not going out? Because I don't think anybody listening to this programme this morning has got the faint... They seem to change it on a minute-by-minute basis. Steve, I've been stuck in Woking, says Ian the Skip, for half an hour. I normally change over this skip early doors, but all of a sudden the builders have surrounded the skip with hoarding and a padlock. Happy days, not. Dear, that's not very good, is it? Not very good. A lot of people ask me about whether or not I would want to do I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, and I've already explained on countless occasions that absolutely I wouldn't. I can't think of anything worse. Sharing either a bit of Wales or a bit of Australia with a bunch of people that I wouldn't normally want to hang around with. So it would definitely... I mean, it doesn't matter what they're offering. Money-wise, it wouldn't make any difference. But you get some people, they turn up to all these shows. Once you've seen somebody 2 or 3 times on a reality show, they kind of lose any interest for anybody. And also, they're sticking the knife into themselves. Cliff Richard plans to celebrate his 80th birthday next month by releasing an album of new songs and duets. I think it's already recorded. Bonnie Tyler, the Bellamy Brothers, Sheila Walsh, the Piano Guys, and Albert Hammond singing covers, including the Beatles' Here Comes the Sun. They're pushing back the tour. He did have the Great 80 tour, visiting Nottingham, Sheffield, Manchester, Bournemouth and London, but that had to be pushed back. And he says, looking back, I remember thinking I wouldn't make it to 50, and here I am at 80. And what's even better is I've got a new album. He sings as good as he ever did. Take my word for it. Seriously. I mean, it's just absolutely amazing. He's got a book out as well. The album comes out October the 30th, I think. October the 30th. Parliament's bars are now shutting at 10 p.m. Oh, that's good news. That's good news. Do I need to take... I need to take a break, don't I? I knew I had to do so. I was sitting here thinking, toast, peanut butter on toast. And I thought, no. And then I thought I'll get some of that posh bread, which I think is called sourdough, which is quite... And apparently it tastes so much better than... We've got a baker's in our place, Reuben's, in Twickenham, and it's about £3.50 for a loaf. That's like seriously expensive. Seriously expensive. Anyway, let's have a check on the road and the rails. Time 10 to 6. Welcome to Tuesday, 29th of September. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Somebody says, Steve, I used to row a boat when I was young from Cubridge to Putney and back. You're not called Michael, are you? Yeah. Because they did a song about you. Michael row the boat ashore, hallelujah. And I think somebody could do that. He said I couldn't manage the length of a bridge now. Somebody was thinking of doing, because we've got one of the bridges over the Thames, which could be closed for the rest of its entire life. They're thinking of doing a little boat service underneath. Talking about sourdough bread, try M&S handcrafted sourdough. It's amazing, says Jacob. It's quite expensive, isn't it? I mean, it's not. I'm not going to sort of go panicky over a £3 loaf of bread, but I want to make sure it's really good. Because presumably it doesn't come sliced. You have to slice the blooming thing. My friend Ian says, did Barclay James Harvest do For No One? I remember a pirate radio station playing that in the 80s. Good Lord above. I don't think you have those anymore, do you? And also likes the tubes of fruit pastels you get for Christmas. Do you know, I used to love fruit pastels. You know, in the days before you couldn't have that, it's just all sugar. My mum and dad always got me one and a Cadbury's selection box. Ooh, I tell you, happy days. Imagine me I can remember getting my mum a box of chocolates for Christmas and thinking, and I've really pushed the boat out again. And I'm still loving your show. Thank you. Which is always good news, actually. Hence, you know, people have been listening for donkey's years. And says, after 3 or so years, oh, good Lord, I've got people who've done 40 years practically, which is amazing, isn't it? Said, who would be your ideal 5 celebrity guests for Christmas dinner? I never answer that one. I mean, it's just, you can never think of anybody, can you? You know, there'd be all sorts of people. It would change on an hour-by-hour basis. And so, I mean, dead or alive wouldn't sort of do it for me. Don't talk to me about Halloween, Steve. All this American rubbish, trick or treat, carving out a pumpkin, demanding sweets with menaces. In this country, we had duck apple night, where you tried to take a bite out of an apple dangling on a string with your hands behind your apple bobbing, which was quite good. But he says, until you've hollowed out a turnip and made a lamp out of it, you've no idea how much effort went into Halloween in this country. And with the candle inside, the smell of superheated turnip lid is a smell that stayed with me all my life. Yeah, I mean, but kids like it. I mean, I know that Paul Cooper and all the supermarkets, they'll be selling pumpkins, and they'll vary in size. You get ornamental pumpkins, and kids like carving it and putting it. I don't know why. It's about the only thing that I'm not particularly interested in. Big Mick says, why don't all the presenters on LBC do a group novelty Christmas record? You're probably listening to it now, actually. A novelty Christmas record. So there you go. Steve, you made my mornings. I laughed out loud at the vacuum cleaner line. I thought exactly the same. I know. I don't know why they picked that one. Very odd. And it says, peanut butter and jam on toast is my breakfast this morning. It's obviously more... This is an American idea, isn't it? It's certainly not... I don't think it's us. Is it? It says, I know the peanut butter you're referring to, the one you gave to your brother. Is it pip and nut? I cannot remember. Might be, actually. However, the best 2 peanut butters in the world, one's called Proper Nutty, and one from Waitrose with a blue label. See, the trouble is, I don't like it dry. Do you know what I mean? I like sort of a wet peanut butter. So when you stick the knife in, it's a bit gooey, I think. But it says, I don't think any Londoners are happier than Steve Allen listeners, because you make our mornings. Well, there you go. Likely to be here for some time, I dare to venture. I dare to venture. The handcrafted dough is £2.50 from M&S. Is sliced, is it? Well, you see, might have tempted me on that one. I might have to go for a piece of toast this morning. But see, the trouble is I'm loath to put... I do like butter. And I was watching, who was it? Was it Rick Stein the other day on television? He was cooking with butter. He put in like 3/4 pound of butter into this dish, and it looked delicious. It might have been potted shrimps or something like that. It was the kind of thing I probably would have eaten, but it was just the fact it was all full of butter, so I didn't bother with it, actually. Steve, sourdough in Waitrose, £2.30. Oh, good, we're all at it now. And Chris in Bristol, cheaper there, says M&S sourdough bread is about £1.60. The trouble is, now I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking of toast, and I'm thinking I really need a piece of toast. If we had little toast in the studio, I could be making toast in here now. It's like, I remember seeing somebody getting on the train once from Twickenham, and I was getting off the train, and as she's walking to it, she's eating a piece of toast with Marmite on it. But the ones that we hate, which we've hated for years, the people who get on the train, and out comes the bag. And out comes the mirror, the makeup, the whole thing. I mean, they might as well take all their clothes off and have a shower on the train. It's people who sit there doing their makeup, slovenly people. The only excuse that they've got is that they're bone idle. Because otherwise they'd have stayed at home and done it and looked proper smart when you turn up at the railway station. But the ones who sit there on the train, and I always sit there and I do exactly the same thing. If ever I'm sitting behind them, I always go like that. And just leave it like that. Just leave it. So they're aware that somebody's clocked them for doing their makeup on. And also at the end, you can always say, and you don't look any different. You know, because people like to sort of sit there doing their makeup. But first of all, we start putting on thing, a little bit of blusher, and then we start doing the eyes and all the rest. I mean, it's like a complete makeup class. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. I have been known to move seats. Stephen says, I've been listening to you for ages. What's your connection with Newbury? Mind your own business. I'm not telling you that, honestly. Like somebody wrote to me the other day and said, oh, yeah, you were talking about the moon. What's your connection with the moon? And I remember thinking, well, it's up there, isn't it? One of these days we might actually get to go to... I'm not sure if I want to go to the moon or not. I wouldn't mind having a look or going to a planet that could be a little bit closer, which could be good. David says, do you have a magic wand and have you ever had to use it? I don't have a magic wand, unfortunately, no. Probably a reason for it. Can't think what the reason is at this precise moment, because it's sort of coming up 4 minutes to 6 on a Tuesday morning, and I think I'm hoping it's going to be quite nice. When I spoke to a friend of mine yesterday, she said, I can't talk at the moment. She said, I've got to go and put the washing out on the line because it's a nice blowy day. You know, and it reminds me of a very funny joke that Bette Midler told once, but unfortunately I can't repeat it. Steve, I need the energy. I've just had 2 bowls of cornflakes and 2 muffins, says Chris, with beans on. Oh. I mean, to be honest with you, the cornflakes, not so good. I've had cornflakes before in the past. You should have had what Thomas had. Weetabix. Admittedly, it's a bit dull and boring. It is. And also, only buy the packets of Weetabix, not the instant drinks. They've got all sorts of strange things in there. You know, you add milk and then you shake it up and you drink the Weetabix. But, 2 bowls of cornflakes sounds very appealing, but not really very good, actually. And apparently, I love the smooth peanut butter, Steve. It tastes vile, but a little bit on the mousetrap and you're guaranteed a kill. Oh, right. I've never thought about that. Yeah, because I think, isn't it a myth that mice like cheese? I think it's a bit of a myth. There's a story in the paper today, and I sort of nearly got a little bit angry about it, because it's the RSPCA who are banning... They're backing a campaign from the Daily Mirror to ban the imports of dogs under 6 months old from cruel puppy farms. I mean, this has been going on for donkey's years. I can remember people talking about puppy farms, and these people, they're not interested. I mean, the conditions that these dogs are brought into the world in is absolutely horrendous. And so the RSPCA also supports a petition calling for puppy import bans. They should have done this donkey's years ago, not now. I mean, it's almost too late now, ever since we've seen piles of puppies by the side of the road because they've died, because the people only see them as earning money for them. If they start becoming ill, chuck them out the car. Which is it. Steve, stockpiling turkeys now for Christmas. Could be hollowed out and put a candle in for Halloween. I can't believe that we're actually people who were buying turkey the other day. I mean, how ridiculous. I mean, seriously, you don't like to call them simple, but for goodness me. Prince William says he's going to speak to the young to save the planet. That'll be nice, won't it? I like being talked down to. Donald Trump says tax disclosures are fake news. Oh, no, not. Are we going to be talking about this tomorrow morning? We're going to be talking about this tomorrow morning on the programme. Woo! Lovely. Also, the man who's 93. Hope for everybody, including, because Thomas told me on the bus going home yesterday, that he's going to get his bicycle out. He's going to have it couriered down from family home. You know, family home, now with a greenhouse. Very exciting. Put it this way, they've actually gone up in the estimation of the neighbours, because up until now, they just had a couple of trees out the front and that was it. Now they've got a blooming greenhouse at the back. You imagine what the neighbours will be saying. Oh, dear me. But he's going to cycle, and then my other producer, Chris, said he could cycle into work, and the only problem is for Thomas, he'll be coming in, which is fine, but at 7 o'clock in the morning, who in God's name wants to start cycling home? It's quite dangerous, I should imagine, because, I mean, he looks a bit weary on the bus. Oh, you know, you don't want to cycle home. We don't want to risk it. We decided it's not safe. Not safe. Mars, the planet, could be teeming with lakes found under the South Polar ice cap. Also, the amount of storms about to hit this country, 5. And Michael Palin says PC culture is killing comedy at a time when people need jokes more than every company. Tuesday, 29th of September. It's awful, isn't it? I know what it's like. You're thinking, could I phone up sick today? And then you do that sort of, all right, I'm going to phone up sick. You wrestle with your conscience. Okay, I'm definitely going to phone up sick today. Have a day in bed. Hello? Hello? Yes? I can't come in today. I don't feel very well. Okay. Get well soon. Thank you. You put the phone down and immediately revert to your normal voice. And then you pick the phone up and go, hello, and they go, oh, you sound better already. And you go, woo! No, it's all right, I was just sort of just exaggerating. Liz says, most M&S bakeries have a slicing machine. You can ask for any of the artisan loaves to be sliced for you. Really? I don't think our one's got a slicing machine. Used to have. I used to love that. They put it on there, and they go... And then they'd slide it into a plastic thing. I think one of the supermarkets was selling Christmas wrapping paper and not doing it in plastic. They've decided it's just ridiculous, so they just put a piece of paper around it, which seems fair enough, doesn't it? Which is very nice. What's going up in price? Bratwurst. Not only bratwurst, cheese. Up 55%, they say. All the things you like go up in price, which is very disappointing. Ken Dodd, Sir Ken Dodd, is being honoured with a Doddy Day. Of comedy in his home city of Liverpool. The event's being held on November the 7th, which would have been his 93rd birthday. His wife, Anne, who married him 2 days before his death, said Ken always used to say he was a double act. Me and the audience. I know. The only problem was, if ever you went to see a Ken Dodd show, you might as well have said you should take sandwiches, because he would just overrun everything. It would just... They have to put clauses in his contracts. Promise. Definitely. Steve, Chris and James out delivering kitchens. A wee bit early, isn't it? At 6:05 in the morning, but there you go. Do you see the news about the village in North Norfolk that was battered by the storm over the weekend? And we were up there yesterday dropping a kitchen off. It was very strange. Cars fully buried by the sand. And seaweed in the trees. Yeah. Literally, the storm had been so bad, it had blown all the sand. Because you remember when we had a problem some years ago in the Sahara Desert, and we ended up with sand in this country. It had been brought on by winds and everything else. And in Norfolk, very red, yeah. But there was, in Norfolk, all this sand, which they put on the beach to keep topping it up, I suppose, because it keeps disappearing. And it blew into people's gardens. Cars were buried under drifts of sand. Amazing, isn't it? I mean, seaweed in the trees sounds a little bit exaggerated, but I mean, it sounds quite good fun, doesn't it? Until I looked at a picture of it and thought, God, blimey. Don't like that idea, thank you very much indeed. Here's a lovely picture of Brenda Blethyn investigating a crime scene. But it looks like she's investigating it, but in fact, she was filming something. It was just the crew taking a break, so they were shooting scenes in Teignmouth in the northeast. We love her. Turns out she's a listener, actually. She told us she was a listener when she came. I was a bit excited by that. Good Lord above. Ever been to Northern Ireland, says Shelley? No, never. Even though I was born on St. Patrick's Day. I've never been to Ireland, Northern or otherwise. I don't know why. Mainly because I always thought it was the drinking culture. Somebody said, oh, you need to go to Dublin, Steve. You'll like Dublin. And I went, is it the drinking culture? And they went, yeah, you can have a great crack. And I went, yeah, I quite appreciate that. But I'm a bit old for that kind of thing now. Little bit old. Steve, you're so right. I remember years ago on a train carriage, minding my own business, says Lindsay, when a lady got on and sat in front of me. She was absolutely stunning with no makeup on. I thought, how refreshing. And then out came the makeup bag. And by the time we got to London Bridge, she looked very ordinary indeed. Such a shame. Fascinated, though, that she didn't stab her eye when we went through the tunnels. It's becoming quite a thing, isn't it? People doing their makeup on the train. And it's a bit tragic. It just means they need to get up, because you know damn well, if they hadn't had time to do their makeup, they've probably not had a proper wash either. Just thought I'd mention it. The fires raging in California, 2 new wildfires, and it's grown by almost 10,000 acres in a day. That's added on to the 3.6 million acres already burnt this year, which is not very good, is it? And an Everton Football Club anthem, first released 36 years ago, has stormed to number 1 on the iTunes chart. This is called Spirit of the Blues. It beat Miley Cyrus to the top spot, but it was written by Billy Kinsley. Noreen will know who this is. He was star of the 1960s band, the Mersey Beats, and Kenny Parry. They roped in musicians, and they sang on it as well. Billy's 73. He says, I didn't know anything about it. Everybody was ringing me and saying, I don't know what's going on. He said, but I'm absolutely delighted. Well, if you make some money out of it, I have a sneaking feeling you might not. You might not. Also, car insurance premiums have fallen. You know why? Because since lockdown began, the insurance have cut the prices. About the cheapest it's been since 2016. I wish. I mean, mine did actually go down this year. Whether or not, I've got no idea what it was due to. Might have been that they're just hanging on to customers, but they seem to have millions of them. The world's largest private whiskey collection, 9,000 bottles of whiskey. Thomas likes whiskey. Expected to make £4 million at auction. Thomas does not have £4 million. They've got whiskies from 150 Scottish distilleries and included alongside tipples from all over the world. A Frenchman known simply as Pat spent 15 years building up this booze hoard, which will be sold off over 8 months. Some of them will never be available again. And Ian McClune of what else? From the Whisky Auctioneers says the auctions are a unique opportunity for whisky lovers old and new. Well, how much does some of this stuff go for? Because a friend of mine was a member of a club and he collected whiskies from like the 1950s, 60s, things like that. And he would buy so much of a bottle. You know, if he couldn't afford it one month or whatever it was, he'd only buy a quarter of a bottle or half a bottle, and it would be saved for special occasions. And so he had it all the way round his kitchen. He had a shelf in the kitchen all the way round the room, and it was all whiskies. I mean, going back to, it was the 1940s. Big red label on there, 1940. I thought, well, how do you know? You know, anybody could be fooled, couldn't they, by this sort of stuff? But either way, he loved it, and when he used to give dinner parties, he would offer people the opportunity of trying, you know, a specialist whiskey, because people are willing to pay a lot of money for whiskies, especially the Japanese. The Japanese love buying whiskey. So if you've got one of these whiskies that is very rare, and their whiskies are as good, aren't they? I've never drunk Japanese whiskey, though. I just don't, really. Do you have a favourite whiskey, Thomas? Do you like, which one? Which one would it... Do you pardon? Tom and Toole. What's that? Is that like a little private distillery that they not far from where you're born? It is, in fact, your mother's distillery, isn't it? It's not... Talisker. Oh, right. That sounds nice. Yeah, all right. And there's other ones as well. Are they very expensive? Are they quite expensive? Or are they cheap whiskies? Are they... They have a range. Okay, what are they? Auchentoshan. Yes. Be people in Scotland listening going, do you know, he's so in touch. All the way down there in London, here he is talking about Auchentoshan. Which, are you sure? It sounds like a chocolate bar, actually. Have Smarties in the middle of it. What have you just eaten? I've just eaten an Auchentoshan. Oh, I hated it. And Stephen Mark, funeral operatives, out on a call. Oh, there's a cheery thought. Says, still intrigued by your Newbury connections. Right. Well, I used to live there. I went to school in Newbury. I worked in Newbury. Yes, I lived there for years. Years. I was in Newbury before Newbury was famous. I remember when Mick Jagger bought Stargroves, and people going, Mick Jagger bought Stargroves. Do you think we'd see him driving through the town? I did see him driving through the town one day. Well, I mean, he was being chauffeured. Ryan says, I'm just on my way to pick up a new commercial espresso machine. Where's your go-to coffee? There isn't one. I mean, seriously, there isn't one. I know. So I used to do Starbucks, but I haven't bought a Starbucks coffee for ages and ages. Ages and ages. So I don't have a go. I mean, some people like, you know, I mean, everybody's got their favourite coffee, haven't they? My favourite coffee is the one I make in the kitchen myself in the morning. And it's Nescafe, and it's cheap and cheerful. I get a box of it, about 150 little plastic packets, and you rip the top off, pour it into the cup, put it under the machine which dispenses the hot water, and that's it. And and it makes me half a cup. So in total, in the morning, I would have a whole cup of coffee. But not particularly bothered about. I used to eat in Starbucks, but I suddenly realised we used to go in there every day. In fact, we knew that we were regular when they didn't ask you what you wanted to drink. They just made the drink. And I did have a couple of their things which had cheese and something in. Cheese and Marmite, which they would then do as a toasty. That was quite nice, actually. Very nice. Steve, a young woman said to me, says Connie, people who don't want to wear the mask are stupid and ignorant. So let's make their lives tougher. If you don't wear a mask, you're not going on the bus, you're not allowed in a shop and supermarket, and you're not allowed in a venue, including cinemas. Hopefully that works. Well, I mean, we tried this the other week. We tried it. And, of course, there are people who are exempt from wearing a mask, but it doesn't mean that they don't carry the virus, which I think is, well, as far as I'm concerned, that's pretty dangerous. Somebody gets on a bus and comes and sits near me, I'm likely to move. In fact, I'm very likely to move. On a train as well, anybody sits near me and they're not wearing a mask on because they're breathing, they might be testing positive. No idea. And another one here. Okay, Paula in Warrington says, can you wish Matt Goss a happy birthday? It might just put a smile on his face. As they say. Happy birthday. He doesn't even make it into the Daily Mail today. Normally people sort of make it in there when they do their sort of celebrity birthdays. And so yesterday we had Brigitte Bardot, but unfortunately the producer had no idea who Brigitte Bardot was, which makes you all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, feel very old because, I mean, she was a sex symbol, you know. And I thought everybody had heard of all these different people. Another one here, Rupert Everett on the pitfalls and pratfalls of life when your fame is on the wane. He's ever so nice, he really is. Birthdays. Oh, it's Alfie Bowe's birthday. We only mentioned Alfie the other day because he's got rid of the wife and he's got a much younger person on his arm. And also Patricia Hodge. Good Lord. The actress from Lincolnshire, starred in Rumpole of the Old Bailey. Probably best known, I think, for the title character's mother in the BBC sitcom Miranda. Asked how she would like to be remembered. They always ask them this, don't they? And she says, I spent the earlier part of my life being late for everything. So there was a joke that my tombstone would read, the very late Patricia Hodge. Thank you very much indeed. And how old is Patricia today? She's 74. So many happy returns of the day. And if you're celebrating your birthday, then I wish you the merriest of birthdays. I hope that you get loads of cards when the postman delivers. You probably won't, but I mean, I'm saying that now because it's quite a nice thing to get, isn't it? It was my brother's oldest girl the other day. She was, I think, 28. It doesn't seem possible. It was only a short while ago we had projectile vomiting. And now all of a sudden, here she is celebrating 28, which is good news. 6:15, Steve, Park House or St Bart's, Park House. And I used to run the Tuesday night club over the road from the school in Battery End. Right at the very end of Battery End, there's a hall on the right-hand side, which has got a tin roof. Well, it was there. I mean, it was there when I went back a couple of years ago. Just pootled down the motorway to go and have a look. And there was our Tuesday night club. The first time that we ever put on discos. We only had about 3 records. 3 records. And my Uncle Alan had an amplifier, which he let me have, and a couple of speakers. So we were doing that at Battery End. And we used to go to the little church. Well, it's quite a big church, actually. I went back and had a look at it, and it seemed absolutely enormous. Steve, the day has come when I'm up so early. Listen, getting up early is fantastic. You know why? You can get so much more done in the day. If you leave it, and I've done it, we've all done it, and I think it's a young person's thing. I think it's a laziness. It's a laziness. It's a case of, open my eyes, have I got to do that? No, nothing. Back to sleep again. So eventually, by the time you get up, and of course, the later you leave it, the worse it gets, doesn't it? So my advice is, once this programme starts at 4, that's the time you throw yourself into the bathroom. Even if you get yourself ready, and then sit down in front of the radio with a cup of tea, or whatever it happens to be. On this day, you won't believe this one. This is a really bizarre one, as we celebrate, or not in this particular case. In 1967, on September the 29th, an 18-year-old called Lindsay Corner is one of 12 people who've been hired by whom to do what? I mean, you can't even make this up. Seriously. So she's 18 years old. I don't think the age is of any interest. The fact she's a model could have something to do with it. And it was 1967, and she was one of 12 people who've been hired by to do a particular job. And when you hear who it is, and when you hear what job she was supposed to be doing, your jaw will drop to the floor. So she was a model. She was hired by, I'll give you a clue, Birmingham City Football Club. Why would they hire model? No, not a cheerleader. She was employed with these other 12 girls to cure half-time boredom by parading around the city ground in a microskirt. They worked on the assumption that that was the latest weapon in the war against the soccer louts. It distracted them from violence. So they walked around in microskirts during the interval, as I call it, but apparently it's half-time. And that was to stop people breaking into a fight and stuff like that. No, they're not cheerleaders are rah-rah, Steve, we love you, S-T-E-V-E. You don't actually get that, but I'm just telling you that's how it would work. David Patrick's got a birthday. We're out delivering newspapers in Halesworth in Suffolk, says Viv. Good God, honestly, everybody's up this way. See, I think this is a brilliant time to get up in the morning. There's no excuse for staying in bed. No excuse. I know it's warm, and I know it's cosy, but in fact, once you've actually sort of got into the bathroom and you whiz through the ablutions, it's fantastic. And then you're kind of set up for the day. Also, Elizabeth Gaskill, who wrote Cranford, North and South and Wives and Daughters, was born on this day in 1810. I don't know why. I always thought that she was a modern-day writer, but obviously wrong. Also, IVF pioneer Lord Winston sacked the boss of his charity after she blew the whistle over a funding issue which could have breached the law, a tribunal heard. So it goes on. It's always interesting. You open up the papers and you suddenly think they're so grateful they get something else to talk about. Also, this is Jeremy Clarkson's daughter called Emily. She's just launched a new exercise group. Also, there was a picture of Jonathan Ross's daughter. You know, is it Honey Kitten or something like that? She was on Loose Women, I think, talking about being overweight and how much she loves being overweight. I couldn't quite work out why you'd want to be, but there you go. Also, his most famous creation was James Bond, but even 007's global flame has proved unable to protect Ian Fleming's grave from vandalism. Ian Fleming. The grave at St James's Church, Sevenhampton in Wiltshire, is the final resting place, not just of Fleming, who died of a heart attack aged 56, but also his wife Anne, and of the only child they had together. And so people been nicking things from his grave. I mean, really? Who in their right mind, what sick person, actually, they probably don't even know who he is. Because the sort of people who would know who Ian Fleming was would not be going round vandalising his grave. And the obelisk, his writer's plaque, is missing. Now, you know what's happened. Somebody's prized it off to go and sell it. That's what they've done. They would have no idea who he is. They're the sort of people, I call them grave robbers. Filth. Absolutely filth. They really are. And, Steve, I tend to wake up about 4 to 5 a.m, says Matt. I'm out of bed no later than 6. Best time of the day, early morning. Bowl of Alpen, cup of tea, and of course your show. Well, it seems I think it should be prescribed on the NHS. I'm all in favour of that. I told you I managed to sync my little reader, my Libra reader, with the hospital in Teddington, which is very good indeed. So they can now. I haven't actually finished it completely, but I'm looking forward to finishing that today. In fact, today's going to be a very, very busy day. Very, very busy day. Battered by the famous 5, succession of storms hitting from tomorrow. They reckon heavy rain, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Not going to like that one, are we? Just when we've had, it's honestly, we've got every weather condition known to man. Every weather condition. Also, Aldi took the wraps off 4,000 new jobs yesterday in a £1.3 billion spending spree, which will see 100 supermarkets opened. Bosses at the No Frills chain were bullish after seeing profits rocket by 50% to 271.5 million last year. They've got 36,000 UK staff, 894 branches, and sales were up 8% to 12.3 billion. Obviously paying off. Obviously, one of my neighbours went to an Aldi the other day and she said, it's really good. I said, well, I have been in them. I've been into, I don't think there's a supermarket I've not been into. The quality now, you see, if the quality isn't up to standard, people won't go to a place. Very soon word gets around, but provided you keep up the standards. I think that Lidl is German. You know what their standards are like. Amazing. Gina's still in bed in Staines. Darren's obviously up in Staines by the river. And it's a bit wet in Shepperton, says Paul, listening on the player, absolutely tipping it down in Shepperton. Oh, what does it say out the window here? Does it say anything interesting? Can we have a look in Leicester Square? Wait a minute, let me just try this one here. Hey Siri, what's the weather like today? Here we go.
It's currently cloudy and 16 degrees. Expect mostly cloudy skies starting in the afternoon. Today's high will be 18 degrees. And the low will be 13.
Chance of rain, what do you reckon? 20%. I think that's okay. I think 20% is okay. They have said by this afternoon, make sure that you take an umbrella out with you. So I'm hoping to have finished everything. Steve, our rescue dogs are to blame for waking us up at this ridiculous hour of the day, often between 4:30 and 5. And I hate to think what happens at the end of October when the clocks go back. The upside, of course, listening to your dulcet tones, says Simon. Yes, we've got the clocks back again, haven't we? I can never remember what that means. Does that mean it's darker at night? I don't know where we are. Why don't we just leave them? Why don't we just leave the clocks? Not everybody around the world has to change clocks. So it'll be quicker at night. Because the other day it's lighter longer, isn't it? And at the moment it'll be darker. Oh, right. I quite like that idea. I think if it's darker, then people go home, spring forward, fall back. Yeah, I know that. Honestly, he thinks I don't know all these things. A watched pot never boils. People in glass houses should. Steve pouring down in Biggleswade. Says, well, it deserves it. Talking about the cheerleaders, Steve, says Dan, and hearing your chant, I think, gives us an insight into what happens during the news breaks in your studio. How many cheerleaders do you have, or is it just the Scottish lad doing a dance? He can't dance, Dan. We've established the fact that Thomas's gift of dancing involves 2 left feet. I mean, you only have to look at him to realise he can't dance. It's just not his sort of thing. Some people are naturally fluid on that. I mean, I am a god on the dance floor, it has to be said. I'm known as sort of Legs Allen. But in Thomas's case, nothing at all. I mean, it's a lot easier to sort of wheel him off unless he's had a lot to drink. And in which case, then it's just an embarrassment. Even before he's hit the actual floor, he's an embarrassment. So, just push him into the corner, hem him in with a few chairs and leave him there. None of those sort of things. Can you please wish Olivia good luck with her cancer treatment, says Angela. She wants you to know that you help her through. Well, good for you. Good for you. Angela, thank you. It's love from all at the Ultimate Spikers group. They do fantastic things now, don't they? I mean, they really do. Mark in Windsor says, dark and wet in Windsor this morning. I agree. Leave the clocks. Makes the nights too long. Why do we have to change things? I'm not a big fan of changing things. We'll come round to Piers Morgan in a moment, reigniting his feud with Anton Deck and Uber. Their new licence to operate in London after a court ruled the company was fit and proper. And boy, did you disagree with that when talking to Darren overnight on LBC. 6:30, Pea Super in Manchester this morning. Well, that's all right. Listen, we have had rain before. It's not as if it's a big surprise to everybody, unless, of course, you've just arrived in the country on holiday. In which case, we would rather that you went and self-isolated, which is much better. Another one here. Please say hello to Terry from Colchester. Not feeling very well at the moment. So, do you know, everybody's got this sort of thing. You can't work out, can you? Have I got a cough? Have I got a cold? Have I got flu? Should we go and get a test? Can you get a test? Have you had your flu jab? There's so many things you need to worry about now. Simon in Stratford-upon-Avon says, thank you for asking Siri for the weather because it set mine off. I know, it's amazing, isn't it? I didn't realise that you only have to mention the word Siri and immediately they all sort of bounce into life. Bronwyn said, laughed out loud at Legs Allen. Such a good idea, isn't it, really? Legs Allen. And Julietta says, you mentioned the iTunes chart. My friend, singer-songwriter Rob Johnson, is number 1 in the Amazon download chart above Spirit of the Blues and Kylie and Miley. That's Miley Cyrus, by the way, and Kylie Minogue, who I believe has an album out as well at the moment. It's very competitive out there, isn't it? I just miss buying records. Proper records. Steve, Lord Willett of Petts Wood started Daylight Time. The Daylight Inn is named for him. Yeah, whatever. Matthew says, very mild outside. Apparently there is a picture on the Daily Star today of Demi Rose. It is. I did see it earlier on, actually. I felt a bit sorry for Demi Rose. It's a bit of a tragic side of sort of a career. She's sitting on a chair but not facing the right way, if you get my meanings. I can't work out what her career is supposed to be. But she shows she's one of the hottest names in modelling. Yeah, if you like this kind of cheap, trashy look. But apparently she was posing in a silver catsuit. Except she's not showing her face, which is slightly disturbing. So poor old Gordon Ramsay comes in for it again. We've had this discussion before, as you know, on LBC, because around the country, people get breakfast. And sometimes you can get a very cheap breakfast, and sometimes it's very expensive. If you're having it at the Ritz, it's going to be fairly expensive. And if you go to Terminal 5, where I think Gordon Ramsay has got a place, you're paying a little bit extra. Because a diner at his Heathrow Airport plain food eatery complained the Telecook's pricey menu was hard to stomach. Well, go somewhere else. I mean, are these people really dim? You know, when you go into a restaurant and you go, so, for example, TGI Fridays, you know, take it off or whoever it happens to be, and outside each restaurant there is a menu and it's got a price on it. I mean, are these people so dim that they just walk in and go, oh, I can't believe how expensive it is? Don't they read the menu outside? Because they're outside everywhere, I promise you. Somebody said on a review site that he'd shelled out, this is how stupid this one is, so having read the board outside with the price, he then spends £14 on a cooked breakfast, plus £4.10 for a brew. But what stuck in his throat was a charge for toast. He said a nasty surprise came with the bill, £3.85 for toast. He said, shouldn't it be part of the breakfast? No. Where are these people coming from? Are they from really Planet Stupid? He goes there. I mean, surely when you pick up the menu, they've all got the prices on. You look at it and you go, oh, no, sorry, I was looking for something else. And just walk out. What a drip. Another customer moaned about the sky-high prices at the restaurant in Terminal 5. Would I go again? Not sure, as I don't think £70 plus pounds for 2 mains and 2 beers represented good value. Well, have a look on the menu card, drip. Gus, honestly. Ramsay, you know, has a chewing over his wallet-busting grub. His Savoy Grill fry-up got a roasting. It was 2 eggs, bacon, sausage, tomato and a mushroom for 19 quid. I mean, these people have quite clearly never been to London. Don't come down, it's really expensive. Then he was accused of joking. He served steak and chips for 23 quid. Well, that's what you're paying normally in London. An average place would be charging that. And last week, somebody accused him of dishing up a child's portion for Sunday lunch. The sort of people who moan about this are the sort of people, they can't afford to go there anyway. They have to put it on a credit card. It's not for you. You know, I mean, but fancy being stupid enough to go to a restaurant which is headed up by Gordon Ramsay and expecting to get it for like 3 quid. That's how ridiculous. Phil says, from beautiful Anglesey, I'll be listening to you running the London Marathon on Sunday. Now, I need to get this right. When you say listening to me running I'm not running the London Marathon. I've been signed up for it. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I can't remember the last time I ran. We nearly missed the bus the other day till the producer threw himself into the road and sort of the bus driver went, yeah, stuck his thumb up. And I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't sort of run into the road or anything else. I'd just let the bus go by and then get another one. But he was determined. And we were fast. I thought we were fairly fast. We were doing really well. So Harry and Meghan, they're in the papers again. They're now saying they're not going to be doing this sort of reality show because everybody yesterday was pulling them apart for being the biggest hypocrites that you've ever met. I mean, they're not getting good publicity. Nobody really cares about them. He said he wants to come back here for Christmas, but you can't believe that either. And apparently they touted, so the papers tell you, behind-the-scenes footage of their decision to leave Britain. So in other words, have they been thinking about this for some time? Are they that devious? Answer, yep. Yep. Airlines failing to keep social distancing rules. That's in quite a few of the papers this morning. And millions watch a man writhe in agony after being deliberately bitten by insects, wasps, and things like that. And they've said he could rival David Attenborough. I don't remember David Attenborough sticking his hand in and letting sort of, wasps sting you. I mean, some people have got allergic reactions to being stung by... I mean, you won't find a bee stings you unless you upset it because they're very placid. Bees are like, okay, really cool. And wasps are not very cool at all. And they just get very aggressive, wasps. I suppose it's because they're not particularly attractive. Dan says, Steve, sky-high prices in an airport restaurant. I'll leave it there. Exactly. You're in an airport restaurant. It's like people buying things at an airport. They go, listen, I'm going on holiday. What does it matter how much it costs? You tend to put that to one side, don't you? But, for somebody to actually go in there, spend the money on it, and then eat it, and then complain afterwards, only shows somebody who obviously didn't go through the school system. Steve, the mayonnaise in Lidl is the best ever, and I thought anything would be better than Hellmann's, but honestly, a local convert... my neighbour was absolutely a gaga at how good the quality was. Different people. Steve from Oslo, Spikers, Roger, Mistel and Stellan. Here we begin to make masks mandatory all the time. We've been a free people until yesterday. Been stuck here for 6 months, no travel in sight. Thank God for your show. We listen every day. That's what we like to hear. I always think that, we're sort of that little bit... If you're away on holiday, if you're, abroad or something like that, and you miss a bit of what's going on at home, this is the programme. This is the programme for you. This is sort of, to just make you sort of realise that it's all going terribly. It's a bit like, if we weren't on the radio at this time of the morning, it's a bit like the Ravens leaving the Tower of London. There's no point. Matt says, plain food is great, and yes, you get what you pay for. There's plenty of other places if you can't afford it. What's wrong with people? God knows. They're just the moaning Marys. The moaning, you feel like saying to them, so do not walk in there, have to try and educate you. Read the menu, which is outside, and it will tell you, cooked English breakfast, 19 quid. Cooked English breakfast, £14. Extras, like more tea, so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. Toast and butter, £4, or £3.85, or whatever it is. Well, don't buy it then. Unless you're really, really thick. You'd love to know who these people are, but of course they don't put their proper names there. They write down, Munchkin 3695 or something stupid like that. It is ridiculous, isn't it? So hailed as the key to staying slim. Intermittent fasting does not help you lose weight. That's what Luke does. He does intermittent fasting. So he'll fast here, and then he goes home and eats. And then he fasts again, so he tries not to eat, and of course he's vegan as well. So it's one of those sort of strange situations. But he hasn't lost any weight. It doesn't look any different, because otherwise we'd be recommending it to quite a number of people actually around here. the people who sort of need, because if there was an easy way of losing weight, do you not think that we would all be going for it? And the answer is yes, we would. Henry would be the first one that we'd be out there sort of saying, listen, if you do this is the way to look. But it doesn't work like that. Everybody sort of does different things in their sort of stomachs, which is a bit of a shame, really. Meghan and Harry, again, that same old boring blue suit, but they want to make several programmes. I love the way all of a sudden they've got no experience of doing this at all. They just, I think we'll make programmes. Good, you do them. How many cases are there in your area of coronavirus? The thing that's made up. The thing that nobody believes in. They go, oh no, it's just the government winding you up here. As 1 million people die throughout the world. And there's a list of everywhere. Everywhere from Chiltern to Derby to Doncaster to Ealing. Ealing's quite high. 38.9. That's what they say. And this is the 7-day infection rate average per 100,000 people by each local authority. And they're all here. And some of them, Birmingham, Blackburn with Darwin, 190.4. Wouldn't want to be going there anytime soon. And that's about 100. Bradford, 154.3. Burnley, 269.9. And they're about the highest that you get. Liverpool, 251.8. Newcastle, 264.4. It's all these places that we thought it's up north. There's places around London. I understand that. I can see here. The low-risk areas are places like Ashford, Basingstoke. That's low, isn't it? Wonder where Aberdeen is. I wish this was... actually, you might be a bit lower than I was thinking, actually. Can't find Aberdeen at all. Doesn't even feature on my list. Orange. No? There's no Aberdeen. Isn't that funny? No Aberdeen. Is anybody living in Aberdeen at the moment, or is it closed for the winter? They have skiing. They have skiing in Aberdeen. Could you go skiing there? Tobogganing or something? There's one ski slope. See, I think that's quite nice. Listen, it makes it sort of quite cute. Like we were looking at the pictures the other day of that little place in sort of Minnesota, which there was nobody on the streets at all when they were taking the pictures of it, and no traffic lights either, which was lovely. Steve, as Gordon Ramsay himself once said, the only way to lose weight is to eat less and exercise more. But that's the standard thing. The phrase is little and often. You can have as many little meals as you want, or little snacks, provided it's the right snacks. If you pick the wrong snacks, it's not very good at all. Also, Sir David's shark tooth gift for George makes the Maltese very cross. They want it back. That's in all the papers say. It was looking so good yesterday, wasn't it? You think, good old David, he's just nice. He's just nice, and now the Maltese give back. We want that shark's tooth. which you've just given away to somebody else. I mean, it might have been left to you in a will. Who knows? Who knows? 7, well, coming up 9 minutes to 7. Front pages of the papers. They're obsessed with food. I can't imagine why. But the Daily Mail today, eat to beat disease, the healthy lunches to kill. I mean, do people actually go for these things? That's what always interests me. Is to, you look at it and you go, that looks really nice. But, I mean, would you be doing that? I had some prawns the other day. I bought them the day before, but I only sort of used them the other day, and they were fine. And I sort of just dropped them into sort of like a compote kind of thing. A friend of mine said to me the other day when I was telling her how I cook things, I said, I steam. She said, you steam it? She said, it sounds ghastly. I said, well, actually, it tastes really quite nice. Quite nice. Boris Johnson, front page of the Daily Mail this morning, facing a red wall revolt after a new COVID crackdown stopped friends meeting for a drink. Also, the agony of the shot police sergeant's girlfriend. And she seems like a lovely person. The Daily Star today, clamp down on the boozers, yet pubs prove safer. Well, that's what they say now. Dogs are better than cats. They've actually conducted a survey to find out whether or not people actually like dogs better than cats. It's ridiculous, isn't it? And another one here from our lovely Monica, who's my worried favourite Jewish cabbie. She's all over the place at the moment, honestly, Monica. She says, going back to my cab next week, I couldn't stand listening to you in such inconsistent and spotty way. Hopefully won't start with the second lockdown, though. I'm almost making a prediction that we will not go in to a second lockdown. I mean, I'm hoping that I'm proven right, but I'm prepared to sort of stand alone, because I just don't think it'll be good for the economy. I mean, at the moment, people are having a nightmare of a time. To go into lockdown again is going to depress so many people. And coming up to Christmas, they say that they could do it over the half term for the kids at school. And I'm saying, because people are saying, oh, it's going to go into lockdown. I'm saying, I hope not. I really hope not. I mean, this is the worst it's ever been, but only ruined by the idiots who stand down in Trafalgar Square, don't do socially distancing, don't wear masks, the complete idiots of this world. And the worst thing is they vote, and have voted in the past. The Eye this morning, so the new COVID offences fueling a Tory rebellion. So, this one, I thought it was a joke. No singing or dancing in the pub, failing to inform employers of illness are among new violations. Ministers scramble to head off the Conservative revolters. The backbenchers demand parliamentary veto over further lockdown measures. New rules for the northeast of England means socialising is banned, with more areas, including Merseyside and London, likely to follow. And Downing Street says there will be no change to the 10 p.m. curfew for pubs and restaurants after the police chiefs warn of crowd control problems. It is. People are just going to buy it in supermarkets that are open late, and they're drinking booze on the streets. Which is what they do anyway if they go to pubs now. If they smoke, they go and stand on the streets. There was somebody the other day on one of the streets in Twickenham. Some kids decided to bring out a very loud speaker and start playing loud music at 2 o'clock in the morning. By the time the police arrived, the little darlings had gone home to mummy and daddy. So Malta wants George's tooth fossil back. They've decided to go with this in a big way. Given to you 1 minute by fabulous David Attenborough, and the next minute the Maltese government want it back. Also, apprentice plan for COVID crisis jobless. Also, Asda could be about to return to British ownership for the first time in 2 decades. 2 billionaire brothers from Blackburn are apparently poised to take control of the supermarket chain. Wasn't this the other day? Did I not read that one of our betting places, I can't remember which one it is, it's one of the gambling outlets on the high street, there's a bid in to take them over by Caesars, and I thought, oh, what, the dog food? No, it turns out to be Caesars Palace, I think a £2.5 billion takeover. Caesars Palace, as in Las Vegas. Caesars Palace. I'm not even sure if Vegas is open. We had a bit of a problem the other week where people saying, it's actually sort of quite nice to sort of go to Vegas. And I said, I'm not totally convinced it's all open. I don't think it is. There's definitely. Oh right, there's an American football. And have they got the same as we have with the American football games? Are they no crowd? Oh, summer. Oh, right. Even they can't make it out, can they? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And, Steve, these ignorant idiots you're talking about breed as well as vote. I know, they're so stupid. It's unbelievably dim. You know, even the Mayor of London, for goodness sake, was sort of saying, you know, people there who are not socially distancing. People who should know better. Really, you know, really stupid. And then somebody says, oh, what about the police? Well, they're making sure you weren't there. That's how dim people are. The Times, how to beat the winter blues. Is that sad? Is that seasonal affective disorder? I think it might be, mightn't it? Plus, Trump saying everywhere that the tax disclosures are fake news. I mean, it surely can't be true. Can it? Mind you believe anything coming out of America, don't you? Also, they've got, is Meghan turning into Kim? What you mean, is she an attention seeker? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Plus, singing and dancing out. All the papers making a big deal about that. And then they're saying which sectors are to blame for the outbreaks. Schools and colleges, 42%. That's what they've said. Care homes, 25%. Workplace, 19%. And there's some people here at a kebab shop in Cardiff queuing up. Nobody socially distancing, nothing. I mean, and you wonder why it's here. You wonder why the idiots in Trafalgar Square, you know, are the people who are spreading it far and wide. Fantastic. William Hill, we think it was, the bookmakers that Caesars wants to buy. I couldn't remember which one it was. I did it yesterday on the programme. And, Steve, how do the strip clubs and gentlemen's things work in Vegas? Is it a social distancing? I've got no, don't ask me. We think bits of Vegas are open and we think other bits of Vegas aren't. We had a picture the other day in the paper and they said, look how empty the strip is. There would normally be, you know, thousands of people going up and down the strip looking at everything. But if Caesar's Palace, which is this vast, if you've never seen the size of it, it's so big you can't even imagine it. If they're thinking of bidding for William Hill £2.5 billion, there's got to be money in it. They must be sort of saving all these things. But it's the in this country, it's the fast food places, isn't it? They seem to be able to remain open all night. But you're not supposed to go in the shop. But one of my neighbours said that they saw people in a pizza shop after 10 o'clock, which they're not supposed to be. That could be a big fine for them. All you've got to do is take a photograph, send it in. I'm sure the police will whiz round, you know, like they've got loads of time on their hands.